Sorry, I was muted. Well, once again, hi, welcome to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, hold on. Well, once again, hi, welcome to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I guess this is what happens when you go live.
The Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.
Give me 1 second. I guess this is what happens when you go live. What is this on?
I guess this is what happens when you go live.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, people. That's what first day shows are all about, isn't it? Sorry, people. That's what first day shows are all about, isn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna pop off and come back. Okay, that's better, right? Sorry about that. Well, as you can tell, this is the first day.
That's better, right?
Wait, I guess it's not.
Sorry about that. Well, as you can tell, this is the first day. That's better, right?
Wait, I guess it's not.
Sorry about that. Well, as you can tell, this is the first day. That's better, right?
I guess it's not.
Sorry about that.
See what happens.
Well, as you can tell, this is the first day. That's better, right?
This is serious. Give me 1 second. I'll be back. I'll leave this one up for you, and I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. We'll see if this works better. See if we got rid of that sound. Sounds like we did. All right, sorry.
See if this works better.
It didn't.
See if we got rid of that
I don't
sound.
think we did get rid of the sound.
Sounds like we did. All right, sorry. See if this works better.
It didn't.
See if we got rid of that
I don't
sound.
think we did get rid of the sound.
Sounds like we did. All right, sorry.
Give me 1
See if this
second.
works better.
It didn't.
See if we got rid of that
I
sound.
don't think we did get rid of the sound.
Sounds like we did. All right, sorry.
Give me 1
See if this
second.
works better.
It didn't.
See if we got rid of that sound.
I don't think we did get rid of the sound.
Sounds like we did. All right, sorry. See if this works better. See if we got rid of that sound. Sounds like we did. All right, sorry. See if this works better. See if we got rid of that sound.
suffering from technical difficulties here. We're suffering from technical difficulties. We're suffering from technical difficulties. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why we're suffering from technical difficulties. Not sure why. I'm not sure why we're suffering. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why we're suffering. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why we're suffering. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why we're suffering. I'm just gonna check the audio. We're gonna remove this one and see. And then we're going to go ahead and take this on this one and see. See if that would come. But that doesn't take care of it either. Sorry. I'm sorry that this is. I know there's feedback sound. I'm trying to figure out why though. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for the feedback sound. I'm trying to figure out why though. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for the feedback sound. Give me. Oh. All right, there was a reason for the feedback sound. So, sorry about that. I just realized that because I'm going to take you through some demos and I just figured out where the feedback was coming from. So forgive me for that. I'm working with some different technical things, and I'm going to actually go over a how to go about going into the website and finding things. And so I accidentally left one of the websites open that was actually playing this exact same video. So I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? And so so you can tell it's like technical difficulties. And it doesn't matter how many times we run through this show, you could see that we still was suffering from some technical difficulties. And so hopefully we got those all settled the first day. So welcome to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I am your host, Louise Cutler, and I will be guiding you through this amazing journey of live streaming the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm really excited about having you here. I'm really excited about the show. I'm really excited about all the artists that are a part. I'm actually the founder of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. It's something that I've been wanting to do for a number of years. And just kind of decided this was the year. I started in December. I started planning it in November. And of course, COVID, because originally this was supposed to be a premier indoor fine art festival showcasing some of the most amazing Black and African American artists out there. And so got to work on it, and then March came around, and that was the end of it. I had already booked a facility. As a matter of fact, I had booked 2 facilities at the time, but one facility just wasn't sure what was going to happen, and then COVID hit, and then that was the end of that facility. And then I booked another facility because I was like, hey, no problem. We could do it virtual and have a physical aspect to it. And so what we were going to do in the second facility, we were actually going to have the artists send their work down, and then we were going to stream it all live from that facility with the physical work in the building, and then just limit the access to people. Just have like a few people in at a time. And then late July, I get the call that says, we're not opening the building. So then I had to like put on a new hat, reinvent the whole thing. And I am so glad I did, because this has been a phenomenal journey, an absolutely phenomenal journey. And I am so glad that you are here to share it with me, to share the end product of this phenomenal journey, because it has been an amazing, amazing journey to travel on, and to be able to travel on it with these, the artists that I've been able to travel on it with, has been absolutely amazing. These artists have been so supportive. I'm just gonna turn this down, I think, because I think I'm still getting a little feedback. The artist that I have been on this journey with has been so amazing. And that's why I'm so excited about you being able to meet them and being able to see them and be a part of what all the things that they've done, and what is it? How should I say it? The growth that we've all learned by entering into this incredible virtual world, because it is a virtual world. And that's why I said, welcome, join the virtual arts revolution, because it is it's a new day in art. And so I am so proud to have been around such amazing artists and to be able to work with these artists. And I am so looking forward to you just getting to know them and learn about them and buy their art, because they are phenomenal. These artists are absolutely phenomenal. So I wanted to take the time to just kind of go over some things with you about the art show, to make it a little easier for you to be able to journey through and get the full experience of what all the capabilities are, what all you can do, how you can interact with the artist, how the artist can interact with you, how you can go online and buy some of their work and be a part of their journey. I'm just excited about having you being a part of this experience. We have a fantastic lineup of artists, from Larry Poncho Brown, who is our featured artist. As a matter of fact, let me bring him up so you could see him. This is our featured artist. Mr. Brown is our featured artist for the show. And he has one of the most amazing things that just happened to him. Now, he's had his work shown in tons of places. He's collected by Anita Baker and tons of other people. And he's had his work shown on A Different World and Greenleaf and all kinds of stuff. He's had his work shown in different places. So, and if you're my age, you'll know what A Different World is. If you're not, you won't, but that's okay. But he has just recently, he has had his work projected on a 52-foot billboard in his hometown of Baltimore. And his hometown of Baltimore actually projected his work on a 52-foot billboard, digital billboard, not just any billboard, but a digital billboard for the whole world to see. So that's pretty amazing. We have some awesome guest speakers coming up. One is Mr. Charlie Palmer. He's actually going to be speaking tonight. Definitely look forward to that. Definitely stay tuned for that. He comes in at 5:30. He'll go from 5:30 to 7:30. He'll go a little over our time, but he'll be coming in from 5:30 to 7:30 right here. You'll be able to click on the link on Facebook. You'll be able to visit with it on YouTube. There's tons of Facebook channels that'll have it, so definitely look for it. You can go to our website. It's also will be linked to our website, so definitely go to our website and you will be able to see that. Mr. Palmer, like I said, this show, it's unlike any other show that you've experienced. This show will be streaming live for 4 days. And what that means is you will have the opportunity to interact for 4 days with all of these artists. All of the artists have different time slots where they'll be right here where I am, talking to you, sharing with you about their work, about their passion, about their vision, just sharing with you about all of these amazing things. And I really want you to get to know them and get to meet them and just interact with them. They have a Zoom link set up so that they can speak one-on-one with you. You'll be able to interact with them as well on when they're streaming live. We get all of your comments, so you'll be able to interact with them that way in their comment section, and I could post those so that they could see them and hear them. Even if you just want to say, hi, it's me, and if they know you, that's great. So it's great. I want you to do as much interacting with them as you possibly can, because it gives them that opportunity to say, hey, thanks for coming by. Thanks for coming to see me. Thanks for participating. This was really exciting. So I want you guys to interact with them as much as possible and share your thoughts, share your ideas, because they'll be sharing with you and they'll love to hear what you have to say, especially about their work. So I'm going to actually walk you through some of the really cool things that we have on the website, because I want you guys to know about some of the really big cool things that are actually on the website, so that you will be able to manipulate the website and know how to go about looking for all of the things that we offer for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So we're going to take a little bit of a trip onto the website so that I can actually walk you guys through some of the amazing things that are offered. So here we are. This is our website. So if you want to watch it on the website, you can actually go here. This is our website. This is where we were getting the feedback, because this was actually running. So this is the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. And I don't have it really large. So I'm going to make it larger for you so you can be in that. It's not right like the full screen, but it's as full a screen. It's my full screen, and you have some artwork in the background. So this is the website, and as you can see, this is right here is where you can actually watch the show live. We're going to click that off because we don't want to see that. So this is where you can actually go and watch the show live. You just click this button and but I'm going to turn it off because that's where I was getting all the feedback from. This is where you can watch the show live. So you can watch the show live from here, and it also tells you a few things about the guest speakers that are coming up. The other thing that, so what we're going to do, you can go and find out about the show if that's what you want to do. But what we're going to go is right here to the 2020 artists. So we're going to go there. Then I kick myself out of the, okay, so we're going to go here to the 2020 artists, because that's what we want to see, the 2020 artists. And so now we're on the 2020 artists. And as you can see, we have all of our 2020 artists here. And these are their galleries. So you can actually walk through any of these galleries and meet the artists, say hi, check out their work. Some of them have some really cool welcome videos. Actually, we're going to actually click on Mr. Thomas here. We're going to click on Thomas. And so you can see Thomas pops up. And that's Thomas E. Lockhart. The cool thing about Thomas is Thomas, I think it was in February, he just presented an amazing piece of artwork, commissioned piece of artwork to writer, producer Tyler Perry in his new studio. He just did that. So this right here is Thomas's gallery page, and you can go down and click and look at any of Thomas's artwork. So you can see Thomas's artwork is on his gallery page. You can click through and look at Thomas's bio statements. You can look at the artwork. You can click on the artwork and you can bring it up and it'll tell you the names and titles. It'll tell you the name and title of the artwork. But the other cool thing is you can actually come over and listen to Thomas talk to you live in his about his work. And so there's Thomas talking. So there's Thomas. So that's one of the things that you can do when you go into the artist gallery. But what I want you to see, because what I would love for you to do is if you click on this link right here, this link will take you directly into Thomas's studio to have a one-on-one conversation with Thomas. That will take you into his studio and you can have a one-on-one conversation with Thomas in his studio. And that's the really cool part about this whole thing, is that you get to have a one-on-one conversation. So if you go through and you're like, oh, you know, I really like something, I have a question about a piece, Thomas is just waiting there diligently and excitedly to sit to meet with you and talk with you and share about his artwork with you. So, and trust me, I know Thomas. I've sat with Thomas and we've talked, and I've watched Thomas as we've done the just our practices. And Thomas, if you ask Thomas anything about his artwork, boom, 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 Thomas is going to share everything. I've even had him like, Thomas, save some of that for the show. But Thomas is very excited about his work, and he does some amazing work. So definitely go in, and you definitely want to go in and meet Thomas because he is an excited artist. He does some amazing work that is so in tune with what's going on today. So definitely go in. Oh, and I wanted to show you in Thomas's. So Thomas actually has, he has his Zoom link up. But Thomas actually has, because some artists have a code and other artists do not. So Thomas has his Zoom link up. So when you click on that and you go into Thomas's Zoom link, you also have the code. You also have his entrance code. So this right here is Thomas's entrance code. Some artists have an entrance code, some do not. You can just pop in, you'll be in their waiting room, and then they'll let you in. Thomas actually has an entrance code for his. So just click on that entrance code. I just want to kind of walk you through. And so here, right here, we'll go to LaShawn Bill's page as well. And I just want to kind of walk you through a little bit because his page is also set up a little different. LaShawn does not have a code. You just click on his Zoom link and you go directly into his studio to speak with him. He'll bring you in via his weight room. So when he see you pop up, he'll bring you in via his weight room. And LaShawn has some absolutely amazing work. I've been knowing LaShawn for a number of years, and I absolutely love his work. You guys will love it too. The colors are very bold and very vibrant, just beautiful, beautiful colors. And LaShawn actually has 2 galleries. As you can see, this is one of his galleries, and LaShawn also has a welcome video. So go in and check out LaShawn's welcome video and he'll talk to you, but he has some absolutely beautiful work. And you can see that here. And so LaShawn actually has 2 galleries. And so in order to get into LaShawn's second gallery, it's just like Chrome. When you go on Chrome, you have the 3 little area. So you click on that. And once you click on this will take you into his main. You could either go to his main gallery or his mass gallery, because LaShawn has mass. So we're going to click on LaShawn's mass gallery, and then that would take us into his mass gallery. So some of the artists have one gallery and some artists have two galleries. So definitely go in and check them out. Look and see all the things that they have to offer, and just enjoy yourself. Peruse through their rooms, because they're looking forward to you perusing through their rooms. You have any questions, go in to their Zoom link and chat with them, because they're looking forward to that as well. They're looking forward to talking to you. They're all prepared. We've been getting them all prepared for this. They're excited. So definitely click on that Zoom link that is up there in that right-hand corner, and go in and visit these artists and say hi to them. They are very excited about having you come and see them and visit them in their rooms. Oh, there I am. Here, let me click on mine. I definitely want you to come in and visit me in my room. I also have a Zoom link. You can come in and see me. I also have, I have 3 galleries, because I have, those who know me know I do bronze sculpting. So I actually have 3 galleries in my room. So when you click on mine, you will, there's my bronze gallery, Flower to Flight and Awakening the Spirit. So definitely come in, because I would like to talk to you too when you go in and visit my gallery. So go in and visit that. The other thing that I would like to show you, because there's so many great things on here. So if you're interested in knowing, it's like, oh, I know Corinthia Peoples, or I know Karen, or I know LaShawn, or I know Poncho. I want to see what times they're on. I wonder what times they're on. That's where the schedule comes in. So we have a nice schedule right here for you. You click on this schedule. I'm just going to have a little water. You click on this schedule. And this is all on the website. This is all on the website. So I want you guys to go to the website. So you click on this schedule and look at that. You have the whole entire schedule every single day is on the website. So I'm just gonna stretch it out a little bit, because Thursday is trying to hide. So as you can see, Thursday, you have the full Thursday schedule on the website, and along with all of their names and all of their times. And if you click on the show more, that's me, the welcome. But if you click on the show more, you can actually see who that artist is and what, and then you can you can either go and check out their page. Oh, that's me. I come back on at 12. I'll see you at 12 as an artist and not as a host. So you can click on any of those and see what artists. That's the cool part, is you can click those on and you can see what artist is coming up next. So I definitely want you to be able to do that. Go to the website, check those things out, and see. And there's one other thing I want to show you in here. As you go through the website, because we can't forget, we might want to make purchases, and we are encouraging, trust me, we are so encouraging purchases made. So after you visited all the artists and walked through all of their rooms and just fell in love and clicked on all of their links and had all of these amazing conversations with them, go to their store. They each have stores. You can literally go to each of their stores, and basically what you will do is you just click on the store button, and as you can see, all of their names are right here. So we're going to click on Mr. Larry Poncho Brown's store and see what comes up. There. So this is all of the amazing work that Mr. Brown has to offer here at the show. And then you just click on it, and then you will be able to, you could do a quick view, and you can see the size, the title and the price, and go ahead, click on add that to the cart, and you can buy it. You can make that purchase, and that will be yours. And then what happens is the artist gets an email notifying them that you have made a purchase, and then they will make arrangements with you. The nice part is you get to talk to them again, because they're the ones that will make arrangements with you to set up your shipping and all of those kind of things. That's the fun part about that. So this is what's really cool about the website, is how many different aspects to it that you can interact with the artists, not just on their live time, but you can also interact with them via their Zoom site, and they'll be really excited about it. And actually, I have one of the artists actually in the broadcast. I think that's Mr. Thomas. Is that you, Mr. Thomas? So I'm going to bring Thomas up just for a few minutes, because I know he's looking forward to it and he can share some with you. I'm just going to bring him up for a few minutes into the broadcast. Hey, Thomas, how are you? Oh, hold on. Thomas, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, how are you doing today?
There you go. So this is Thomas Lockhart. I was telling you, he's the one that just presented. You want to share a little bit about the commission piece you did for Tyler Perry. You just did a commission piece for Tyler Perry. So,
yes. It's actually going on about a year now since I did the piece, but I got commissioned by a gentleman by the name of Peter Peros, which is another celebrity, and he commissioned me to do the piece.
Thomas, can you move into the frame a little bit more? There we go. Yeah, there we go. It's like you're all put up.
There we go. Yes, he commissioned me to do the piece for Tyler Perry's 50th birthday. And so that was an exciting thing to do. So I had about 2.5 months to get that completed. And the piece just dealt around the design of Tyler Perry, of what he's been able to accomplish and the people who have got him there. He talks a lot about pillars, about people who have been in his life and been a big influence and helped him along the way, who have prayed for him, encouraged him, given him strength, people who have given him laughter of how he created Medea and everything. And I just found out that they showed the Forbes list that he is fully an actual billionaire too as well now. So I just saw that yesterday. So that was really awesome to be able to drive there from Colorado to bring the piece there, him not knowing what was going on until we got there. He was very busy, and was able to get him to break away from the many projects that he had been working on, just to spend some time with us for a short time, for me to explain the piece, tell him who I am. And, he really enjoyed the piece. I don't know where he has it. It's either at his home or it's at the studio. But either way, I'm very excited that he accepted the piece for his birthday, because he's one of those people, especially if you read his books and things, he talks about when he gets gifts. He's one of those artists or writers that, pretty much has everything, could get everything he wants. So he said just a simple letter is just, I'm very thankful for that. And so our letter to him was this picture.
Yeah, it was. I saw the piece. I thought it was a very amazing piece, and I'm hoping you'll during one of your times you'll either talk about it and share it. So people can see how amazing it was. More about the all of the things that you added to it, which I thought was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you.
So that was, so I'm hoping you'll get to share that. So I've been sharing with people about coming to visit you in your studio and how excited you would be to have them come. Would you like to share something with them? Just let them know how excited you are.
Yes, I'm very excited. And I appreciate everyone coming to the show, not just to see me as an artist, but to see all the other wonderful, amazing artists. I'm very thankful to be around some of these amazing master artists that have been in the art game for many years, that I get to glean and learn from and to grow from. And being a self-taught artist, and sometimes being able to have someone give you some suggestions or ideas is pretty awesome and amazing, especially dealing with marketing and dealing with other things to grow your business, especially in the times that we're going through right now. Everybody's online or at home, and there's not a lot of face-to-face contact right now as we deal with this pandemic. And I know that there's some wonderful genius minds out there that will figure this thing out, that if we have to deal with this thing for a while, that we'll have some ways where we can actually be around each other. So so like I said, very thankful for that, and excited to be able to draw and to do this on a full-time basis, and to be a part of this show. The Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show is, I think, going to be one of those events as years to come, as things continue to grow, and the aspects of, if it stays online and it's also in face-to-face contact, I think that's going to be wonderful too, for people to be able to, for folks who can't travel to come to the show, that they'll actually be able to maybe see it online too, as well as the other folks that are able to come to the show.
And what time are you online today, Thomas?
I am online at 3:30 till 4 o'clock today.
Okay. All right. So we'll see.
Have my lights on, have the bright things going, and I'll be able to, I'll be streaming on 2 different platforms, so I'll be able to take people around so they can look at the pieces, excuse me, and be able to ask me questions about the pieces, techniques, how I prepare and put my artwork together, how I finish it, how I come up with the concepts, what's my inspirations, those types of things people can ask me. So I'm ready and willing, and looking for new purchasers, to people to have this beautiful artwork. I'm very thankful to say beautiful. God gave me this gift and is growing, that it'll be able to be able to be an inspiration for someone's house.
Okay.
Or their business too as
All
well.
right. Thank you, Thomas. So we'll be seeing Thomas. Thomas probably like, next time I won't pop on so early. Thank you so much, Thomas, for coming in and speaking with everybody. So that's Thomas Lockhart, Thomas E. Lockhart. I kind of popped him in. I don't know if he was quite prepared. He popped into the studio, into the broadcast early, so I just thought I'd bring him up so you guys could meet him and say hi to him. So I think I've shown you. I just wanted to make sure I've gone through everything on the website for you to kind of check out. So that's the store. I did go through the store with you, so I wanted to make sure. So in the store, you can go to any of the artists' store. So you have Larry Poncho Brown, you have LaShawn Bill, you have Louise Cutler, you have Thomas E. Lockhart, which you just met. You have Craig Scrivens, and you have Kevin Johnson, and also you'll have Karen Drury and Ethela Art, who is not on here, as well as Charlie Palmer. Their sites will go up today. Their sites will go active, so you'll be able to see their sites active today. If you don't see them right here, but you still can go into their rooms just by clicking on the 2020 artist, clicking on that 2020 artist, and you can go to any of their rooms. So all of their rooms are up. And then, so just bear in mind, if you want to view the artists and just go through their rooms, click on the 2020 artists. You can go to their store by clicking on the store and making purchases. You can also click on the schedule and find out when everybody is coming up. So you can actually plan ahead and make your schedule. You definitely want to be here for later on with Mr. Charlie Palmer. He'll be speaking, and he is a phenomenal artist. I don't know if you have ever met him, but if you got the July cover of the Time magazine, then you have met Mr. Palmer and his work, because he was the cover artist for the July 2020 Time cover. And this is Mr. Palmer right here. He has some amazing work in his studio, and not only in his gallery, but he will be talking about a lot of this work tonight, this evening from 5:30 to 7:30. So you definitely want to go in and check out Mr. Palmer's work. And this right here is the July 2020 cover, and it is for sale right here at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So this cover is for sale right here at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So I would say grab it up if you can. I would grab it up. So grab it up, because that cover is a part of history. So if you love it, grab it, buy it today. So that cover is a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You could buy that today. So Mr. Palmer's store will be up today. It's not up right now, but it will be up today. So that's basically how you go through. If you want to watch the show on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show page, it is right here. You can click the link, or you can allow it to take you to the YouTube page, and you can watch it on YouTube as well. So that is that page right there. We also have our own little store. So, and we would love for you to buy some of the cool stuff from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm going to show you a few of those things right now. So if you have any questions and you have any questions, you could definitely put them in your comment, and I can answer them for you. So if you have a question, go ahead and put it in the comment, and I'll see it, and I can answer your question for you. This is the best time to start asking questions. If you can't see something or manipulate something or find something, just let me know right here, and I can answer those questions for you. But I'm going to show you a few of the really cool things that we'll have in our store, and we'd love to have you be able to have them for your own collections. This our first annual Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So these to me are must-have for everybody. So go to the website and purchase some of these amazing items. I would love for you. These are some of the items that actually, if you were a Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show virtual host, if you applied for that, these are some of the things that you got in your bag for being a virtual host. So I'm going to show you some of these things. So right here, you can see this is our You Are Beautiful. These are our You Are Beautiful t-shirts. It's You Are Beautiful, I Am Beautiful, We Are Beautiful t-shirts. So these are amazing t-shirts. They're made out of really nice cotton. And this is the official Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show 2020 t-shirt. And when I designed this t-shirt, I wanted it to be, because we're dealing with so many issues right now, racial issues and things like that, I wanted to create something that was that depicted who we are, but also included everyone, or made everyone at least feel a part of. And that's one of the reasons why, because to me, everyone's beautiful. We're all beautiful. We're all a part of a grander design. We're all a part of that grand creation. And within that, we are all beautiful. We are all beautiful. And so that's one of the things. So this is, I mean, this works as a wonderful gift. If you have children, this is a beautiful gift to give them. This is a beautiful gift to give to a daughter. This is a beautiful gift to give to a son. This is a beautiful gift to give to yourself. So these are online. These are $27 for the official You Are Beautiful, I Am Beautiful, We Are Beautiful 2020 Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show t-shirt. And then we also have, if you are a coffee drinker, we also have these amazing cups. Or if you're not a coffee drinker and you're just a cup collector, grab up one of these really neat, one of these really nice cups. These are really, I love these cups. I have me one. I put me one downstairs. I'm not a coffee drinker. I'm a tea drinker. And it's not a tea drinking cup, but I like it. So I sit it on my desk. it's just a really nice desk to remind us, that we are beautiful and we can actually share and let other people know that they are beautiful as well, to give them that insight. So these will be on the website. We also have some really cool stickers that'll be on the website, refrigerator magnets, all those kind of things. And with the same thing, this one right here is also, this is one of our You Are Beautiful stickers. Here, I'll show that to you. I'm just showing you guys some of the things that are on the website for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. All these proceeds go to actually help promote the show, so that the show can continue. So that's one of the stickers. This is, we have some really nice Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show refrigerator magnets. I know, I'm doing the product thing right now. So it's like you're doing the product thing. I'm doing the product thing right now. This one right here is pretty neat too. This is a nice one I designed too. This is actually a sticker. I was going to make this into a shirt. This one says, "You are beautiful. We are beautiful. They are beautiful. Black is beautiful. White is beautiful. Every color is beautiful." And it says, "Love ignites the beauty in us all." So love ignites the beauty in us all. And that's what this sticker is. I would like to, I'm going to probably do these stickers a little bigger, but that's that. And we have some really cool stuff. We'll be doing some really cool giveaways. So if you were not a part of the virtual hosting, that's okay, because we still have some really cool giveaways. And some of the giveaways do include the amazing shirt and the amazing cup. So there is a way that you, if you're like, I wanted a cup and I wanted a shirt. So we are going to be giving away some pretty cool stuff during the show and during the broadcast. And just to let you know that the featured artist, Larry Poncho Brown, has given us a very nice selection of his signed, of some really nice signed prints. Here, let me bring that up so that you guys can see these really cool things. So he's given us a really nice selection of some of his really nice signed prints. This is one right here. And these are nice. And these are all signed. And these are pretty phenomenal. I think I'm getting some glare. Let's do it this way. Here we go. Look at that. Isn't that phenomenal? Absolutely beautiful. It's showing the different grades and the different tones of the beauty of our color. And he also did it in a female one too. So if you're like, I don't want the man's in my house, right? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. So this one is all females. So you could do a really nice one of all females, but these are actually beautiful pieces and they're all signed by the featured artist. So these, will be giving some of these away as well. So what we're asking is that you go out and do a watch party. Share the link and let everybody know about the show. Do watch parties. And if you do, hashtag us at Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, so that we can, and so that that'll get back to us. And if you do share or you do a watch party, invite us and let us know that you're putting on a watch party, and then you will be able to go in a drawing for one of these amazing t-shirts. You will receive one of these beautiful pieces. You do a watch party and you get one of these beautiful pieces. We also have these amazing pieces that are also signed by Larry Poncho Brown here. This one I think is better. You can see that. So you will definitely get, sorry, I was a little thirsty. You'll definitely get some of these amazing pieces of artwork from the featured artists. You will get, we have stickers that we'll give out. We have buttons, these really cool buttons that Poncho sent that says Buy Black Art. Those you'll also be getting, along with some other things, just by becoming a watch party host. So if you do a watch party, let us know. Go on our page, be like, hey, I'm doing a watch party, and I'll definitely come through and check out your watch party and put you into the drawing for one of these amazing t-shirts or for one of the cups. But you will always, by doing the watch party, you will get one of these amazing signed prints from Larry Poncho Brown, along with a few other really fun things from the show, refrigerator magnets and all kinds of things from the show, just to show that, hey, I was a part of the very first Beauty of Blackness live stream virtual show. That is so awesome. I mean, to be able to say that and to be able to have pieces and things from that very first show. So we are so looking forward to you being a part, coming in and joining with us. We're going to have tons of artists coming up to show you and visit in their rooms. As a matter of fact, let's go and see who comes up next. I'm going to check the schedule. It's like, oh, Louise is checking the schedule. So let's see who is our artist that is on the schedule. We can all check the schedule together, just in case you don't have your schedule up. I have my schedule up. This will be my schedule. So let's see. Oh, it is Mr. Kevin. Is that who's up next? Let's see. Nope. Oh, it is actually the featured artist. Larry Poncho Brown is coming up next. He'll be the next person to come up. And I'm trying to see if he's actually in the queue, and I don't see him. So, and that's not quite like him. He's normally pretty punctual. We'll go ahead and remove that because we don't need to leave that in there. So I'm going to, there we go. So if you have any questions, I would love to answer any questions. If there's something that I didn't point out or you are curious about anything, please go ahead and put the question in the comment section, and I will be able to read your comment and answer your questions for you. What is it? Oh, somebody said, oh, I'm going to post this because Lynn is so sweet. She says, thanks for this show, Louise. Looking forward to seeing all the awesome art. Thank you so much, Lynn. Lynn is here in Fort Collins supporting what we're doing, because this was, like I said, originally supposed to be a live show here in Fort Collins, Colorado. One of the reasons why I chose to do this. And it's funny because I've always wanted to do a fine art show, but I wasn't always sure of what type of fine art show I wanted to do. But with all of the things that were going on in the world today, from coronavirus to all of the racial tension that was going on, I felt it was a good time to share about the beauty of my culture, the beauty of Blackness, and share with the world the rich heritage that we have, that we offer, because a lot of times people don't see that and they can't, and it's really because of what I consider a lack of education, a lack of sharing true American history. Right now, the history that we've learned is not fully American history. I have an exhibit that I've shown here in Fort Collins called "We Are Still Watching," and the stories and the conversations that I've had with people concerning that. So that is one of the reasons why it was important for me to bring this show to Fort Collins, because we literally make up about 1.6% of the population here in Fort Collins. And I feel like it was something that was needed to be shared here in Fort Collins. So I'm really excited about being able to share this show here in Fort Collins, and just with the amazing people here. I have quite a few artist friends here that I'm just totally looking forward to being a part and visiting with, and being able to share in the show. So let's see. Oh, Beverly. Oh, sounds good. Thank you, Beverly. I'm just pulling up a few of the people's comments because I like to see them. What's this? Oh, somebody was asking, will the pieces be original or cliches? Actually, there is. We don't at the moment. We don't have any cliches in the galleries or in the store at the moment, but we have talked about including just a single gallery. I'm going to take this earring off. I do clip-ons, and this one is pressing. So we have talked about possibly just setting up a gallery that's just that with any artist that may want to add those to the gallery. But right now, we don't have any, but maybe either if we decide to do that, it would be a separate gallery, separate from the original works, and in that gallery will just hold all of I'm always saying that wrong. All of those reproductions and cliches from all of the artists will be in there. So just to let you know that those will just have all of the artists in there. Anyone else with questions? Let's see. Okay, see, do you have, okay. Oh, that was when I got a lot of stuff from when I was getting I was getting all that feedback. Okay, so, it's repeating itself. Awesome, amazing. I'm so excited about having you guys here and being a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. Stay tuned because Mr. Poncho Brown will be on the air soon, and he has so many amazing things to share with you. So stay tuned and get ready. So I'm going to be back with you. But like I said, if you have any questions, I am right here to answer any of them, and I can answer them right, it's in real time. Everything that we're doing is in real time. So just know that everything that's happening right now today is in real time. That's why when all of my stuff was messing up, you heard it. And you probably heard me clipping my earrings. So everything is in real time. So if you hear little noises and things like that, I am in my actual studio. This right here is my Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show studio. But when you come and visit me during my art time, you'll be in my actual art studio. So I'm going to sign out, and I will be bringing you Mr. Larry Poncho Brown up next to be able to show you some of his work. So thank you again for tuning in, and you can ask questions at any time during the broadcast, and they will be answered for you. Okay, so anytime you have questions, just go ahead, put that question up, and it will be answered for you. So thank you again for tuning in. So there we go. Hi, can you hear me?
Hello, how are you, Louise?
Wonderful. It's good to have you here in the studio.
Nice to have you here too. This is a wonderful occasion. We are trying something that's history making here, aren't we?
It's history in the making. Pancho, remember the other day when you asked me, Louise, have you started panicking yet? Okay, a few minutes ago, I had the panic on. Okay, just like I would say, like within the last 15 minutes.
That's okay, baby. And I know I put that on you. Thank God. Thank God for traffic clearing out.
I said, wait a minute, Pancho is always the first in.
Exactly.
Always the last
No,
out.
I had a doctor's appointment this morning, so I'm
know,
really
I
coming back
remember,
from
and
that.
I was getting a little worried. 'Cause I
That's
was-
all right. You know I'm gonna come through. I started to call you in the car, but I knew that would be inappropriate.
You know what? I probably would have picked it up when I didn't see you on there.
I know you could hold it for at least 5 minutes.
I was holding it down.
Fantastic.
I was like, okay, we're going to take a little station break. You probably saw I was on your phone a few minutes ago.
It's all good. We are here. We are live. We are doing something historic, and I'm just excited about the opportunity.
Yes, it's, you know what? I am very excited. I'm excited to have you, excited to have all of these amazing artists. This has just been such a awesome experience for me. Just us learning together, building together. I feel like we've built a foundation here, and I just want to keep building. You know, it's like you build the foundation and then you just build that house on top of it. So build the structure on top of it.
Well,
So,
you know, I just think that, you know, sometimes you get thrust in a direction, you know, and people don't know. In case you don't know, for those of you that are out there watching, Louise Cutler has been planning this for quite a while now. And we've been talking about this for months before the COVID situation hit. So to watch you evolve to what it's become from where it was, there's a lot of magic in there. So a lot of trial and error, a lot of growing, a lot of learning. And so I'm just working with the artists the last week. Some of them were totally technical dinosaurs versus trying to get them to even accept this as a medium. So from that perspective, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show is important because it's going to forge us into another realm of accepting virtual to be able to share with other people.
Yeah. And that's just it. And that's why I feel like we've done a lot, just the collective artists, we've grown, we did a lot of growing together.
What's so funny is the artists have always grown together. And see, the thing about you that I love about you is that you are an artist. So when you put something like this together as an artist, it's different than somebody who's putting it together as a business endeavor. And so it's a mixture of the two. And so I'm congratulations on all you had to go through to get it to this point. I know it's been trial and error, and it's going to continue to be trial and error, but you're really doing something quite historic here. And I hope that the people that are watching will give it a shot. It's different, but I think you'll learn more in this environment than you could ever learn if you came to, say, one of my booths or one of my exhibitions. When you come to one of my exhibitions, you get to experience me, you get to experience the work. But as soon as another person walks up, I have to divert my attention to that person. So you don't ever really get multiple levels of information about me. Okay. In this environment, you know, it's really strange how we learn how much we can share. And that each person is getting a one-on-one experience in a way that they couldn't get even if we did do a full-blown festival like you intended in the beginning.
Right.
I think blessings do come kind of when you don't expect them to, you know? So where it looked like, oh my God, it's going to be a disaster, it really showed us, wow, we could really utilize this opportunity to connect to people in a way that we never could.
Yes. And that's basically what I was thinking as well, is that you get so much more information by tuning in here about me, about you, and about, because even going, and even though we'll just have Mr. Palmer for a short period of time, the slide presentation he put together was just like, wow, you get so much more. And you're right, at an art show, it's like you're distracted. Because you're there to sell art. It's like, I mean, we're here to sell art, but you could literally take your time here. You could take your time.
Exactly. And sometimes shows can be too big because in my heyday, I came around at a time when mega shows was just coming on the scene. So you're talking about 1985 through 2005, these mega shows where you would have 100 artists, 50 artists. I had one show where there were literally 300 artists in one Coliseum.
Oh, wow.
And so that's a lot of culture to feed. And now you are a revival of what that was, but in a different way. And so, because all of those shows died off after the economy crashed in 2005 and 6, 7, and 8, whatever survived after that turned to something different. And remember, that was pre-social networking, pre-streaming, pre-conferencing. That was all through a network of people working together. Right. So imagine if that time had been now, or vice versa. So that's what's at stake. It's like, okay, yeah, we're around. We're trying to do something different. But this media thing is here to stay.
Yeah, I definitely think so. So I'm going to let you have, I've eaten up some of your time. So but this has been quite the pleasure. I always enjoy talking to you. So I'm going to let you have your time here to share with the people and be Larry Concho Brown.
Well, thank you. She's turning it over to me, but I'm just going to be an extension of what we talked about before. She has a lot to tend to on this show, so I'm going to do my part. I have been fortunate enough in my career to have been a featured artist probably 20 times in my career. I've been a professional artist for 40 years. So that's a lot of math, right? I've been in the art sector or the art business for about 35 years. I've seen a lot of things happen in that time. And so what I can tell you is that this is probably the most exciting time to be an artist. But what I'm also want to talk about is I want to give you a little bit of the history and the background to what you see here. Back in 1985, with the advent of the Good Times and the Cosby Show eras, there were two different eras. There was this introduction to a side of art that we had not been exposed to before. And so if you take Good Times, for instance, man, that was my hero because I got to see JJ in the ghetto painting and all of the trials and tribulations that came with him being an artist. I had never experienced that in my entire life. And so I know it resonated with other artists, male or female, when that happened. Now that work was entrusted to Ernie Barnes. Imagine if Norman Lear had decided to switch anything around with that whole thing, where we would be today. So I even wonder, wow, well, suppose they made Militant Michael the artist. What if they made Thelma the artist? What if they made the dad the artist? What happened if Mama was the artist? There's so many different ways that whole show could have been broken down with that one subject of being an artist. And so for me, that was the catalyst to me saying, all right, I see somebody that looks like me that do what I do. And I think that probably resonated across the world in that kind of way, because it was a top rated show for a long time. Who would have thought that a ghetto family trying to survive would become the top show in a setting? All right. And around that time, there were so many people trying to get African-American life depicted, whether correct or incorrect, because the George Jefferson show came out. And the Jeffersons was landmark. We saw a man who was a businessman. He was making money. He had a great wife. He was crazy. He was a racist. If depending on your perspective, he was in your face about race. On the other hand, we had Archie Bunker, who was definitely a bigot in his own time, and they allowed a bigot to be on television and talk about Black people and how he felt about them. The Jeffersons was an offspring of that same concept. Imagine if, I'm not giving all credit to Norman Lear, but if Norman Lear hadn't started that trajectory, the Jeffersons would have never came about. So, but remember, the Jeffersons didn't have any art on the walls anywhere. And if it did have art, it had nothing to do with what George Jefferson looked like. So now let's get to the Cosby era. I'm just giving you the background history so you can really appreciate what's being offered here today, and not what's being offered here today, but what's going to be offered to you in the future. By the time the Cosby Show came around, it was different because for the first time, we saw a family, a Black family, living their best life. We saw a full family. They were both professionals, but what we also experienced was the artwork that was on the walls of that show. Whether you were conscious of it or not conscious of it, that one thing changed the world. Okay? The difference between the Cosby Show era and the Good Times era was that color printing and reproductions had not matured to the point where it was affordable. So no matter what paintings you saw on Good Times, you didn't have access to it. Okay, and that's big because I believe that if we had access to that at that particular time, it would have been a monster. We would have had JJ's work all over our house had it been accessible. And that's why the Cosby era is so important, because by then the color printing technology realm had matured and it had become affordable. So it was readily available for us to get the works that we saw on the Cosby Show. See, I'm explaining something to you that was really a revolution in Black art. We hadn't had a revolution like that since the Harlem Renaissance, because you got to remember in the 1920s, these people, all artists, writers, authors, dancers, performers got together to create this boom called the Harlem Renaissance. That was during the Depression, y'all. Imagine the most creative people on the planet coming together during the Great Depression, and how much they changed the world through the Great Depression period. So I'm just saying, Black folks exploding in culture is not new. But these things you got to kind of give homage to because they make way for what's coming next. Okay. So the Cosby Show changed everything. And suddenly there were galleries, there were gallerists, there were art shows, there were artists that for the first time was able to make a living from their work. That's why it's now called the Golden Age of African American art, because it basically harkens to that era where we all became commercially successful. Artists became low-level celebrities. Their work became globally accessible. That work is in millions and millions and millions and millions of homes. And as an artist of 35 years in the arts, even my work is in 500,000 homes as a result of what happened between 1985 and 2005, which I will keep referring to the Golden Age of African American art. So that's the history, y'all. That's the history of where we come from. And so when you look at that versus where we are now, oh yeah, a lot of things happened. Between 1985 and say 95, if I asked 10 people, what do they have on their walls? Nothing. 10 people would say, 9 people out of the 10 would say, I don't have anything. One person would say yes. By the time 2000 rolled around, 95 to 2000 rolled around, it switched. 8 people had art in their house, 2 people didn't. Okay. And it got so to the point where during that era, more people had work that were reflections of themselves on the wall than ever before. Now what happened? Okay. You realize schools start taking art out of class, out of their lineup. They start taking music out of their lineup. They started to replace those things with technology. And so we have this generation that came behind the people that were supporting that era who didn't have those things. And so now we're actually living through that period of experiencing people who did not have those classes, where art, music, dance wasn't important. They may have the same money, but they don't have the same sensibilities. And oh, by the way, what happened in 2006-8 on that period of time? We had a Black president. So the world literally changed by leaps and bounds. But what happened to us culturally? So I say to you, that's why this is important. Once you understand the history of what's been happening with the arts, you got to ask yourself, well, what are you playing in this situation? Am I saying, y'all need to go up and buy a whole bunch of Black art and support the artists? No, I'm not really saying that. What I am saying is that art is part of your culture. And if you get too far removed from your culture, it begins to become generational. Okay. So the people who came through that period, they're all 30 years older now. their kids either have the sensibility to collect that work or even inherit that work, or they don't. If you don't have art as part of your foundation, what's going to happen when your parents pass you a bunch of art? Well, we watched that happen through our history, where some of our notable artists of the day passed and their works got totally disposed of because the family wasn't ready to receive what they did and didn't appreciate what they did. And then once they realized, Uncle had a real talent and he's famous, then all of a sudden they were mad that the work had been not managed properly. I say all that to say that it's not uncommon for us to have artists in our family. We all sing, we can all dance. I'm not just making a broad statement, because some of us can't. And you know who you are. But what I am saying is that there is some DNA coding in us that's there, and it's been there, and it's going to be there. And until you nurture and connect to that thing, none of this stuff is going to make sense. So if you look at Black art and it does something for you, thank you. Thank you. Because I know there's a cross section of America that will never look at it. If you're taking time to tune into this show and this weekend, and you tell your friends what's happening in this medium, and you get a chance just to try to peek in to our world for a minute, I think it will affect your world. So I am pleased to be an artist. I'm a second generation artist. My dad actually was 17 when he had me. He was aspired to be an artist. At that point, my dad had limited resources in 1940 and 50 to be an artist in America. It was so many other things we had to deal with in that part of time, with civil rights, XYZ. So here we go. My father, he wants to be an artist. He has a son at 17. He's disgruntled because he can't do anything with his art. His son sees what his dad is doing. He starts to imitate it. And then all of a sudden, because his dad is discontented with it, all of a sudden that energy starts to get passed to the son. Okay. How many of you are in that position right now where you see a child in your family that has one of those talents, whether it be writing, dance, music, or whatever, and you feel outside of that? Okay. I say all that to say that changed my life, because it came through my dad, but it ended up being in me. And I got a chance to pick up the baton and possibly do some things that my dad never could based on his circumstances. DNA and the ancestors are connected to each one of us. And so what I implore you to do is to reconnect to your culture, because the funny thing about this is people copy us. We're the coolest people on the planet. I can, without a doubt, say that with confidence, that they copy everything we do, our style, good or bad, our intention, good or bad, our dance forms, good or bad. They imitate it. We don't appreciate our own wonder. We don't appreciate our own gifts, and it starts with where we are creatively. Okay. So I'm trying to say I'm at a new point in my life now where I want to try to make sure that more people re-engage in art, because I gave you the specs of what was happening between 1995 and 2000. How if I asked 10 people, 8 people didn't have artwork in their homes and 2 didn't. Guess what's happening in 2020, y'all? If I ask 10 people, do you have art at home? It's drifting back to what it was back in the early 80s. 9 people don't have art on the walls that are a depiction of them, and 1 person may have art on the wall. So you see, through technology, through taking art out of the schools, there's something that's happened to us back and forth with how we connect to art and how we connect to the creative realms. And it's time for us to reconnect. Now, most of us have been home for the last few months with this pandemic, not realizing that the pandemic, it allows you to sit still, reset, reassess. And I'm hoping that what happens is that we will reconnect to what makes us complete. Our history, our music, our dance, our writing is what it really chronicles who we are. That's the importance of it. Did I talk about the money? Did I talk about the prestige? Did I talk about the other stuff? No. We no longer want to be a culturally barren people, because what's happening in time with all the things that's happening and the distractions that's happening is that's exactly what's happening to us. We're beginning to get lost in who we are and not really adapt to who we really are being, Our ancestors are talking all the time. Our connection to where we came from is how we made it to this point. And trust and believe, people hate us globally as a people because no matter what happens to the Black community, we make it. We're going to make it around there one way or the other. And if you look at what's happening in this world today with the political scene, with the marches, what's happening with us in this pandemic situation, you see a whole lot of things that are very, very similar. So I know you say, hey, Pancho, I want to hear about your art, but I can't talk about art and not talk about life and not talk about where those things fit in. Because, see, I've dedicated my life to doing positive images of people that look like me. I've given my life for it. I've even traded parts of my career for it. I've been to places where people ask, "Oh, okay, you got this, but what about can you do white art?" I've heard everything I could hear about my determination to do things that uplift my people. That's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. I don't care about the accolades. I don't care about being famous. But what I do care about is positively depicting my people, because for a while there, you couldn't find it in music. And you can still say that pretty much today. If you look at music as a whole, yeah, we have impacted the music business like no other group has ever impacted the music business. But look at what's happening to our music now. Look at the movies. Yeah, we've been around forever. We've impacted the world forever in what we do in movies. But look at what's happening in the movie realm with people that look like us. Okay, let's take it back to art. It's the same thing. You'll find that some of those things are being treated similarly. They love our style, they love our energy, they love what we bring, but they don't want to reward us for what we do and our contribution. And I think it's coming to a point now where we got to recognize it. We just lost Chadwick Boseman, and if you look at his life that's been unveiled this last couple of weeks, he talked about his determination to do what he did, the help he had to do what he did, the model that he used to do what he did, and utilizing the time that he had because he knew that he had a limited time. And to see what he did in half the time he was sick when he was doing that stuff. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. But look what he did for us in the realm of movies. Up to that point, we had not had a real hero. We had not had a Black cast. We had not had a Black director. We had not had Black writers, Black costume designers. That movie went global, and it became one of the top 10 movies ever. Man, that don't make you proud. Because I know you was one of them folks in the movie theater that had your dashiki on. You had your all your stuff came out because we were longing to see a hero, man. And so now, why can't we just not go for the hero, but go for the folks that surround you every day? Artists all give their lives to beautify this world. And if we didn't have art, imagine how barren this place would be. Everybody uses art to bring and get your attention. Well, what's going to happen when you recognize what the importance of it is? So that's all I'm going to say. I could preach all day on that subject, but I am the feature artist. I was given this role for a reason. I am supposed to educate. That's what I do. I've been mentoring artists ever since I came out of high school. I went to a vocational education. Vocational education is where a lot of African Americans made a living. They were able to learn a craft, and some of them did those businesses and took care of their families and built empires from them. So I'm very proud of my education. My father was also a part of vocational education. My sister was also part of vocational education as a cosmetologist. We were able to start businesses out of high school. They are disrupting that right now. They're trying to kill off vocational education as we speak. But what it meant was I was going to school one half of the day, and I was going to trade one half of the day. I learned a practical application. And in these trade shows, these vocational schools, they showed you trades that everybody needed: dry cleaning, food service, cosmetology, bricklaying, electrical wiring. That was what was up. So that's my background. I went to a school that taught us that. Okay. I got my first job at the age of 14 because I went into a vocational program that taught you how to do hand lettering. I shout out to my man, Kenneth Gatewood, who followed the same path I did. We both learned signs, and that's how I made my living. That's how I paid my way through school. That's kind of what kept me off the streets of Baltimore, is that I learned how to paint signs. And my teacher told me when I came into that class, if you learn how to paint signs, you'll never starve. But you know what else he said to me? He said, white people will never let you do the kind of art you want to do. Wow. Is that heavy? So I went into this program. He assigned me to the one lady who was the fastest letterer in Baltimore City. I kid you not, this one was bad. She would make guys look sad. They would be on one line and she would be finished the whole van. Well, I got assigned this lady. Her name is the late Barbara Thomas. She taught me how to letter. But what happened was, because she was so good and because I was a sponge, I learned the 3-year process in 3 months. And my school had to determine whether they're going to put me on work study or not. Okay. So it's a lot of magic in this story, but a lot of times you hear the artist, you see the work, but you don't know where they came from. And sometimes you need to hear that story to kind of understand where you are and whatever you're trying to do. Okay. So that taught me how to hustle. It taught me how to get out there and sell my wares. It taught me how to get out there and really trust what the creator had given me. And I hope that all of you will hear some of that in your story. I hope that when you watch this show for the rest of this weekend, that you kind of put on a different hat and ask yourself where you are with it. I hope you will take the time to say, yes, art is important to me. Dance is important to me. Oh, and by the way, what are your kids doing? And what are you doing to support them? Because the one thing my parents always did, and we were not rich, was to make sure I had paper and crayons. They always made sure I had what I needed. They did not go out and get me the stuff that you guys do. Now, you'll go out and buy your kid a PlayStation that's $200, $300, $400, and they sit in front of the sofa, and you're mad because they don't have social skills. Okay. My parents sat me down and they gave me what I needed. And guess what? It didn't cost a lot. We have to invest in our children. I do what I do and I pass it on to other artists. But now we're in a crisis, y'all, where we have to reconnect to where we are culturally. And shows like this and what Louise Cutler is doing and what the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show represents is a reconnection to the things that are important.
Thank you. This has been pretty fabulous. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Call me Poncho. That's what my friend called me.
I'm sorry, I get all like, Mr. Brown and Mr. This. This is Poncho, people. His name is Larry Poncho Brown, but we call him Poncho. So we're going to be bringing Kevin up. Kevin is our next artist that will be coming up.
You're quite welcome. I'll be sharing all weekend, y'all.
I know, and he will be sharing all weekend. And tomorrow he has, what is it? Tomorrow,
yes.
You're actually our guest speaker tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
At 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. He'll be speaking tomorrow, but he'll also be sharing a lot of his artwork tomorrow as well. So definitely tune in tomorrow. And he'll probably be popping in and out here today too. He helps me a lot. So he'll probably be popping in and out and introducing some artists as well. So stay tuned. We're going to be bringing Kevin Kevin's going to be coming up next, and I can see Kevin's all in the room, ready and waiting. Hey, Kevin.
How you doing today?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This is Kevin. Kevin's like, I'm ready. Bring me in the room. Bring me in the room.
Well, first of all,
thank
you, Louise, for having this show. I'm glad to be here with Larry Poncho Brown. This is going to be a great show. I talked about before in my intro video. I don't know if you've been to the website, but there's a lot of good things going on with this show right here. And it gives us artists that are up and coming an opportunity to show our works and just learning from Charlie Palmer, Larry Poncho Brown. Can't believe I had the opportunity to speak to Paul Goodnight yesterday while we was doing the training video. So, man, all of this is actually for me a dream come true. Love it very much. Appreciate you having this show.
Oh, thank you. There's somebody popped up. That was, thank you very much. What is his name? Disturb.
Oh, that's one of my friends. So that is.
I figured that was one of the buddies. He popping up. It's like just popping up. It's like pop up.
Right.
Pulling up. So thank you for pulling up and sharing. So I'm going to turn it over to Kevin. I'm not going to take up Kevin's time. I see, Kevin, you have 2 screens up, so you want me to go ahead and pop that one up for you?
Not yet. I want to, give a little bit of background about myself. My working on my art, learning my art craft, and a few more things. So
Okay, just let me know when you want that up, okay? Okay.
all right. So once again, I'd like to thank everybody for joining the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Like I said, I can't believe this is an amazing show. It's a dream come true. I can't believe I'm here with Larry Poncho Brown, Paul Goodnight, Charlie Palmer, LaShawn Bill. Man, this is amazing. So a little bit about myself. I retired from the military a little bit over 20 years ago. Actually 10 years ago that I retired, but I did 21 years in the Army. So my art journey was a little bit similar to Larry's, but a little bit different as well. JJ, Good Time Show, of course, that was an influence on me as a child. You know, I used to watch JJ painting. His sister Thelma would always mess with him while he was painting. So I thought that show just kind of opened up my eyes, especially looking at the work of Ernie Barnes. It was amazing, just opened my mind up as a young kid. So another part of my journey when I was a kid, my Aunt Mary, she's an artist in my family, and she was a very good influence. And I used to watch her draw and paint all the time. And I would ask her, how would she do that or whatever? And I'd say, hey, can you draw me a portrait? She would sit there and draw me a portrait as well. We also had a family friend. His name was Steve Matthews. My dad used to take me over to his house. And Steve had his studio built outside of his house. So when I would when my dad would take me over there and say, hey, can you take me over, Steve? I want to see his art. So Steve would open up his art gallery to us. We would walk in, and man, my eyes as a kid were just wide open. Art was all over the walls. I couldn't believe it. I was like, man, this is amazing. So from that point on, I knew that that was something that I wanted to do. So that's kind of how my art journey started. But the difference in my art journey, like I said, I did 20 years in the military. So I kind of lost that connection with the art for a while. But one thing I kept in my mindset was that is something that I always wanted to do. So I would never quit drawing. Because I used to hear people say, oh, I used to do that. I wanted to do that. But in my mindset, I knew that's what I wanted to do. So deployed a few times overseas to Iraq and Afghanistan. So that was a life lesson learned. So art kind of helped me through that journey. And so I knew when I retired, I was going to continue to stay on that journey. So learning art. So mostly I learned on my own. I took a few classes while I was in the military. They allow you to take the college option. I took the college option where I could go to school for 6 months. So I took some life drawing classes. I learned how to do 2D work and also learn some 3D work. But I didn't get the chance to actually take the fine art painting side of it. So I would research and I would look on the internet. You know, when the internet first kicked off, there wasn't a lot of videos like YouTube or anything like that, but you would have artists that would show their websites and it would show you their techniques, and I would read those and I would buy magazines to learn the process. So the way that Larry Poncho and other guys came into the journey of me learning art was that there was a magazine that used to be around called Upscale Magazine. So I used to run to the store to find that magazine because that magazine would showcase artists that I loved, you know, like Ted Ellis, Poncho Brown, LaShawn Bill, so on and so on. So, man, I couldn't wait till that magazine came out because my eyes were wide open to that. So I would practice every day and all that stuff, but I would learn how to paint. And there's a few things that I wasn't quite getting. I know art is something that is personal to you. So how you create is how you create. But along that journey, I dreamed of meeting certain artists, and I definitely believe in if you think it, it can happen. If you dream it, it can come alive. So with the show today, these guys, I used to look at the magazines, and now I'm here in the show with them today. So I tell any artist that if you have a dream, you have a goal, stay on the task no matter what. You're going to have all kinds of obstacles. I had a lot of obstacles. I had to go deploy to wars. So I just kept that dream stayed in the back of my mind. Anyway, so I had the lucky, well, I'm going to say lucky, I guess it was meant to happen. Another artist named Thomas Blackshear was also an influence on my life. So I actually got a chance to meet him and become friends with him. So he's been a mentor on my art journey. So my art journey was a little bit different than everybody else, but I never forgot to stay on task. That's something I want to do. And so now here I am today. So with that said, I kind of want to show you guys a video of some of my art pieces that might not be featured behind me today. And once I do that, I'm also going to show a video of some of my techniques and process that got me to where I am today. And so one more note for my transition of mediums, I started working in, like I said, my first day I would draw with pencils and stuff like that. And then I would jump into doing watercolors. Watercolors was a little hard for me to learn. A lot of artists, you hear them say that's a hard medium, but I've done a few pieces of watercolor and they worked out pretty good. But then I started learning how to work with acrylics, which is another water-based medium. And At first, it was hard because I know acrylics dry real fast, and it takes a long time for you to kind of work with them. Not because of drying; it dries real fast, but it's hard as far as blending and stuff like that. But over time, I learned to work with them and practice. So half the paintings behind me today are actually acrylic paintings. And then I got one painting that started me on my oil painting process. And so that's the biggest painting behind me that you see. That's all oil painting. So with that said, I want to go ahead and have the opportunity to show you a slide presentation of some of my works that not behind me. There's a few in it, but you might not see. You might not see some of them out here today. Okay, so that was some of my work that was in the slide presentation. I definitely want to go through and show you guys another video. And this video is basically my process that I do when I create some of my paintings. I think it's very important for the artist to practice and learn different techniques. So I definitely want to show you guys this video real quick. Let it come through for you and let you see it, okay? All right, so I'm ready to show you this video. Get it going, no technical difficulty. There we go. Okay, so thank you for watching the video. That was some of my process that I go through when I do my paintings. Oil painting takes a long time to dry, so that is definitely something that takes a lot of practice. Like I said, my journey through art, I had a lot of mentors to kind of give me the opportunity to learn from the things that I needed to learn in order to create my paintings. So what I want to do now, I definitely want to give you a walkthrough of some of my paintings and let you see what some of my paintings look like and just tell you what they mean to me on my art journey. So I'm gonna switch views from a camera and show you some of my art. And talk about that. If you have any questions, like after the show, doing the artist gallery, there's a link. If you click on my name for Artist 2020, it'll take you to my showroom. You click on my showroom, and at the top, there's going to be a Zoom link. So on the Zoom link today, I'm showing my, I'm going to be open from 11:30 to 12. So if you have any questions after this show, then I'll definitely let you see that, okay? All right. So, all right. All right. So my first painting I want to show you right here is called Birds of a Feather. This painting right here, I created this acrylic on illustration board. this painting took me about a week to do, and basically this is based on the African diaspora. I kind of made this painting my own. It's not a true representation of what African garb or anything like that, but I wanted to take it to another level where we would actually show the birds. And if you look at her face, I have like the symbols in her face showing the bird's feet, which I painted that by hand. Okay. Also, I got this framed in a nice frame and matted with orange paint, or actually orange color. So yeah, this one's Birds of a Feather. So you can find this on the Beauty of Blackness store if you're interested in taking a further look at this one. All right. So my next painting I want to show you, this one right here, is called Getting Fancy. And basically what this painting is about, I remember as a kid growing up, coming down the street, and you see these young men coming down the street wearing the hats and wearing the leather coats. And sometimes you see these guys coming out of the clubs and coming out of stores. One of the things I noticed they would do, they would grab their collar and pull the shirts and kind of do that jerking thing right there, and sometimes fix the hat. Sometimes the hat would be tilted back or tilted forward, and that's generally how, the things I saw. The background of this painting was actually influenced by an artist named, abstract artist named Alvin Loving. If you look him up, he did a lot of abstract work, and in the background you can see the curves and the different colors. He used a lot of bright colors in his work, so I thought this would be a nice fit for this painting. This one right here probably took me like a couple of days to make happen, so it worked out just fine. All right, so let me just big one to you. All right. So this painting right here, there's a little story behind it. I don't know if you can see it that well in the camera. But anyway, this painting is one of the biggest paintings I've ever done. This is a 36 by 48 oil on canvas. And this painting is called The Stand. And the meaning behind that painting is basically just saying, I will stand, and protect myself no matter what the situation is. And it doesn't mean anything specifically. It's just that anything that happens, anything that comes your way, you just be ready to take care of yourself and make it happen. Many of this painting, I wanted to try a few different things. In the background, it has some texture, a matte medium. So I wanted to make it look like he was actually standing by a brick wall with cement. So I added some texture and a paste to kind of give you more of like that three-dimensional look, like he's coming off the wall. Okay. So the story behind this painting is that I saw a young man, I don't want to give his name, but he was on Facebook posting pictures because he was going to be in a short film. And I noticed that he was posting pictures of his profile. And I said, hey, I reached out to him. I said, I think that photo would be good for a painting. And sure enough, he gave me his blessing, and we made it happen. And this was a very challenging painting. It's all oil, but it was fun to do. So this painting right here is called The Queen. Basically, this painting is talking about strength of a woman. This frame is, if you look at the frame, I don't know if you can see, that it has a wood texture to it. So I kind of wanted to match the actual masks that are in the painting. And in the mask, there's different symbols on that. So on this mask right here, this symbol right here means humanity and strength. Just like the color purple means strength. So that's why I put the color purple in the background, okay? This symbol right here on the smaller mask means loving. So strength of a woman, the loving of a woman, and she's a queen. So this paint right here is very powerful to me. Like I said, I've made a wood frame to kind of match the wood mask in the back. So all this work, like I said before, can be found on the Beauty of Blackness store. If you have any more questions about any more of my art, you can also, like I said, go to my gallery, click on my Zoom link, and I'll be on there for like 30 minutes from 11:30 to 12 o'clock, and we can talk further about the paint. Actually, from 12 to 12:30, and we can talk further about the art. Alrighty. So this other painting I have right here, it's all acrylic. It's on gallery wrap canvas. It's called the water carrier. So basically what she's doing, she's carrying the water that nourishes the plants of Africa. The sun is shining bright, the background is green, the plants are growing. So she's ensuring that Africa gets all the water they need to grow. Okay. All right. So this painting right here is called the meditation. You know, sometimes we as humans, we need a break from the world and just need to be by ourselves and just pray upon it, think about it, and just let the world go and just think about ourselves sometimes, okay? So this painting right here is acrylic on an illustration board. It has a blue matting in the background. This is just a painting I just created when I had a real nice day. I was feeling good about myself, and I just want to, you know, just take a break from the world and just had the idea to create something about meditation. So this final piece right here is another painting that made me do a lot of thinking because, you know, in the world we live in, you know, we as African Americans have to come together. And, you know, I know back in the day, or even things are still going, we as a people sometimes have confrontation with each other, but we got to learn to settle our differences. So I pictured two young men at sunset. They did have some disagreement, but they came at peace with each other. So the lightning bugs represent them coming with peace and it brighten their minds and say, hey, we can work this out and we can deal and work with each other. This one's also on, this is a 24 by 36 on gallery wrap canvas. The only difference, this is all acrylic, but the only difference was that I poured an oil wash on top of it to give it that night scene of the sun coming down. So this is my last and final piece to show. Like I was saying before, if there's a piece that you're interested in, you can go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art store. You can find my art there. You can purchase that. Like I said, after the show, I'm gonna be streaming for someone to come, for you to come into my room and talk to me further about my art. My time is gonna be from 12 to 12:30. So if you want to come and talk to me further about my art, feel free to do so, and I appreciate it very much. All right. So once again, like I said, thank you for coming for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm glad to be here with all my fellow artists, and I'm learning a lot from everyone at this show. I'm glad Louis put this show together. If you guys have any questions, like I said, after the show, just sign into my room and I have questions. I can answer those questions.
All right, we thank Kevin. Kevin popped out. Kevin ran right out, didn't he? I guess it's my segment. I actually have a segment here as well. Thank you guys for tuning in. So this is actually my segment where you get to come and hang out with me in my studio. As you can see, I got rid of the backdrop so that you can actually see into my studio. And I'll be showing you different areas of my studio as well, because I'm going to actually walk through some different areas of my studio and I'll be sharing with you about all of those different things. So I'm going to turn a little bit this way because you see I have, this is my, my little tiny balcony. I love my studio because I do have a really nice area. I have great views. I have fantastic windows, and I have a very nice tiny balcony, which I call my tiny balcony, so that I can open the door and let some amazingly fresh air in with that. So I'm going to take you on a tour of my studio, and we're going to walk through and we'll talk about some of the artwork. And then as the week go on, as the show go on, we'll talk a little in depth about things. Right now, today, we're just going to kind of share. I'm going to share and just guide you around my studio a little bit. So we'll be working on a few other devices. Hold on one second. I want to get this one. I have one more device I'm going to go ahead and turn this device on as well so that you can see another area. The wind's blowing. So it's blowing all kinds of stuff all over my studio. It's blowing everything all over my studio. So we're going to walk through my studio, and I'm going to share with you some of the really cool things that are going on in my studio, and let you guys walk through, and we'll share. I'm going to take you through my studio and share the things that I am doing, and also where I've come from and where I'm going with my work. A lot of times people know me from my work, and because I do paintings and sculpting. But what a lot of people don't know about my sculptures is I recreate a lot of my paintings, my sculptures from my actual paintings. And so you'll see some of my sculptures here, and they're actually recreated, or I've recreated them in clay, hand built them in clay. Here, I'm not Kevin. Let me change that because I'm not Kevin. Let's change it to at least a girl's name. How about that? Let's change it to a girl's name. Let's see. There it is. I'm Louise Cutler. There we go. So, and definitely click on the link and visit me in my studio. I would love to answer any of your questions. I would love to talk to you and share information with you. I would love to do all of that with you. So definitely, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna enter into the broadcast over there, and then I'm going to put this one up in a different area of the studio. Oh, sorry. Here I am making a lot of noise again, right? So we don't want to do that. So I'm gonna take you on a tour of my studio via my handheld camera device. Via my handheld camera device. That's what we call it. My handheld camera device. I'll be able to take you on a small tour of my studio. And I do have, hold on, give me 1 second. So that you can, I'll stay right here. I'll be flipping around because I'm looking for my other, there it is. Actually, I won't do that. I'm going to put you here. Hold on. I'm going to put you here and let you admire this work. So let's see. This is another area in my studio. So I'm going to put you here, and then you can admire this work in my studio. Sorry, I'm dropping you. I dropped you. I'm sorry. I know. So hold on. We'll do it this way. So I'm gonna walk you through my studio, and I'm gonna put my little thingy on so you can walk with me. So over here, what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna put this one over here. So you'll be looking at this part of my studio and my messy desk. So we'll put you over here for right now. I'll leave you there, and then I'll pick you back up. So that's just another part of my studio. So these are all different angles of my studio, and I'm going to walk you through them. So over here, this is the area that I mostly paint in. So as you can see back here, this is a piece that I'm actually working on right now. And I really like this piece. This piece is dealing with father figures in our society, and how father figures impact our lives, and so and how not having father figures also impact our lives. So that's what this particular piece is about. And I'm doing it in the similar to, you know, Clint's work. I'm doing it with the gold leaf because I do love working in gold. I work a lot in gold leaf. And so this I'm doing in that same sort of vein. It has a lot of gold leaf in it. And I really like Clint's work. And so that's one of the reasons I chose to work in this particular technique of Clint's work. So, oh, look, you see my door. I didn't know you could see my door. That's you can see my door. And just bear in mind, I do in my studio, so it will not be all put together. There is a little messiness here and there, but that's okay. So, this is one of the pieces that I'm working on right now, and you can see all around how this is all inspiration. I use these as inspiration. And so a lot of times when I'm working, I'll put up inspiration pieces, whether it's inspiration about how I might want to do the garments or how I might want to do the faces or things like that. I'll put up little inspirational pieces, and that's what this. I feel like I'm dancing here. I think I'll put it in the chair a little better. I'll put up little inspirational pieces, and that's what these are. These are little inspirational pieces that I have around here, and this is my giant easel. So most of the time when I'm painting, I paint here in this section. I will show you, I also have a sculpting section in my studio because I don't mix my sculpting and my painting. So all of my painting things I do over in this area. So you'll see paint and you'll see other things like that. So I paint mostly in this area. And I know a lot of artists, they've been talking about how long they've been painting and things like that. And I've been painting for a number of years as well. But I do, somebody said, wow, what a beautiful creative. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, so I've been painting for a number of years. I remember when I decided that this is, you know, that I was just going to go full force into it. I've been painting since I was a kid. I started painting young, just as most of the other artists. I started painting when I was a younger kid, and I loved it. I mean, I would have stacks and stacks of paintings and drawings in my desk at school, and my mom and dad, we, you know, didn't have finances to buy paint and clay and all kinds of things like that. So school was my haven because at that time when I went to school, they actually gave you all your school supplies. Not like today where your parents have to go buy. Your parents have to go buy all of them. But they gave you all your school supplies. They gave you your crayons, your paper, clay, all of that kind of stuff. So it was great for me because at that time my mom did not have those kind of finances, and so it worked out wonderful. I would go to school and I would do drawings and I would paint and I would do all kinds of stuff. And so I did grow up in a, once I got older and was put into a studio art program so that I could create. And I remember the summer where that was my only job. My only job for the summer was to be a part of the studio art program and create art. That was like the most amazing thing ever, where you could actually get paid to do art. And so that's basically what I did for an entire summer because that's what the program offered. And I absolutely loved it. And so now that's what I do. And as a young person, I always knew that I wanted to be an artist. I always knew that art would be a part of my life in some way. And I remember my family used to always say, Louise, you know, those always work part-time jobs. I never worked full-time jobs for years. I would never work a full-time job. And my family members would say, well, Louise, you need a job. You need to get a job. You need a job. And I said, I have a job. I had a part-time job. I said, but I refuse to get anything my entire life unless it's my life work. And so I would only work part-time jobs because I never felt that any of the jobs that I had were my life's work. So I would never work other than part-time. And then years later, my sister had a friend that worked in the park district, and because I used to work at art stores, and I love working at art stores, but those weren't my life either. My sister had a friend that worked at the park district, and she invited me to come and help out at the park district. I'm sorry, there's something in my eye. She invited me to come and help out at the park district with her friend, and let's just look at it. She invited me to come and help out at the park district with her friend, so I would go and volunteer. And I would volunteer there, and I just loved it. And so I would literally spend more time there than I did at work. And I would teach the kids, and I did art, and I did drama, and all of those kind of things. And I just loved it to death. And so she decided that I should work there. And so I ended up working there. And that was actually my first full-time job, was working with the Chicago Park District and teaching art craft drama. They actually developed and made a title for me because it didn't exist. Art craft drama didn't exist. And so they created that position just for me so that I could work it. And I really, really loved it. And I loved working with all the kids. I loved everything I did. And so not only did I work full time, I hardly ever went home because I enjoyed it so much. And so in that, I began really exploring my own art and my own, even more after that. I really started exploring my own art and realized that I wanted to do this kind of full time, just doing art full time. So I'd say probably 4 years after working there, I decided that this is what I wanted to do full time, be an artist full time. So you always get that question like, oh, are you a full time artist? Like, well, am I a full time artist with full time artist pay? No. But I still am a full time artist, and there are artists that are full time artists. I always tell people I'm a full time mom. That I am. I'm a full time mommy, and so that's my proudest job, being a full time mommy, and I love being a full time mommy. And then I do art, and I'm an artist. So, but I'm going to take you around a little bit in my studio, just kind of give you an idea of what's ahead. What are some of the other things that we'll be covering, and what are some of the other things we'll be talking about in my studio? So we're going to go over to we'll be like Price is Right. We're gonna go over to window 2. Here we go. We're gonna go over here and we'll talk a little bit about these pieces. So these are my floral to flight pieces, and these are pieces. I've been working on them for a number of years. I love using gold leaf in my paintings. I love using metal. I love using there's just something about that, adding that some simplistic grandeur, that's what I call it, a simplistic grandeur that I like using in my pieces. And that's what I feel like the gold leaf adds to my pieces. And so these are all done in Dutch gold metal. It's not some of my pieces, my figurative pieces where you see those are done normally in a 23 karat gold, white gold, or anything like that. These are done in a Dutch, which is it's not a precious metal, it's more of it's zinc, copper, things like that. And so it's a real metal, it's not a precious metal. So these are some of my pieces, and this is my series called Floral to Flight. And this is where you get a lot of floral, you get a lot of birds, you get things like that. And I love to paint. I love painting out of my garden. So I paint a lot out of my actual garden. That's what I do. I go, I take pictures, I pull things out of my actual garden so that I can create paintings from the actual garden. And so a lot of these pieces are from the actual garden. And I love doing pieces for I love doing like birds and things like that. And so I remember one year we were in Florida and there were egrets everywhere, so I take a ton of pictures of them. But the cool thing is I actually have a egret that comes back. yard. And the funny, here's a funny story. One night I was in the back of my garden, because I have a back garden. I have a front and back garden, and I was in my back garden. And this huge egret flies down, and he's in the edge of my back garden. Okay, he's at the edge, and I'm looking over there at him, and I see something fall out of his mouth. Okay, I see something just fall out of his mouth, right? And I'm thinking, what the heck is that? And so he runs off, and I'm like, well, I'll just wait and I'll check it in the morning, because it was about dusk. So the next morning I go out, and I'm like, what could possibly ended up in the back of my in my garden? And I go back there, and there is a trap this big on the ground. I guess it was too big for him to keep in. It's about that big on the ground. And I thought, boy, because I was never going to have trapped. I know, but so I take pictures of it in my out here in my back and things like that, and I use all of those things in my paintings, especially my floral flight paintings. I use birds and things like that, and I love nature. Any of my pieces that you see always come with some form of nature in them, some form of, there's always some form of a natural element in my pieces. And I love having a natural element added to my pieces, and that's the fun part about what I do. So this right here is my Birds of Flight series, my Floral Flight series, and I don't know, I'll be bringing you closer to these pieces. Throughout the week, I'll be bringing you closer to view these pieces. They are in my store, and they are on my, I think some of them are on my, in my gallery on the website. So go to the gallery on the website and check them out. If you want to come in and chat with me, I would love to chat with you. So definitely click on my Zoom link. I would love to chat with you. So definitely come in and chat with me. And I totally walk through my studio during the chat. That's the cool part about being here in my actual studio. I can actually walk through it. If this is anything I want to see, you just let me know. And I do that. So this is totally, this is my part. One of my favorite plants is the I have huge paintings. I had a lot of fun doing these. I had a lot of fun doing them. I had a lot of fun just playing with them, just having fun, just playing around with them, not doing this sort of busy time. I have more of a playful time, and that's what I did with these. And so I'll be going around throughout this week, tomorrow, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to actually focus on one particular series at a time, because I want to be able to share that with you. I want to be able to share what I do with you, and that way you can kind of connect with me, you can talk and share and meet and know more about me. And that's what I love about this particular doing this show, is allowing you into my actual space, into my personal space, and be able to share with you all that I do, all that I am. So it's really exciting to have you here. Like I said, I would love to meet with you. Click on my Zoom link, go to my store. I think I have some store open. I have no idea how to check, but it's like you're always the last one to get your stuff done. So, but I'm going to spin you around a little bit, because I'm going to show you these are my floral light, and then over there, I think I have some of my other images, but I'm also going to spin this around. So give me a second, and then I'm you around to some pieces that I want to see as well. Okay, hold on. This is exciting. I'm so glad to have you guys here with me. Joining me here, I'll come back to joining here with me. We're going to bring up another. We'll bring this one up, so that you guys can see this one as well. Oh, look, there's lots of me. I'm all over. All right, this is another area of my gallery, and I was setting it up totally different. I was setting this area up totally different. But the little thingy, I was setting it up, and my little thing popped out. It didn't work right. So we'll set this up a little different for tomorrow when I set this part up. So because you guys are just getting this sort of weird view of it. Is better? There we go. That's a little better. This view, because now I'm holding the phone, whereas before I was not holding the phone. So, but look at that. I'll move this out of your way. That was coffee. That was coffee. So this is another view of my studio, and I did it right here because I didn't want to show you my messy table. I didn't want you to see the messy table. That's also over here. And then I'm just going to turn it this way because here I also have some really nice glass work that my children do. My children are they did glass work. So I would often do their glass blowing. I sell a lot of glass out of the studio. Let me turn that light on. I'm just going to turn that light on a little bit right there. And so I put glass out of my studio as well. I'm going to walk over just a little bit so you can see it. So that's a lot of their glass. They did some amazing stuff. And this series is actually part of my awakening the earth. These are part of my awakening the earth, and that's more, it's more people. There's a lot more people in that series. So that's my awakening the earth series, but I'm going to bring it over to light so that we can see some more of those. We're going to see some more of those of the Awakening the Earth series. I think I neglected to turn. Hold on. I think I neglected to turn one of my mics down over here. So I don't want you having too much. We don't want to have that thing we had earlier. So, and then over here, I'm going to just turn you this way a little bit. Let me turn you that way a little bit. And then I'm going to bring you, I know. So I'm going to bring you to another part of my studio. Let's go down here. We're going to go to another part of my studio. Look at that. Ooh, the messy part of my studio. I think that's where we're going. That's where all of the, well, there we go. That's the messy part. I'm going to cover up part of it, like right there. So this is the front sort of looking, when you come up the stairs, this is what you would see. This is the part of my studio you would see coming up the stairs. And right here is one of my bronze pieces. And we'll be talking about these as well. This piece right here is called Mother's Love. So this is one of my bronze pieces that we'll be talking about as well, because we'll do a whole entire day of just bronze pieces. We'll do a day of just about my bronze pieces, because I want to take you through how I go about doing them, how I develop them, all of those kind of things. I'm actually looking forward to that part, because I enjoy doing the for the bronze pieces. And so, hold on a second. This is a nice, I like doing this because I don't have to, it's not like, sounds bad. Okay, so I don't have to do a lot of, I don't have to be like primmed and proper, because this is my studio. It's not like hosting. I can actually just kind of relax and walk you through my studio and chat with you, and it's just all about me. It's all about me, and I don't, I can go in and out, and I can disappear, and I can come back. I actually thought about, well, should I change my clothes as well? Should I become Louise Cutler, the artist, instead of just Louise Cutler, the host? I was going to change out. But I decided, what the heck, if I was in an art show, this is what I look like anyway. So I feel like I might as well just stay this way, because this is what I would wear at an art show. So I kept it on. I wasn't going to, I don't do a whole lot of dressing down options, so I figured this was perfect for what I'm doing. But this is one, what this over here is, what is that one? That's Refreshing Earth. That's a 40 by 60 piece, and I have another 40 by 60 piece up there, which I'll show you during this week. There's another 40 by 60 piece, and then right here we have the Governess. This is the Governess. She was a fun piece, and that one, I actually have a sculpture that goes along with that. I'll show you the sculpture that I did for the Governess. I'll show you that sculpture when I walk through all of my sculptures. I'll show you the sculpture that goes with that piece and how I go about doing a lot of the artwork that I do, a lot of how I recreate my pieces in clay, how I come up with my concepts for my artwork. I'll be walking through those things with you throughout the coming days. I'll be sharing how I come up with my concepts, how my techniques of what I do, how I lay down metal leaf onto pieces. I'll be walking you through those kind of things. And I'm actually really excited about actually walking you guys through what I do and who I am. So let's go to another one. I want to show you kind of where I'm going with my artwork, because I have another area that I'm trying to move you away from my messy desk. This right here, I'm going to bring this over to you so you can see it. Because I've been doing some wood things, and this is a wood piece that I'm working on. I'm just gonna bring this out to you. And this piece right here is called Take Me to the King. It's called Take Me to the King. Look at that. I found this piece, and it's not finished. I'm going to be adding some more to it, but look at that. It looks just like a crown. And so sometimes I'll go out into the world, because that's what I call it, going out into the world, and I'll discover all of these amazing God creations, because that's what this is. This is a God creation, like I am a God creation. So this is a God creation. So I'll go out into the world and I'll find these beautiful God creations, and then I will work on them. And this particular piece, when I got it, I just went out in the back, and I found this like a little crown. What do you think? Yeah. So I found this, and so I created it, and that's what I do at this little table. Some places I have, like this little table is where I work on pieces like that. So I have different places around my studio that I work on different things, because I use resin in that. And so I don't like mixing my art. So I have a painting area, and then I have a sculpting area, because it's clay, it's everywhere. And so I don't like mixing. And then over here, I do some resin stuff, and so it doesn't interfere with any of my other stuff. It's spaced out enough that I don't have to have things touching other things and interfering with other things, and that's what I love about my studio. So I do that over here, and I have another piece that I'm going to show you, and I love this piece. I was trying to put it on my easel, but it didn't make it. It didn't make it to the easel today. It'll make it to the easel on another day. And this piece, I'm going to bring it over just to kind of give you a little idea of what the direction that I've been going in lately. This one is also on wood, and it's also resin. I'm going to talk about this piece in length on a different day, because this piece it's been such a powerful piece for me that I just absolutely love it. So I'm going to bring it over just so you can have a look at it. Hold on, let me get it. It's over here. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Actually, I'm going to bring you over instead of me bringing a piece over. It's always hard to bring a piece over. So I'm going to bring you over. Here we go. It's over here, but it's not flower like. It's different. It's this particular piece right here. This is a wood piece that I worked on just recently. This one I did right before. I started working on this right before COVID. And then during COVID, I think I worked a little bit on it. And this is all wood. It's acrylic, and let's see. There we go. All right, this is actually done in acrylic metal leaf and resin on wood. And we'll be talking more about it because it has so many dimensions to it. And there were so many things that I wanted to add to it for it to become. It's called, this piece is called Vibe. And it's a pretty tall piece, as you can see. This is how tall it is. It's taller than I am. It's a pretty tall piece, and it's called Vibe. And when I was working on it, just figuring out what I wanted to do with it. So there's so many different elements in it with the resin and the water and the red and all of those kind of things. There's so many really important elements in this piece that just resonates with what I'm doing and what I'm portraying and what I'm projecting. And so this particular direction I started, I think probably at the beginning of this year, working with wood. But as you can see, everything I do is all natural. You know, it's like I'm always this whole earthy thing going and tapping into our just what God has created, tapping into the natural, the nature, and just enjoying it and loving it and living life in the natural and living life, breathing in and breathing out. That's why it's like breathing in and breathing out. That's how I like living, where every day is a breath and not really focusing on all of the other things that are going on. And that's why I love working on this wood, because I would literally come in every day and just run my hands across this wood because it's so amazing to work on wood. And so I've really enjoyed working with this piece, and I'm going to enjoy going through it and talking to you about it and letting you know what my next step is with this particular piece, because there is a next step with these pieces. I have some other ones that I'm going to be working on as well. I have several others that I'm going to be working on, and I would love to share all of that with you in the coming days. I would love to share all that with you. So we're going to go back over to my other section, because you got my whole head in there. I got my whole head in there. I'm just throwing my whole head in there. So I'm going to walk back over here, and because we're going to be bringing on another artist. But like I said, join me on Zoom. Come into my link. I would love to meet with you, talk with you, chat with you. Go into my room on Zoom and have a closer look at some of these pieces and enjoy looking at them. Take time to Zoom me and let's chat and find out about each other. I would love to chat with you and talk with you and just share information with you, because that's what we're here for. I am here, that's what I'm here for, that's what the other artists are here for, is to just come into our rooms and chat with us. So I'm gonna check the time, because I have to go back to being a host. But like I said, thank you so much for coming into my room. I'm looking forward to the next 4 days of sharing my art, my passion, my love with you for the next 3 now it's 3 days. For the next 3 days, I'm looking forward to chatting with you and spending time with you. So definitely come into my room, check out my work, go buy something. Even if it's not from me, go buy something. All right? All right, I'll see you in a minute. You can't hear me. You can't hear me. You can't handle the truth. So we'll be bringing artist LaShawn Bill back up next so that he can share with you about his work and his studio and all of his art, where that will be quite the treat. That's something I'm looking forward to. He is a very amazing artist. He's an amazing artist, and I enjoy his work. I often enjoy his work. So, and I know you'll enjoy it as well. It's like the wind's blowing. It feels really good. So we'll be bringing Mr. LaShawn Bill up with his work in a second. So in the meantime, I'm going to share with you. Hold on. I'm going to do a little bit of sharing with you since Mr. Bill. I'll take up some of Mr. Bill time and I'll share some stuff with you. I'll share you one of my little videos until Mr. Bill comes up. How about that? So let's share with you one of my, here we go.
I feel like the purpose of my art is to bring peace and harmony into a world where chaos has become the norm.
Well, that is, I don't know if you guys know, but that's one of my, that right there is my, I do on a Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, I do a, what is it? I do a, like art sale on Facebook. And so that's me saying, let me enhance your personal space. That's for me to enhance your personal space. So if you are tuning in on Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, I think I was doing those around 6:30, so that I can enhance your personal space. And so you can definitely tune in with me. And one of the other things is since I'm still on and LaShawn hasn't come yet, definitely, I want to definitely reiterate about our t-shirts. These are really nice. So if you weren't here earlier, I want to show you, and it's going to bring this over. These are really nice t-shirts that we have. We're offering these for sale. These are our official Beauty and Blackness Fine Art Show t-shirts. And they say, you are beautiful, I am beautiful, we are beautiful. We're all beautiful. We're all beautiful together. So you can pick one of these up from our website at the Beauty and Blackness Fine Art Show. You can pick one of these t-shirts up at our website. And you can also pick up our nice cup. Here we go. This is our Beauty and Blackness Fine Art Show cup. You are beautiful. I am beautiful. We are beautiful. You can grab one of those up for yourself. And also, one of the things that I was sharing, you can have the opportunity of getting one of these amazing prints that our featured artist, Larry Poncho Brown, has given us these amazing prints. And we're giving these away on the show. These are from our featured artist, Larry Poncho Brown. These are some of his amazing prints. And these are all signed. These are all signed prints. And we will be giving some of these away during the show. We'll be picking some of our studio audience. We'll be picking some of our studio audience to get one of these really nice pieces. So make sure you share. If you are here, share the YouTube link, share the Facebook link, share. We love for you to share about what we're doing, share the broadcast. We have broadcasts coming up. All the broadcast links are in YouTube. They're all in Facebook. Share the broadcast links with your friends, with your family. Start a watch party for us and share the link during the watch party, and so other people can join in and enjoy the beauty of Blackness. So definitely share, share, and share. So these pieces, he has both a female piece, that's a female piece, and he also has a, there's it, let me get it. He has a female piece and a male piece. Hold on, let me get that for you. So he has a female piece as well as a male piece. Can you see that? Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful. And these pieces, this is called gradation. So you have gradation 1 and gradation 2. So let me hold that up. So these are 2 pieces that we will be giving to an unsuspected commenter. So when you make comments, ask questions, and we will be sharing these pieces with you guys, because we want to give things away. We want to give stuff away. We want to put stuff in your hands. We want to get things to you. Oh, thank you, Cheryl. She shared. All right, Cheryl. Cheryl's in the lineup. She's going to get one. Cheryl, you get one of these pieces. I'll need you to, I'll have you inbox us. Cheryl, here she is. Cheryl Brown Butler. Thank you. Cheryl, you make sure you inbox the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and let me know that you shared, and you'll get one of these pieces coming to you, coming your way. Okay, so that's because if you inbox me, that way I'll know that it was you, and just put in there that you shared and you were the young lady that shared. So thank you. We'll thank Cheryl for sharing that. Anyone else that shares something, I'll tell you the same thing. You inbox us and you'll get this amazing, amazing, amazing piece of artwork from our artist, Larry Poncho Brown. So we're gonna tune in a few minutes. I'm gonna take a few minutes, and then we'll be bringing artist LaShawn Bill to you. So stay tuned and don't go away. Okay, let's try a different one. Stay tuned and don't go away. I think LaShawn is experiencing some technical difficulties. Let's see, is Mr. Poncho Brown still around? Let's see. Because I think LaShawn's having some technical things going on. Here's one of Poncho's, we'll show one of Poncho's works. This is one of Larry Poncho Brown's pieces. And you know what? I think I'm gonna go back through, because if you weren't here during the early part, I went over how to go about doing some things. Oh, there's Mr. Brown. We got Larry Poncho Brown up as we wait for LaShawn Bill to come online to stream with us. And then I'm going to let Mr. Brown do a few things for you guys. And then I'm going to go back through the process of going on our website and finding all of the things that you need to know. So I'm going to let Mr. Brown, I'm going to let Poncho hang out with you for a few seconds, okay?
All right. Well, hey, y'all. This is really impromptu because we're filling in. This is live, y'all. Live means all kinds of things could happen. So hopefully y'all enjoying this. I see we got quite a few viewers on. Thank you for tuning in. I guess I could try to take you to some of the things I've been working on. Let me see if I can get some of this stuff keyed up for you right now. Hold on for 1 second while I do this. And I'm going to come right back and show you a couple of presentations. All right. How y'all doing out there? Well, along the way, I have tried to do a couple of different things. I'm learning how to use this online environment is very, very powerful. So trying to learn all of the new things that's coming up is always a big challenge to try to keep up with what's happening. I want to see if I can share some things with you that I've been doing. So we're going to go here. We're going to go there. All right. As a matter of fact, let me see here. We're going to go here. And I'm going to show you some of my drawings. So what you just saw there is a bunch of drawings. One year I decided, 2016 as a matter of fact, that I was going to do a drawing a day in my sketch journal. And that's what it turned into. I did over 365 sketches. I love to, well, I take my craft real seriously. So I had one artist, and you'll see him probably this week, Mr. Paul Goodnight. And Mr. Paul Goodnight, we all as artists consider Paul Goodnight to be a master. He is just in every way, drawing, painting, sketching, articulating. He is the man that every artist wants to be. So I was listening and having a discussion with him, and Paul says he was telling me how a friend of his told him that he needed to draw more. What? Made me go home and have to reevaluate who I am, because Paul Goodnight need to draw more, and he's the legend of all drawing. So that sketchbook you just saw was a representation of that. I try to do a 15 or 20 minute study every day, just as a form of discipline. I think that's the thing that artists don't really talk about a lot. It's a discipline it takes to do what we're going to do. So I want to make sure that I'm not hogging up the time, see if Louise Cutler is getting ready for the next person to come in the room. But for right now, hopefully you guys are enjoying things. If you guys are enjoying the show, please post some comments, y'all. Let me see here. We got Dale Simmons says some of your drawings have Charles Bibb vibes. Let me tell you why it has Charles Bibb vibes. So artists have things that are sometimes in common, and I have drawing skills that are in common with Charles Bibb's. As a matter of fact, we draw similarly. We approach drawing similarly. So, and then we work together. We're really close friends. Charles is my big brother. So we do a lot of projects together. And I think when you work with each other, sometimes those attributes do rub off. You get inspiration in those directions. It's not copying. It's not what most people would go to. But yes, there's a definite inspiration. If you look at my work, you'll see that we are inspire each other. There's some things that show up in my work and his work too. Most people would probably not see it. But we've done some collaborations together too, where we were working on one painting at one time. So thank you for that statement. But yes, it's an honor for me to be even associated with Charles and his drawing. But yes, I really do like drawing. Okay. It's one of the things that I think artists need to get back to. So yeah, that's a really good question. If y'all have other questions, if we're encouraging an exchange out there. So if you got any questions out there, and you got any comments you want to have shared, I'm going to get Cheryl Brown Butler. Thank you so much for sharing this show, sharing it on your page. Hey, y'all, we should be sharing. This is a rare opportunity. So thank you, Cheryl, for sharing. And if you send me a post, I'm going to post it. So let's put something out there, let folks know you're here and that we're having a good time. Hopefully you're learning something. I'm waiting for Mr. LaShawn Beal to chime in, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Louise.
It's going to be us today. It's going to be us. LaShawn will be with us tomorrow.
Live.
Thank you for live. We live, people. We're live for real. It's like it's serious up in here. Okay.
Well, I see we just got Mr. Our Story Studios just chimed in.
Our stories. We'll bring our stories in too. I just wanted to let you know, Pancho, that if people are sharing, then they send us they put it in the comments so that we can get them and they get a nice piece.
Fantastic. Where'd you get all those pieces from? You've been stealing from me, Louise?
You know.
Have you been stealing from me, Louise Cutler?
Yes. I got these beautiful Larry Poncho Brown prints from, I have no idea. They just showed up in the mail.
And they're signed. What happened?
Every single one of them. And these beautiful, look at these. Look at this.
There you go, y'all. We got some nice.
Somebody invaded your studio. Look at that.
We got some nice freebies out there, y'all. Y'all got to chime in if you're out there. Let us know you're out there and that you're alive and part of this whole experience.
I know, and we're going to be picking some people in that stream to receive free gifts. So definitely make sure you're sharing. Definitely make sure your folks are in the stream so they can receive something free.
I want to elaborate on this one. Gail Simmons said, you making that statement tells me I need to reevaluate myself too. Hey, we can always be reevaluated. That one statement from Paul Goodnight made me reassess how I was even dealing with my stuff. So it's a good thing when you get inspiration from somebody like that.
Oh, Paul was with us yesterday.
Yes.
Inspiring. Paul,
So what do we have next, Miss Louise?
Paul is doing some inspired. Who's up next? I think it's Our Story Studios. We can bring them in and chat. We can chat it up with, Our Story Studios will be coming up next to hang out with us at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Store. Art Store.
It is.
Because I want you to shop. So Fine Art Store. So
hey Louise, can you go and explain to them how the buying process works and how the store works?
Here, I'm going to go ahead and pull that up again. Let me see if I left it up on my. I'm just going to see if I left it up on my screen. Is that it right there? Yes. So I'm going to walk you guys through it again because I think it's helpful. And I did share it earlier today, but I want to share it again with you guys here right now because I don't want you to have any problems with going and buying some stuff. How about that?
Sounds like a plan to me.
And like I said, if you have any questions, that is why I'm here. I'm here to answer any of your questions. That's the whole point of live stream. We're live on the air. We can answer your questions right here, right now. So definitely, if you have some questions, go ahead and put them in the comment and we will definitely be able to answer them. So what you see right here, if you're interested in learning, so we're gonna go right to the home page because we're gonna start at home. Always start at home and then venture out. So we're on the home page right now. And so what we're gonna do is, what I want you to do is go in and check out some of the artists' work. That's where you go into the 2020 artists and you can go in and check out some of their work. We have Mr. Larry Puncho Brown right here, and we have Mr. Charles Bibbs. Now I'm saying Bibbs. Stop with the Bibbs. We have Mr. Charlie Palmer here and his work, and LaShawn Bill is here as well. He was, since LaShawn Bill is not here, we're going to open up his page. So we're going to just open up Mr. Bill's page. And this is his gallery page. So you can go in, check out some of his work. LaShawn, the nice thing about his is, since he's not here, we'll put, this is his welcome. He has his welcome. And you can go and check out his welcome. He's there talking to you. So it's like, well, he wasn't there, so I'm gonna go and check out his page and check out his welcome. But you can see some of his amazing art on his page. You can go through, browse through his room, check out some of the things that are in his room, click on things that you like and check it out. Not that one because I forgot to put he's sending me some titles that didn't quite get into the title thing. So go in and check out some of his work, check out some of his art. And then what you can do after that is, let's go back. This is where you find the Zoom link. You want to go and talk to some of the artists. Yes, you do. Go in and talk to some of the artists. You will click on their Zoom link right here. It's in the upper right-hand corner. Their Zoom links will be in the upper right-hand corner, and that's where you can go and speak one-on-one to any of the artists in the studio. Some of the artists are having some of the artists may be at work right now, but I'll be putting up scheduled times for those artists. But LaShawn Bibbs is available. Bill is available to have a conversation with you, to speak with you, those kind of things. So Mr. Bill is available. He just wasn't his schedule got a little mixed up. So you can just click on that and it'll take you right into his Zoom link, and you can speak with him in his studio. The nice thing about LaShawn Bill's gallery is he actually has 2 galleries on his site. So when you scroll down to see his second gallery, you'll see these 3 little markings, and you could just click on those, and that will take you to his main gallery and his mass gallery. He has a mass gallery. If you click on that, it'll take you into a totally different gallery on his page. So you get to see another part of what he does. So now here, we're gonna go up here. Shop, 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 shop till you drop here, people. Here is the store right here. You go to the store, you can shop Poncho, you can shop LaShawn Bill, you can shop me, Thomas, Craig, Kevin, wait, where's Aaron Paskins? Okay, so these are all the places you can shop. You can shop Aaron Paskins. He and Gina Paskins will be up next. You can shop them at their home. But we'll have some. I didn't realize Aaron Paskins wasn't on the shop, so you'll be able to shop them. They'll be up to date. Charlie Palmer will be up to date. Ethela will be up to date, and Karen Drury will all be up to date if they're not in the store today. And also, don't forget, you'll be shopping Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show page. It's supposed to be up, but it's not, so it'll be up. So go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show shop so you can get one of these really neat t-shirts, because I know you want one of these neat t-shirts, right? Yes, we want one of these really neat t-shirts. That's what I'm hearing you saying. I want one, Louise. I want a t-shirt. So you can go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show store and pick up one of these really nice "You Are Beautiful, I Am Beautiful, We Are Beautiful" t-shirts. And they make wonderful gifts, and you can also pick up one of the nice cups. So pick up one of the nice cups. I'm going to bring Miss Gina Paskins in because she is up and on the screen. So I think Poncho brought her in already. Oh, and there's Mr. Aaron too. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you? How are you? It is so good to have you here.
Wonderful.
It is. You guys are awesome and amazing. Looking good, Gina. I'm loving that.
I need to stand. I'm trying to get the image in here.
We're trying to get her position together.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's all good.
Right.
Welcome. Oh my God, we are so excited. Aaron is going to speak on our behalf, and then I'm going to take over from there. So.
Okay, then I'm going to give you and Aaron the screen, and I am going to not be here. Because there is no reason for me to be here because you guys are holding it down and handling it. So I am going to excuse myself, and you guys just have a blast, okay?
Will do. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Welcome, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show for introducing us to the whole entire virtual world. I would also like to say we invite you to come to Art Story Studios Gallery to check out all the beautiful works. We primarily work with one-of-a-kind works. One-of-a-kind crafted. All artwork is unique. Ours is a little different from the uniqueness of others because ours are all customly made. All are all uniquely designed. They're African inspired. We use all kinds of different things. We have all different clientele from Hollywood, Wall Street, all kinds of different things that we do. We create artwork that is specific. So if you don't see something here that you like, you can always order something. We use all kinds of unique materials. Some of the materials that we're going to be using in the future and some of the ones that we have on now. We use semi-precious stones, precious stones. Some have actual gold, real turquoise, real gemstones. Some even have diamonds on them. We're just very unique in what we do. And what we're trying to create, we're creating stories. That's why we named our company, again, Art Story Studios, because with each piece of artwork, we try to tell a specific story. We try to give it a specific theme. We try to take you on a journey. Part of that journey is you being a patron of ours, is learning the experience of what it took for it to create the piece Now, most of your pieces that you'll see in the collection, and maybe hopefully you'll purchase something, have been in shows, have been in museums and stuff like that. We deal with fine art. We're not on more of the commercial art side. We deal with the fine art side. So that is what we do. My wife is an integral part. She's the CEO of the country. She's the brains, the beauty. She runs everything, just like the Blackness and the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. She's my beauty. So I want to share with you and let her take over to give you a more in-depth of what it takes to run our operation. Gina?
Thank you so much, my love. Thank you, Aaron Paskins. I want to say thank you to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show for at least having us a part of this virtual experience. We are so excited about being a part of this world, the new norm that we call it right now. We are glad to be participants. Our story studios, we are small in number, but we are large in heart. We have such an array of amazing pieces of works that goes beyond a normal person's art collection. What we do is we like it when people share what we have. We know we have a uniqueness. We know we have one of a kind. We know that there's going to be only a few that's going to be interested in what we do. Look, for instance, the pieces that are behind me are all one-offs. We do not do replicas in our company. Aaron has been doing this for over 30 years. So he knows the ins and outs of what it takes to make the sculptures. I, on the other hand, run the business side of it. So I am a critiquer from the outside because I have not the ability to create a sculpture, but I do have the ability to sell the sculptures. I like it when everyone comes in and they see the amazing ability of how the piece electrifies and speaks to them. It speaks to them in such a way that they have to migrate. They'll walk or they may leave the gallery and they will come back because it's talking to them, it's telling them, I need to be placed. We have wall hangings. We have actual complete small mini statues. We have large statues. We have a diverse amount of what we have in our collections. All we ask is that everyone who is a part of the family, who's part of the virtual family, who's out there looking for that unique piece, to stop by and like and share the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show for these amazing 4 days that we're going to be live. I tell you, it's an event that you do not want to miss. We are going to have a great time. We're going to have an exciting time. We're going to have some fun. Get back. As you see, I have no hair, but we're going to relax and enjoy what we have. I think it's very important that we stay focused and true to the vision. I'm inviting all my Facebook family friends, Instagram friends, all my LinkedIn media, my Twitter friends, families from afar and near. Listen, we are at a crucial time in our history that we need the support of our Black folk. We need people to support the Black arts. These artists are not doing it because of reason. They're doing it because that's their passion. It's a love. It comes from deep down within. So they have a connection, that vibe. So I want all of you who may know me, and I'm introducing myself to those who don't know me. I love art. I've been a passion of art. Me and my husband has done this. At least I've been with him for 20 years. So we know the ins and outs and what it takes. It's a struggle from time to time, but we love it. That's a part of being someone in the field and loving what you do. When we go to different shows and we showcase what we have, the people come up and acknowledge to us and say, it is so powerful. I can't thank you enough for sharing what you have with us. It gives us a total different feeling when someone appreciates what you do. So that's why we're reaching out to masses, not just the small people, because we're small ourselves. But we need everybody's support. We need all of your support, all of you listeners out there. to come in and share with us. We want you. We want you to visit the gallery of our story studios. We want you to visit the other artist gallery because they have something to share as well. If you don't even purchase from us, purchase from them. Give the support. That's what we need. I would like to personally thank Miss Louise Cutler because she has worked phenomenally.
Yes, she has.
As hostess of this Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and putting this virtual show together. It takes a real strong woman to handle everything that she's been through. So I'm giving my shout out to her, and so is the other artists. Everyone who's participated, including Poncho, I have not forgotten you. All the other artists that comes along with
All
it.
of the artists. It's so important because a lot of people can't realize these beautiful works that you're going to see and experience over the next couple of days. It's a lot of thought process. It's a lot of years. Let me talk a little bit about some of the things, again, that we do with what we're trying to do with sculptures. Typically, when you think of a sculpture, you think of it either in a bronze form or maybe some people have seen that too. But carvings and stuff like that. All of those are sculptures. We do everything from reliefs. We use all kinds of new age technology, various patinas. We use all kinds of things that no one has ever seen. Our motto for the public is, if you've already seen it, we choose not to do it. We don't make any reference. We don't do any additions. They're just one-off. Now, if you want something special, that's what you're looking for. More to anyone that loves art and they want something super special, we're the ones that you want to come to because of them. There's only going to be the one that you have. And in doing that, we put so much time. The average large piece, like the one behind Gina that you see, it's 6 months worth of work. About 6 months from creation, from actual drawing, getting concept, drawing, to its final creation. The one with the horns on the side, with the fan pedaled head, it's called Chikula. That was over a year in creation of. The jewelry that you see, it took a whole year to get that thing finalized, to get an actual patina, to get everything to work out. We were over and over on the concept. It just doesn't look that way in the front, it looks that way all the way around. You want to look at the sculpture, you want to look at all the finer points, you want to know what kind of patina pass. You want to see how does the sculpture look in the light? How does it look in just regular daylight versus sunlight? Or a halogen or LED that you have in your home. You want to look at. Those are what make great sculptures. And again, we're always trying to do something that you haven't seen. I'm always trying to push just for the people who have our collectors. We owe that to them, and that's what we strive to do. We try to create things that you have never seen, that you will always remember, and that's what our Gina, you want to take it away?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate your love and your support. I am an advocate. Now, I'm sorry, I might be biased, but that's my husband. And I'm going to always support his artistry. His artistry, his gift that he has is very important. It's very important to those who are collectors. I'm reaching out to those who have already collected from us, because their pieces that they have purchased from us have been in the museums, they've been in the galleries, they've traveled to the different shows, and they have them in their collection, and they are proud of them because once they purchase, they become a part of us. We reach out to them. You are no longer an individual. You are a part of our Story Studios family. You have history with us. As Aaron is the 4th generation artist, we want to continue passing that lineage along to others. We're going to share it with everyone that we know. We cannot stop. The race was given to the swift, not the strong. So we have to keep going forward in the things that we do. We are so passionate until we're not going to stop until it's time for us to stop. We have to keep pushing that extra limit. So when Aaron come up with concepts and ideas that makes you think, it's important, because right now with the situation that we're in, and I'm going to say it right now, I want to reach out and give our Story Studios straight condolences to family, friends, loved ones who have been lost through this COVID-19. No one has really mentioned that, but I want to mention it because I'm coming from a place where I do have family members that has been affected by it, but they are recovering. So I have to reach out to those who have lost ones. Remember, you are all our brothers and sisters in this world. And if you have been affected, understand that our love and our hearts are pouring out with you. And if you need us for anything, please feel free to reach out to us. We're going to try to be there for you. We know this is a difficult time, but we all got to go through this together. We can overcome it if we live through it. And we have to be patient. We have to understand that we have to do what's necessary. Protect. Wear the mask, regardless of what others may think. It's important that you protect yourself and others. So please be mindful of that. During this pandemic, we are going to still focus on the value of what we give it. So we are all about promote, and share. So we want you to share, and we want you to like. We want you to go and do watch parties. We want you to come back, ask questions, anything that will help support this virtual show. Because this is, believe it or not, it's not the first time and it won't be the last time. We will have more in the future. It's all based on you, the audience, the people, the millions of people that are watching this virtually. If you haven't tuned in, please tune in right now. I think you deserve this opportunity to share this with everyone. We all deserve this opportunity. I don't feel that it's unnecessary that we be selfish enough to just keep it for ourselves. Let's like it. Let's share it. Let's do what's necessary. We have a mission. We are on a mission to celebrate our history. We as Black people in America have gone through too much. We let our ancestors fight through all of their struggles to come to this point to give up now. Oh no, I refuse to give up. I'm going to fight through it all. I need for sorors, I need for AKAs, I need for all the sororities, the 9 lineages, I need for all y'all to come and step up to the plate. It's about being supportive of our art. We have art out there. There's different kinds of art for everybody, but it's enough to go around. We have enough where everyone can enjoy something that means to them. Understand that we love what we do. We've been loving it for some time now. We're going to continue to love it. On our gravesite, and when we leave this world, it's going to say Gina and Aaron did everything that they possibly could to make our Story Studios and the art world better, not worse. We want to give opportunity. We want to share. I want you to go to the website though, for sure, ourstorystudiosart.com, because I think you need to listen to the video that Aaron has placed, and it comes from the heart. It's genuine. I need you to check the galleries out, because the galleries have pieces that we don't have displayed here because they are sold to others. And those people, I'm asking, if you are watching live today with us today, I want you to share your story with the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. People need to understand, if you have a piece, don't be afraid to share it with them. They're loving it. They want to see more of his works. We've been in galleries abroad and far and near, but they don't showcase like the client showcase. When it's coming from the heart and it's coming from your home, that makes a whole different atmosphere. I reach out to all of our clients, all of our customers, all of our family members. If you have a piece, share it. I want you to, because it's going to show another side that others have never seen before. We're trying to reach mass of people. We want you to understand that this is what life is going to be like in the new norm. So we don't want to waste the opportunity of living in, I wish I could have or would have done when the opportunity was afforded me. You want to do it while you're in the now, because we're in the now where we're in the living world. We're doing what we can right now. We're focusing on what we can right now. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to visit the other artist studios, the galleries. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to browse around and I'm going to shop. I don't know what my heart is going to be linked to, but whatever it's linked to, I'm going to support, because that's what it's about. We're supposed to support each other. Things can happen so dramatically. You can be here today and gone tomorrow. So you have to take the advantage of what you have right now. So when we talk about our pieces, like the wall hangers right there, they're called Millennium connections, but they are wall hangers, and we doing one-offs because they're no. I mean, once we do that one, that the particular patina on that piece, I'll bring it in a little closer so you can see it. I'll take it off the wall. But once we do it, we don't do another. It comes like nice and beautiful. Look at the thickness. This is thick, but it's lightweight. It has the hanging that you need, and it's affordable.
Yes.
I love it because it's durable. It will not scar. We can use it as a hanging, or you can use it with your stand.
Yeah.
Place it on your coffee table or end table or in your cabinetry. It's about this product right here. This here is going to reach masses. Aaron took his time. He took his time and he presented a piece of our culture to let people know this is what we do.
Now,
We honor this.
that particular piece right there that you have right there, that's a relief. I can tell you a lot of things on it. The circles represent our ancestors, called the melanin connection. And what that is, it represents us, our history, our ancestors. It's like our ancestors, what I was trying to express, that our ancestors are always with us wherever we are. So I represented us, or our ancestors, in kind of a circle, like a circle of life, but I just represented circles, and they're in the form of bubbles. So what it's on a stainless steel background, kind of. It has all kinds of microcrystals in it, so it changes colors and everything. It's very unique. We have two of those. We have the ones in chrome, which is the one Gina's holding, and we have the one that's what we have, what's called an aqua color, which she'll show you in a minute. The aqua is a much larger one. A lot of people have loved this, that when we first seen it, but it changes all kinds of colors. It's more of a midnight blue and a midnight purple with all kinds of industrial and iridescent crystals in it, microcrystals. Very unique. And they're about 4 inches thick. They float off the wall. You don't have to worry about framing. You don't have to worry about everything. They're rock solid. They're cast. Just as hard as stone. And they're very durable. We're going to introduce some more pieces over the next couple of days that are similar like that. We actually have a huge wall hanging that people will love, which in a couple of days you'll see. So those are some of the kind of unique things that you're going to find with Art Story Studios. You're going to find pieces that have feathers. You're going to have pieces with very, very all kinds of Victoria and custom made for them. You're going to have pieces, all exotic kinds of materials that you've never seen, that you've never thought, wow, that's different, that is incorporated with art. All of our pieces, all of our painting sculptures are on marble or granite. They all come like that. Very few are on wood, but most of them are on all kinds of exotic marbles and granite. Again, we have semi-precious stones, precious stones that we use. Some have diamonds, some have rubies, some have turquoise, all kinds of stones. Some even have real bone, cattle bone on them, and all like that you have seen. The piece behind you, Chikulu, that piece has all kinds of guinea feathers. It has peacock feathers on the back, and it has turquoise, and it has ceramic beads in the front. Took us over a year to create that, and the hair is very ornate. So you're gonna see the mini peacocks. Traditional African hairstyle. That's from West Africa. Igbo tribe. It's a traditional style. A lot of cultures have interpreted that. For instance, I'll give you an artistic in the movie, popular movie. Those were traditional African motifs. Those were traditional African designs. So I'm trying to incorporate that and bring it in, trying to incorporate that, show the world how unique our style. How other cultures take our style, flip it back, give it to us, and then say they created it when they didn't create it, that it all came from us. Remember this. Here's another artistic fact. Picasso, the great Picasso himself, attributed most of his greatest creations to African art, African inspired. So all we're doing is we're playing on our natural culture, we're enhancing it, we're showing you the uniqueness.
Absolutely.
Again, take it away, Gina.
Yes, I appreciate that, because education is knowledge. If we don't educate about what we do, then how will you know? It's not everybody's belief, but you can learn from everyone. When we're in here and we're creating and we're doing things, it's always good to show a side that you're always willing to open up your mind to accept new things. Because believe it or not, as individuals, we do not know it all, but we can learn from each other. It's building each other up, not pulling each other down. What one artist knows can give an insight to what someone else has. And it can touch them in a way that makes them say, that's another avenue I never thought of. It's another way of me to be creative. So always understand that just because you're out there and you're doing wonderful things, take time to relinquish, take time to think of what someone else is struggling and going through. We do what we do because we love it. It loves us, but we love it back. And we continue to support the Black arts. We've been supporting Black arts from day one. That is never going to stop. A lot of people ask, why don't you do other cultures? I have to tell them, look at me. What is the color that you see in front of your face? It is a color of melanin in my skin that causes me to look this. I can't come out of my skin and change to something that I'm not. And when I know that I can't, it is a good, positive feeling to know that I have representation in my gallery or in my studio that represents what I look like and what millions of women and men look like in America.
You know what, Gina? You have said a lot, sister. I mean, you know what I'm hoping what people are going to gain from this, and I really appreciate you and Aaron's words. You know, you speak with such passion, and I just hope that people can understand that you are a part of that passion. We can't do this stuff if it's not inspired by something, and it's really inspired by us. So, I mean, if you could tell us, what's the most important part of what you guys offer, what you think you offer and impart to the world with your work? I mean, you know, I know you said a lot already that tells what your passion is and why you're doing what you're doing, but if you can try to share with the audience the importance of them accepting art as their culture, that's really important.
I would say to accept this as your culture because it's where you derive from. 400 years ago, our ancestors were brought over here. We didn't voluntarily come to this continent. We wasn't placed, we was brought over here to use as slavery, as laborers, as people to do the work for everyone else. Mm-hmm. And we never grabbled, we never complained, we did everything that they asked us to do, but instead, what happened? We got lashes, we got beat down, we got sold. Our kids were set up on auction blocks for pennies on a dollar to be sold to a slave master that we have no knowledge of.
Mm-hmm.
It made a sense. It made me feel that I have to at least allow my kids to understand where your heritage is. So if everybody would take the time to just like, because my husband, Aaron, and I both are adamant readers. So we like to educate. We have a lot of Black history knowledge in our library. So we have two little ones in the process of growing up in a world that's going to hate them because of the color of their skin. So
I really like that point of perspective. You know, we often talk about the struggle, but we have to also try to figure out how do we positively uplift our people. And so you're talking right on. You're coming to the source. You're saying, hey, look, this is where we come from. Please embrace it. And what I think we ought to do through this medium and other mediums is now begin to uplift it and take the weight off of it. And Aaron's work takes the weight off of it. If you look at Aaron's work and you're not moved any kind of way, just go get yourself a shovel, dig a 6x6 and fall in, because that means you are spiritually dead. There's no way you can look at the beauty of his work and many of the artists is being represented on this show and not be moved. So I thank you for that. Your passion is, I feel it through the screen. I'm hoping people can see it and feel it through the screen. I'm going to shut up now. I see Aaron wants to get back on and he's holding on. So I'm going to put Aaron back in the stream and we're going to have Louise come in shortly and present the next presenter.
Thank you so much.
So I would also say to the our patrons, our collectors, I love Poncho. He's a great artist, fantastic artist. Check out his sites. Check out our sites. We do this because we love it. We do this type of work because it's important. It's in our DNA. It's in our soul. It's such an importance. What we're trying to do is, again, tell a story through each piece. That's what Gina's Gold, is. Every concept that we come up with, we're always trying to convey a story. We're always trying to invoke your imagination. I wonder what it was like to be like this. I wonder what it would, a person that was in that particular time period would look like. How would their hair be? What would be their appearance? What would be their signs of beauty? We want to tell stories with all of it. That's what I'm aiming.
You know what? I think at this point, I want to do something, Aaron and Gina. There are a lot of people that are watching now. We have about maybe 20 viewers that are on. If any of the viewers, if you want to post a question posed to Gina and Aaron, please use the comment stream, post a question. I will post your question on the air, and maybe Aaron and Gina can answer those questions, because they're giving you a lot of information that's going to fall to the wayside because just so much information. But we're going to be giving out information all weekend. So we're hoping that you'll take the time now and ask a few questions. So I'll be lurking on the side. You guys can continue. Louise is going to be coming in shortly. But if you have any questions, please put them in the comment section and we will chime you into the show.
Okay, Gina. So again, that's what we do. We want to create beautiful works. All artists want to create beautiful works. I think that if people honestly knew what it takes to become an artist, especially when you're selling African art, Black art, the gamut is so hard. The field is so vast. The things that you can do are so vast. There's enough room for everyone, but you still have to have enough courage to try. You still have to have enough courage to persevere. It's not going to come overnight. Again, I would say for sure, everyone that you see are going to see over the next days have paid their dues. That is so important. We all have a collector's base. We all have patrons. We all have serious collectors. We have been in magazines. We have done that. We have paid our dues. This is something that is serious. This is very contemporary. It's very ahead of the technological age that we're in. It's new. If you're one of those people out there that are saying, man, I wish I could have owned that particular piece of art, now's the time to get it. Because most of the time you lose out. The early bird gets the worm. That's so true. Art. A lot of your auction houses and a lot of your prestigious galleries, a lot of your collectors always try to catch things on a wave. I'm real big into investments. I'm always about, okay, what's the early trend? This is the early trend. You're catching it on its first virtual show of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You can't get any better than that. You can get a piece from Poncho. You can get a piece from our studio. You can get a piece from any number one of the artists, but that would be an instant collection for you to start off with. So that's what you want to strive for.
Excuse me, Aaron. I have to come in for a brief moment. We have a question. What is the medium used to create the side profile piece with the headdress? And this is coming from Miss Butler. So she wants you to explain more. Just a few seconds, not overlapping your time, please.
Yes. That piece is created, and it's created in foam, and then has a layer of what they call tiger resin in it, which is a special fiberglass resin that's super hard. So when it creates it almost like steel. Then after that, I have to put what's called an acid etched patina, and then I give it either a bronze coating, a copper coating, or what you see in that particular piece, a chrome coating. That's how that piece is created. So it's actually cast. After it's cast, then I carve and make adjustments in it, and then I do the normal sculpture thing, which is chasing. Chasing is just a fancy word. It's cleaning it up, defining edges, and giving clarity to it. There's no way. And one of the reasons why we do ours that way is if I had a piece of steel that was that thick on the wall, it would probably weigh about at least 100 pounds. There's no way you could get something that size. I'm always looking for innovative materials. That's what we use. It's very innovative. It's very different. And I can create so many different things from it. I can express what I'm trying to create with it.
Well, we use uniqueness. We use different elements from the earth.
Yes.
And we take and we incorporate it in the theme of how things come together. Sometimes it's natural, sometimes it's not. But we appreciate it because when the work goes into it, like a lot of people thinking that it's only maybe a week or 2 weeks. These may take 3, 6 months, 9 months, even a year and a half, because Aaron is so passionate and he does it in a series. It's not all, he doesn't do all of them at the same time, but he works on several at one time. And that's the important thing inside the gallery. When you come back and we have our Q&A on Saturday on the next day, we're going to let you take a little small peek. We're going to let you see exactly inside our world. Because you will get a good feeling when you see inside our world what we actually do and appreciate why we do this. One
other thing I would like to say is a lot of the pieces that you're going to say, we don't have a huge gamut of pieces, again, because we're always creating, and some have been purchased and some are going to shows and some are going into even museums and stuff like that. But some of the pieces that you're seeing, these are pieces that have taken months to create. Months, literally months. The pieces that you see behind Gina, Chikulu, over 6 months.
Well, you guys,
almost over 7 months. Those are pieces that just didn't come over. We have a lot of that. It's a lot that goes into the process. It's a lot of how we choose what patinas are going to look like. Is it going to look more like this? Even the hairstyles, there's minute details that, you really can't see until you actually see it in person, or if you pull the piece up. Gina, could you pull one of the pieces up and just show on Chikulu the hair? That would give them a clear definition of what we're talking about, the minute details. There you go. Pull it over a little bit more. Other way. There we go. Right there. So all of those braiding hairstyles, we have to actually study braids. I have to ask Gina, how does this braid? How does a braid actually work? How does it fling? How does it flow? How would that work? So I have to actually take my whole body, soul, and mind back into time of how that would actually look. And I have to do research behind the pieces. So that's what you're seeing. And the same texture, the same technique is behind the piece also. Thank you.
Okay. That is really nice. I mean, you guys have done a fantastic job, Aaron and Gina. We're going to thank you so much. Having Aaron and Gina is just absolutely amazing. Aaron has amazing work. They both have absolutely phenomenal spirits. I have so enjoyed working with the both of you throughout this whole process. And because you know what this whole process has been like, the learning curves, the training, the getting this together, getting that together, being on live stream together and figuring out all of the live stream, the emotions that went into all of it, and the just all of the, it's, and that's, people don't know that there's been a lot of emotion that has gone into this, and so it's just an absolute honor. I remember the first time I talked to you and Aaron, I was like, oh my gosh, you guys literally just blew me away with your passion. And that's one of the things I think Pancho just mentioned. It's like, you guys just blew me away with your passion, and not just your passion for your art, but your passion for other people and wanting to elevate and help elevate other people. You guys just blew me. I mean, I was like, Lord, what? The people that you have brought into my life. So I was just honored. I mean, I went through telling people, I'm like, I'm so honored to have met Gina and Aaron, because you guys are. So I shared this art experience. So I just want you to know that I am honored to have you guys a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.
Listen, I want everyone, if you come in and visit all of the galleries, and I will promise to you that if you do, I will make sure that this photo be signed by my husband, Aaron Paskins, the artist, and you send the email link to Miss Louise so I'll know who you are. Mm-hmm. And I will make sure you get a signed copy. It's an 8x10. It can be framed. But this is something that you can treasure and pass down for generations to generations. It's beautifully printed, and it has him in one of the larger pieces, Mufasa. Mm-hmm. I think you will love it. Even if you can't afford none of the larger ones, but you can reach out to us because we have a payment plan. We do offer minis as well. So believe it or not, regardless of what you think you can afford it when you come and see us. But just chat with me, because I'm the business financier. I can make all of your something.
She is the business financier. Did you all know that? The business financier. So that means do not go to Aaron, because he is the artiste. That's it. Gina is the one with the okay. She's the one with the okay stamp. So if you don't go to Gina, you won't get the okay stamp. So now you go to Gina, get the okay stamp, and then you good to go. You go to Aaron, no stamp.
I love you, Louise. You are the best.
I love you too. We're gonna switch to some music. I'm going to give you a taste of the music, the musicians that are going to be with us. They're going to start tomorrow, but I got some of their music so that you can get a little bit of a taste of who's going to be with us starting tomorrow. And I'm pretty excited. I'm actually going to play one of these songs. This musician's not gonna be performing tomorrow. She's already here with you, talking to you right here on the screen. But I feel that this song is relevant to what's going on in the world today. It's very relevant, and I wanted to share it. This is a song that I wrote that went along with an exhibit that I had called We Are Still Watching. So I wanted to play this for you guys. And so I want you to sit back and enjoy it. And then I'll be playing some music from the other musicians that will be performing. So here we go. Let's see if I get this right. This whole screen share thing. You guys still there? Holler out if you're still there. Pushing my button now. When you look at me, let me do a restart. Let me do a restart. Take it back a little bit. There we go. What do you see you look at me, have I not? And two hands and feet, are we not fit by the same means? What do you see when you look at me? What do you see when you look at me? Are we not subject to the same disease? Are we not cured by the same means? What do you see when you look at me? My heart beats and my soul weeps when you look at me. Yes, my heart beats and my soul weeps when you look at me. What do you see when you look at me? Am I less than what you believe? If you prick me, will I not bleed? Tell me, what do you see when you look at me? What do you see when you look at me? Tell me, what do you see when you look at me? My heart beats and my soul weeps when you look at me. What do you see?
All right, that one was on the loop. Didn't know it was looping. Looping. So that was a song that I wrote I think I wrote that a few years ago when we were dealing with some other things. And I wrote that with an exhibit that I had called We Are Still Watching. And when I think, there was so much brutality and things going on in America a few years ago where people were, they're still getting killed by police and all that kind of stuff. And that's basically what that song was written about is, and I get it from the Merchant of Venice. And I had always wanted to write something based on that have not a Jew eyes and things like that. I had always wanted to write something based on that portion of the Merchant of Venice. And that's what that song came out of. And it's actually a part of an exhibit that I created called We Are Still Watching. So I wanted to share that because I feel like that song is very relevant right now, today. And I'll probably play it throughout, some other times throughout the session just because I feel like it's a very relevant song right now. So we're gonna go into some of our other artists here and we'll put some more, I'm gonna show you, we'll do another one. We have another young artist that we'll be showcasing. Well, this young man, he's a rapper. He'll be a part of it. And actually he's one of the artists that also will be here. So this is one of his pieces. And you'll be seeing some of his artwork as well.
Yeah, it's the boy Wayne G. Give a holler to my DJ Joe. For like they too. Eyes aspire to see Kanye survive, but why? Cause my life is like a drive through fire, the flood. Why success always get dragged through the mud? Cause I'm black and braided, I probably resemble a thug. As a kid, I reminisce, I think all my kisses and hugs every morning before school. Then she would pray for a dude, qualified for FEMA, so I ate breakfast at school. Our dinner was fast food or microwave. This was way back in the days when all my dreams consist of me getting paid. But the money I made seemed to get spent each day. Cares to save, but a lot of people do not we. And I'm speaking on behalf of my community, so I can speak for those around me. I wanted to pimp just to have some O's in the afternoon, then pay again 3 after the moon. Yeah. Cause I was styling on Fantasy Island. Then reality woke me, choked me, pistol to my head, really trying to smoke me. But we was dead broke, see. I was styling on Fantasy Island. Then reality woke me, choked me, pistol to my head, really trying to smoke me. But we was dead broke, see. Before I went to sleep, I fell to my knees, calling out to the good Lord, please, can you change the scene? Every morning I'm awakened by a dope fiend scream. The ghetto has invaded my dream. Every nigga trying to scheme on the way to come up on some kind of green. Why do death seem far away, but each day he seems. Sometimes I pinch myself, but I only inflict myself. The bottom line is we all need help, trying to hold on just like my belt. Money sure like the verse that stated Jesus well. We probably could do more. How? Cause we is poor. I got too strong, grown men sleeping on the floor. Uncle's life took a detour. Now the one sees the door. Why don't everybody say bonjour? Bonjour, or the bat is man. But we was dead broke, see. I was styling on Fantasy Island. Then reality woke me, choked me, pistol to my head, really trying to smoke me. But we was dead broke, see.
Okay, that was Ephala Art. And that's also, he's known by the name of Wayne G. And so he'll be performing, but you'll also get an opportunity to see some of his artwork. He actually has some of his artwork here. He'll be one of the artists that will be here today. We'll see what time he comes in. He has a scheduled time, but we'll see how that works out for his schedule. So his name is Wayne G, and he'll also be showing some of his artwork. He does work in spray paint and paint and things like that, but we do have some of his artwork in the studio today, and he should be here to show you guys some of that. I'm really looking forward to it. So that is Wayne G, and he will be here in the studio today to show you some of his work, and he'll also be one of the performers during this weekend. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope you guys are looking forward to that. What we're going to play next is, I'm trying to see, I'm sitting here from a distance. Now, these two young men, they're going to actually perform, but they were a lot younger on here. So, but they're going to perform for us. But I thought this would be fun. This would be a fun one to show you. They were actually a lot younger when they did this performance, but I thought it was a great performance to show you because they will both be performing. They won't be performing together. They'll be performing separately, but they will both be performing today. So let's see. All right, so here they are, these two young gentlemen. Oh, hold on. Let me go back some. Okay, I had to put the sound in for you. There is a house in your hands. They call the rising sun. And it's been the road of men. My mother was, she saw my new days. My father Okay, well, those are the that's good. That's going to be our entertainment this week. They'll be coming up on tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. The young singer and violinist who are no longer that age anymore. They're actually 16 and 19 now, and so it'll be interesting to hear them play and perform. They'll both be performing separately. One is a vocalist and one is a violinist. So it'll be interesting to see them perform, and I'm pretty excited about having them both come and perform for us. And I hope you guys are looking forward to it as well. I just wanted to, since we didn't have them performing today, because they're probably actually both in school today. So we'll be bringing in. Oh, I see Poncho has popped back in. Hi, Poncho.
Hey, how you doing, Louise? So, Louise, can you go back and tell the viewers how to navigate the website, find the artwork, find the stores before the next presentation?
Yes, we do have some time. So let me take you guys back through how to go about navigating the website and all of the other aspects too. Let me see. I just want to make sure I have the website up still, because I've been clicking on so many things, guys. It's so, this has been quite the adventure. Doing the live with you guys. This has been a lot of fun. I've really gotten a lot out of it, and talking about learning curve, okay? Big learning curve here. So definitely want to take you guys. So when you go to the website, I'm going to bring you guys back up to the website. Give me 1 second. This whole screen share thing is phenomenal, is absolutely phenomenal. I love it to death. So when you go to the website, so you have the website here, we're on the home page. So the store, just click on the store, just go to the store from the home page, you click on the store and you're able to go to any of the stores. So I'm going to click on Mr. Poncho store, and then you'll see all of his artwork that's available right now in the store. You can load some more. And these are some absolutely amazing pieces. Poncho's pieces are, this is some of his latest work. And it's available for you to purchase today. You can click on the images. You can see the images up close and personal. It has the price. It has the sizes. You just add them to your cart. You can share them if you would like, and then you can just kind of go through and look at some more of his images. It's all on there. And like I said, this is all of his latest work, so you definitely want to kind of get in on that. If you want to go and view, it's like, well, I want to kind of check it out and then look at the purchasing part later. Go ahead to 2020 Artists, go to that. And you can see, you can just click on either artist. You can click on any of the artists that are in here, and their links are also in here. So I'm going to click on Thomas. We're going to go ahead and click on Thomas. Once you click on Mr. Thomas's page, you'll see right up here is his Zoom link. You can go ahead and click that Zoom link, and it will open up in my, it's opening up Zoom on my, So it will open up a Zoom page for you, and you can go right ahead, as you can see, and you can go right ahead and join Thomas in a Zoom meeting. I think Thomas might have, is this the new one? You can join Thomas right in a Zoom meeting and chat with him and have a really fun conversation with Thomas. So that's one of the ways that you go in and click on their Zoom link and enter right into a meeting with them. The other thing that's on here is our schedule. If you are interested in seeing a particular artist, you just click on that schedule. You're like, well, I want to kind of tune in at the time that this particular artist is on. Okay, so you just grab the schedule right here and you tune in to the schedule right here. And you can see right now, we just had the Paskins, we just had some music performance, and oh my gosh, look who's coming up. It is Craig. Craig Scrivens is actually coming up. Craig is he is a digital artist and with some pretty phenomenal work. So Craig will be coming up next and sharing with us about his work and all of the different things that he does. He has some pretty amazing things. And so we're looking forward to sharing with Craig. There's Craig. Hi, Craig.
Hi.
So here's Craig. And I'm going to, so Craig, how have you been?
I've been fine.
Good. You've been looking
Just
forward
busy
to
trying to get together because y'all put me in the spot with all that good work y'all been doing. So now I have to up my game.
What'd you say, Craig? You got to up your game?
Yep.
There you go. That's what it's about. Upping your game. Where Poncho, come on here. Craig said he got to up his game. Come join. I told Poncho to come here because Poncho's been working hard on everybody. I'm gonna snatch him up here. Poncho's been working hard on everybody. Craig said he had to up his game, Poncho. You're muted. You're muted. He got his mic muted.
Craig got his own game. Craig don't have to up his game. He's part of the team. He's been with us all week trying to learn this technology thing. I think what he has to offer is really wonderful because Craig is a digital artist. It's a brand new, I can't say brand new, but it's a new genre that's developing more and more because of technology. Mm-hmm. So I think it's going to be a wonderful presentation. Go ahead, Craig. Just go ahead and show them what you're up to.
All right, okay. We're gonna turn it over to you, and you go ahead and share, okay?
All right.
All right, Craig.
Well, my name is Craig Scriven, and I'm a digital artist from Dayton, Ohio. I do oil paintings also. So you will see some oil paintings in my presentation. And basically behind me are two of the pieces that I will be talking about. Over here is Artist 11, Hold the Light. And over here is The Mask We Wear. So let me go into the presentation. I'm going to share the video screen. Hold up. Trying to share the screen. Okay.
Once it comes in, Craig, you can share it.
You got to select it first. Okay. There we go. And the first piece I'm going to talk about is Jazzy Sweet Succession of Life. Let me put it up higher so you can see it. And what this is about is a jazz club mixed with dancing. And it's my partake of Ernie Barnes' Sugar Shack. And it has the piano players, it got bass player, and what it has is it has a female bass player, and you don't see that at the time. You didn't see that at all. And you may not have seen it lately either, but I put that in there because I was mixing what people can do. So you have the female singer, you got the person on the piano, you got the bass player that's female, you got the congos, you got guitar players, and it's all mixing music together. And then you got the dancers on the floor, and then you got the security guards with my logo on it. The next one is Artist 11, Hold the Light, and that's about the artists holding their talent and their knowledge in their hands, and once they let it go, it produces brilliant textures and colors and imagery. And it allows the artists to explore more into themselves as well as bring others into the artist so that they can know more about the artist, and the artist is holding the light to share the light, not just to keep it to himself. The next piece is in my dusting series, and it's called Dusting the Dance 5. And what it shows is people dancing, and the people are made from dust, and the dust comes in many different colors, and you can see the many different colors in this piece as textures and light. And in this piece, there's about 30 to 40 different layers on top of each other, and they show transparency throughout the picture of the light coming through the background. And that's the thing that I do differently than most artists do, is most artists does the opposite. They bring the darkness first and then they bring the light in there, and I go backwards and bring the light on top of the darkness. The next piece is Mask We Wear. In the masks we wear, there's 3 different types of masks that I think people wear. And one of them is called the self mask. And that's what you keep to yourself and what you bring to God. And those are the only 2 people that know about the self mask. And these can be masks that are physical masks or imaginary masks. The next mask is the family mask, and that's what you keep with family, God, and self. The third mask is the friendship mask, and that's what you share with friends and associates, ideas and personas that you want to show other people. The next series that I'm going to talk about is the People Challenge, and there's about 25 of them now. And 17 you can see on my website at Beauty of Blackness fineartsshow.com. And they're exclusively on this website as my recent pieces. So you can't find them anywhere else except on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And what this is the middle passage. And it shows you a boat going across the waters and blood coming from the boat, blood in the water, representing the dead people that it took to get across the water. And then it shows the people transparent through each other, showing that they're lost as well as found, because they found a new spot to be, but they're lost their original family. The next thing I would like to show you is a demonstration. Okay. Let me do the demonstration. Hold on. Okay, I'm working on getting the demonstration together. Hold on. What is supposed to come up? And what the demonstration is going to show you is how I did one of the pieces in the People's Challenge. My People's Challenge is going to show you. And the one that we're going to do is called the People's Challenge 7. Remembering the ship 2. So the process of it is first you get an idea about what you're going to do. And the idea usually comes from the music I listen to or the events that happened in my life during a certain time or history. And as you can see, there's a lot of layers to it. And basically what I do is I start with a black background and add light color to that. And then add transparencies to the color on top of that to add texture to it. And then add light to the texture to add another quality to it. And then I start putting in the imagery of the blood from the ship. And remember, this is called Remember the Ship 2. So it basically it's dealing with the middle passage again. And I do a lot of copy paste on it after I get a figure that I like. I like to reproduce it many times and then put it on the canvas. And then all I'm doing is drawing on the computer with the mouse. And that makes me different from other digital artists. Most digital artists use a stylus to do it, and I'm working with the mouse. So in some ways it's more difficult, in some ways it's more easy, just depending on what your preference is on drawing. So that's the technique that I use to create that piece. And listen to some music. for a little bit while I get some other artwork together. And this is music that I created in GarageBand, which is a digital music composer. Right here we have a piece called of Tabernacle Church and Baptist Church in Dayton, Ohio. And it was in a church exhibit that we had for the African American Visual Artists Guild. And it was a traveling exhibit. And what we did in the traveling exhibit is that we got 75-year-old churches, and we had 26 pieces with 17 artists, and I was one of them. And it's online at African American Visual AAVAG.org, where you can see that whole exhibit. And here's a piece called Return to Home. This piece called Return to Home. And what it's about is the multicolored people getting together and returning to home. And behind me back here is a piece called Chasing the Women. It's another design that I did, or another art piece that I did in the series, and there's about 17 of these pieces. And this is a woman with texture, and it came about through partly through the Mask series, after the Mask series, and I took the mask right here and put that on top of a woman and put different textures on the woman, and it's looking up. And the colors are different textures to blend in with the piece here. So it takes you from a brightness, like they're looking at a piece with them looking at gods. So a lot of my pieces are somewhat religious pieces. I do a lot of series work, as you can tell. You could go to the Black Arts, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website and check out more of my artwork. Like I said, there's an exclusive 17 pieces of the My People Challenge that you can only find on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts.com at this time. They're original pieces. There'll be, the size is 16 by 24 or 24 by 16 for the original pieces of My People Challenge.
Hey, Greg.
Hi.
That was pretty fantastic. Thank you for sharing all of that. I love watching you work. I love watching your process. Your work process is pretty amazing with all of the different layers. So you were telling, you go through how many layers when you create these?
30 to 40.
30 to 40, 30 to 40 layers. That's quite a few layers of, and how long does it usually take you to create something like that with that many layers in it?
It all depends. From sometimes it'll take a couple of days and sometimes it'll take a couple of hours.
Okay.
Depending on what I'm working on and what effect I'm trying to get.
Okay. Did you see the comment somebody made to you?
No, I didn't.
Here it is. Right there.
Okay. I see them now.
Rich and milky. He said your work is rich and milky. That's nice. That's nice. So, but so you said how long? You said it takes you about how long?
From 2 hours to 2 days.
Oh, wow. 2 hours to 2 days. That's a lot. I mean, the 2 day ones, is that depends on the layers or the thought process, or?
That's depending on the thought process.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 days, usually I'm working on the series and I got several things in my mind and I'm just putting them down on the canvas.
Okay. So you're like putting stuff down, getting things ready on the canvas. Okay. All right. So that's a lot. And you, the music that was playing, you wrote that?
Yeah, I wrote that. Yes.
Okay. All right. Nice. So have you been writing music long?
For 3 years.
Oh, so you've been writing music for 3 years.
Yes.
So we get to hear.
Just started.
You what?
I said I just started with writing music.
So you do it all digitally, or do you play instruments, or what?
Mostly digitally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So what kind of got you into the whole music playing?
I had a friend and I was doing CDs for them, covers. And then I was learning on the keyboard different things about music.
Okay.
So that got me interested in it. And then I got a tune in my head and the friend helped me get the tune out of my head.
Oh,
and
really?
yeah, and we did a EP
Uh-huh.
with that song on it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So will we hear more of your music throughout the weekend? Okay.
Yeah.
You got some stuff to plug. You got some stuff to plug in for us.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. So I know you had talked about how you got into digital art. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I got started in digital art in 1993. And I was finishing college, and I really didn't have a spot to paint.
Mhm.
So, and I had a computer and a program called Photoshop, and I was just messing around with Photoshop and started doing pictures. And then I sold a piece of one of my oil paintings. And I took a picture of it, but the picture was bad. So in Photoshop, I corrected it so it looked more like the oil painting.
Okay.
So that's what really got me started, was that I was trying to correct a piece of artwork.
Going around correcting a piece of artwork got you into digital art. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Yes.
That you went into digital art by correcting a piece of art that you already had. So when you finished,
I sold and had a picture of it, but I didn't have a good picture of it.
Okay.
But in my mind, I could reproduce it.
Okay. Oh, so the original piece you sold, and so you had the picture. So you went back to try, and you went back and read it. So did the restoration piece look better than the original?
The original looked better.
So the original looked better than and so you've gone to school for digital art, correct?
No, I went to school for oil paint.
Oh, so then how did you develop your digital art skills though?
Like I said, I kept on messing around with Photoshop, and then I found out I could draw on Photoshop. And that was an important thing for me to do, is to draw with the mouse on Photoshop.
Oh, okay, okay. So let's see here. You have Omar. He said, Omar said, this one is so dope. Which one, Omar? I would love to find out which piece Omar thought was dope. See what?
Yes, I would like to find that out too.
I know, because
Omar, if you're still out there, tune in to my art page on Beauty of Blackness FineArtShow.com.
Yeah.
And go into my Zoom so we can find out which one you're talking about.
So come on in and chat with Craig. Come and chat with him. And that's for any of you all. If you're out there and you have questions, you can ask questions here. But for Craig, and Craig will answer your questions here. But you can also go into Craig's Zoom, into his room, and go into his Zoom link. Craig would love to talk with you and share information with you, and just talk about his artwork and share about his artwork. Craig does some amazing, amazing stuff digitally. It's something that I've looked at, but not quite. Just would not, can't really get into it, especially with all the layers that you do. I find that amazing that you do between 30 and 40 layers on a piece.
Yes. Most of the layers is, like I said, was copying, pasting different things images that I draw. So I won't have to reproduce them by drawing them again. I just copy them and paste them, and then I can make them translucent so that the light will come through them.
Right.
When I wanted the light to come through, and the white will block it when I didn't want the light to come through.
So now, do you store, like when you find things that you really like? My arms are all, I'm looking at my arms. Lotion, screaming. When you find an image that you like, do you store that image in case you want to use it again?
Sometimes I do, yes.
Mm-hmm. So if you find an image that you find, because I know some of your newer pieces that you sent, there was an image that was a little, that kind of went into another piece. So then you'll make images and then you'll just save them and then use them again if it's something that fits.
Yeah, if it's something that fits, then I would use it again.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's something that I know that looks right for the newer piece, I would put, because I did that with the mask piece that's over here.
Mm-hmm.
That piece.
Okay. So you just repeated the images.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, I traced around the image and then I pasted it on top of the other image, the image back there.
Oh, okay. So, Craig, how is this experience doing the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show? How has this affected how you view what you do, and how has it added, subtracted? How has it affected you and the way you create and how you pursue what you do?
It added to the way I pursue what I do because I was never a good talker, so it made me think about what you have to do to get 30 minutes in. So I'm getting there, but I haven't got there yet. But by Sunday, I'm going to have 30 minutes.
You're going to be a master, huh? Well, tomorrow's 45. We throwing a 45 in on you. But we'll stick with a 30. We'll do 30 with you, and then we'll break your 30 up with I think there's somebody else coming in. So we'll do a 30. We're gonna master 30.
Yeah.
He's gonna master 30. I think you did a fabulous job, Craig. Just doing your 30. I loved your presentation. I thought that was fantastic. I'm hoping other people enjoyed the presentation as well. To be able to see your process is amazing. To be able to see how you go about creating these pieces and these bodies of work. Will you be showing more of that as throughout the weekend?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll be sharing. So you have different pieces that you're going to share, different pieces, technique you're going to share?
Yes, I got different pieces that I can share, and I may do a demonstration of it.
Oh, okay, okay. Demonstrations are always nice. I love to see those, and it actually helps people to see how you go about doing things and how you work. So thank you so much, Craig. I think you did a fabulous job. I'm so glad to have you a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm glad to see you here and to be able to get an opportunity to enjoy your work.
Thank you for having me here.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we definitely want to go go online, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and find Craig and go and experience some of his amazing work in his store, in his shop, and just really, really go in, enjoy, browse, look through all of this, everything that he has. He has some really incredible pieces there. Go in and check them out so that you can make a purchase through our Fine Art Show and pick up something really unique from Craig. They make these things make wonderful gifts. They make wonderful additions to your home. So definitely go in and pick up something really nice at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. That's the Beauty of Blackness fineartshow.com. We would love to have you come by and look around, Zoom a couple of people, engage, spend some time engaging with the artist, spend some time engaging even with the website. We would love to have you do that. So we're going to take a few minutes and we will be right back. Or you could just look at me. So we'll take a few minutes.
You are muted, my dear. You need to put your sound on.
I'm always muting myself.
Yeah, I was trying to be the DJ behind the scenes.
I was like, there's some smooth jazz stuff happening behind the scenes. So we're going to open it up for people that might have some questions. If you have some questions, we got a little bit of Thomas said, turn up the volume. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. So I think Thomas liked that little bit of jazz that you had in there. So we're going to definitely have some, we're open for some questions and answers. And if you have some questions for us, this is a good time right here to share.
We got about a good 15 viewers out there that are looking. So if you got a question about the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show or the artist or anything like that, just put your question in the comment section and we will grab that, post it, and respond.
Get you a nice picture. And don't forget, share. Share it with your friends, share it with your buddies, share it with people you don't know.
That's the whole idea. This is about collaboration. So, if we multiplies the word, y'all, we got to get the word out. We got a whole weekend's worth of an event. If we share it to a couple of people, we will spread the word and kind of make this genre our new normal.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Because it's, like the Bible says, to be fruitful and multiply. I'm looking for some fruitful people out there.
That's right.
Wave your hands in the air if you're fruitful.
That's right.
And multiply. So we're looking for a few, I didn't get that word right, fruitful people out there. So share your thoughts, share your questions. We're here to answer things for you.
So Louise, I got a question for you, since you are our humble leader.
I am. Is that what I am?
When did you decide to do a festival? How did you get to the walk of wanting to do a festival?
You know, this is something I've wanted to do for a number of years. You know, because I've done art shows and festivals and all. I've been doing this kind of thing for a long time, and you know, you can testify to it as well. You know, it's like once you become an artist, you just start you jump into the festival world. It's like you throw your hat in there. And so I've been doing it for a number of years, and over the course of time, you know, you got some good ones and you got some bad ones. You look at the promoters, and you know, some promoters are great and some promoters are not so great. And so you kind of look at those kind of things, and you know, as artists, artists talk amongst themselves. They talk amongst themselves, and so you begin to hear this and that. And even if you're in a great show, there's still some artists talking about something.
That's right.
But I've always wanted to do a fine art show, and I think I've always wanted to do it even early on in my career of going into doing art shows. I've always wanted to do one. I've always wanted to do one of my own, as opposed to just participating in one.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you know, I always said back in the day, most of the shows were either managed by artists, but few of them were actually promoted by artists. And so it's nice to see it. And I always predicted a day when artists were going to be doing more and more of the managerial parts of doing things like this. So, you know, I want people to understand you're not just a show promoter. Miss Cutler is a world-class artist. And tell us a little bit about your work. I mean, I know you get a little session a little early today, but tell them a little bit about your work. I want you to step outside of the hat of being the founder of this project and talk about yourself as an artist and why this is important as an artist.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just it. It's like one of the I got a question from a young lady that I think is Art World News, and she always I love her. She anytime I do an art show and she's around, she always includes me in an article or something like that. And one of the questions she asked me is like, oh, you know, what got you into this show and things, and basically. Even though I am an artist and I create art and I love creating art and I love selling art, just throw that out there. Doing this show was also to help promote other artists, because it's just like most of the time when you're talking to even the seasoned and over seasoned artists, that's one of the things that we're always talking about is giving back. How can we give back? And this is, by doing this show, it gives me the opportunity to give back and to help other artists and to show other artists, because some artists, people won't, you know, some shows shows they'll be like, yeah, no, I don't really care for that artist, or you know, and artists suffer a lot of rejection. And I, you know, a lot of people don't realize that. And so for me, I mean, yeah, we still have to balance stuff out. And you and I, we talked about that. But by giving people an opportunity to step out, it's just like Kevin. He was like, this is great, because, you know, this is a big opportunity for Kevin, because Kevin's not used to showing a lot. You know, like Thomas is used to showing a ton. I mean, it's like just within the last, since June, I don't know how many places Thomas then posted on his, watch me here, watch me there. But, you know, Thomas is used to showing, whereas you get somebody like Kevin or Karen Drury, who has amazing work. This will be Karen's first show. You know, this will be her first show. But when you go and look at her work, you're like, what? How come, you know? And so when you look at those kind of things and you are able to offer this opportunity to some of these artists who have not had that opportunity before, or even, you know, just allowing them. What I really liked about this show is because the artists, they get to meet these other seasoned artists. Because like Kevin, one of the things he says, I got to meet Paul Goodnight the other day. You know, I got to talk to Paul Goodnight. And I think I shared that with you when you and I first met, and you were like, call this person and call that person. You have no idea how thrilling that was to be able to talk to artists that you have admired for so many years.
Well, that's a blessing. I mean, that's the thing that mostly, and that's the essence of this movement, is that people got to actually meet these artists. Before, art was governed in a way that you never really saw the artists. You saw their work in a museum, or you saw representatives representing their work, but you never actually got a chance to have a relationship with the artist. And that was why during the golden age of African American art, why that was so important, because we went into the communities and people actually met us. And I think that those legs are still holding up today when you start talking about doing what we're doing, because you got artists that are emerging, you got artists that are established artists, and you got mid-career artists. So it's always going to be a mix of those artists when you are doing a movement like this.
Right. And that's what I really like, because it's such such a mixture. And like you said, when during the golden age of art, you would have to travel to the art show. You would have to travel to that art show in order to see Paul Goodnight, in order to see Bibbs, in order to see Annie Lee, in order to see these greats, you would have to travel to an art show. And if you weren't in that area, or you weren't in that town, you weren't able to see it.
Well, what was also wonderful is that many cities began to have shows. So you had Chicago, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Cleveland, and a host of other cities, Denver. A host of other cities started giving Black art shows. So while they may have had to travel, and another factor that you didn't mention was that people were willing to travel.
Right.
They were going into the National Black Arts Festival. They were flying in. That was people's destination. The Baldwin Hills show in California. People were flying into that show. The Philadelphia Fine Art Expo, pound for pound, was the largest Black art show in the United States and probably in the world, because they had an arena. The Leo Corus Center in Philadelphia had nearly 300 to 400 artists represented in that show. They had all of the big artists were on the floor, and on the outside perimeter, they had crafts people, wearable arts folks that had products. That time is coming back. How it's going to come back is different. Right. And that's why I like doing what we're doing now, because when you can virtually reach people in their home, it's a whole different ballgame. So I know for most of the viewers, it's probably going to be a different thing to experience. But I would allow you, I implore you to open your mind, open your spirit, because you'll get more information in this format than you probably would get if you came to a show.
Oh yeah, and that's what I really like about this, because now we're able to bring those artists, like you said, right there into your home. Because some people are like, oh, I don't want to go out. There's no sun. Trust me, Chicago kills a person in the summer. There's no sun, there's no humidity. You get your air conditioner on, you get you a nice glass, and you get you a drink, sit back, enjoy. You see an artist, you pick up your phone and zoom in. Let me zoom this guy, let me zoom this artist, and let me chat with them one-on-one. And that's the beauty of this show. That's the beauty of it, because I can sit here and I can go online and I can watch the show, and I can peruse the website, and without even missing a beat of the show, I can zoom into another artist and chat with them, an artist that I saw their work, an artist where I'm interested in their work, and I can say, hey, you know what, this is pretty cool. I'm going to zoom in and chat with this artist for a few minutes and kind of interact with them. That's what I really, really love about this.
And the important thing is you made history. See, there's people that talk about doing it. There's people who's been planning on doing it, and then there's people that's been pushed in the fire. You got pushed in the fire. Explain to them how you had a venue. You explain that, because we didn't just wake up and this be virtual. Okay.
No,
so you already talked to us about how you conceptualized doing a show, your purpose for doing a show. But now tell from the time you started to really pull it together to now what happened.
Well, we did. This is actually this was the Beauty of Blackness premiere indoor art show. That's what this was supposed to be. And I had already picked out a venue, talked to the people about the venue. The first venue, it was interesting because I've done shows, I've shown work in this venue and I love it. It's a beautiful venue. It's the Carnegie Center for Creative Arts here in Fort Collins. But then I got it on the date. It was going to be before the Fort Collins Studio Art Tour. It was like written in stone. Yes, got it going, taking over the whole building, have all the artists. And then I find out that the Carnegie building only can hold 150 people. And I was like, 150 people? If I have 50 artists and they have 50 assistants, it's over. It's we can have 50 people in the building at a time. And once you throw volunteers in there, what is that, 25 people can come through. So I was like, that's not going to work. So we have this beautiful building here called the Opera Galleria in town. And it had just been newly remodeled. And it has this beautiful atrium that's open, sunlight, absolutely gorgeous building. So I contacted them and they were like, we would love to have this show here. I'm like, great, let's do it. So I got that all set up March, and I'm like, boom, going forward, talked to LaShawn, and LaShawn introduced me to you, and then we were like, you were like, Louise, you got this time and this time and this time and this time. Get on the schedule, girl. You got this much time to do such, such, such. And I'm like, okay, I got this much time to do such and such. So start moving forward. Remember when I called you, you were like, you got your venue? I was like, I'm still, because I think that was like in January or February.
That was January, February. You're right.
Got my venue. I know my venue. And I had already contacted Gallery Opera, but they still hadn't sent me the contract and paperwork and all that stuff. I'm like, pretty sure I have the venue. They gave me a pretty solid yes. That was, and so, but by the time March came in, I was still calling them and they were still kind of up in the air of what they were going to do. And then by then it was, by the time April came in, it was pretty clear that this was not going to happen. And so that's when I was like, okay, let's rethink it, make it a virtual with a physical aspect, virtual. And so then that's when I was like, okay, so now the Carnegie Center for Creativity will work because I have to limit the access anyway.
Right.
So got back in contact with Carnegie and they were like, no problem. We would love to have it. So I was like, yay.
And give them a time frame now, because now we're in what month?
Well, now we're in like, what is it, May or something like that? Because I had signed for a 2-page spread in the Fort Collins Museum. Fort Collins magazine had already put down the money. And
now, understand, people, with the timeline. She left out one important landmark, and that was the pandemic being called in April.
Yeah, they did. And so I put the money down on the magazine. The magazine called and said, we're sending your money back because we're not printing the magazine. I was like, what? They were like, with the pandemic going on, nobody else is putting anything in. And so I thought, what magazines do that? So they refunded my money. They said, we're not going to do our spread for the summer. We'll take it back up in the fall. And so now I'm like, that was my big advertisement. That was my big budget advertisement, right? It's like, Boom. And you have to understand something. Once the show went virtual, it also removed a lot of the finances. It removed a lot of the finances. So then, because the physical show cost X amount of dollars, and now you're offering a virtual show, you're talking about from here to here in finances, because people are like, virtual show? I'm not paying that much money for a virtual show. No problem. Let's figure this out. So you're talking about going from your finances here to down here. So now you're trying to figure out, okay, so how do I promote a virtual show? How do I get the word out? And how, with such
you're skipping a step. How do I even design one?
How do I design it? How do I get this and how do I get that? Because you still need certain parts for it to work. You still need those. And so whether you have the finances or not, you still got to have those parts to put together. And so so after that, I was kind of like, okay, so I can still do the physical thing. And then it was, well, how do you do the streaming part? Because it was still physical and I still wanted the artist. So to kind of protect the artist, I have to stream them in. So I'm like, okay, I'll rent the building and then I'll stream all the artists into the building. I'll stream them all in and we'll have a virtual reception. People could talk to them. This place had really large white walls. We're going to project the artists onto the walls so we can talk to them. Yes, we got it going again. We got a great idea. Talk to the people. They were like, that's a great idea. So we got all that going. I had talked to some people about streaming to understand the streaming concept so I could put it together properly. I knew exactly what equipment I was going to use and all of that. And then the end of July, I get a call. And I can't tell you how many times I had to rewrite
rewrite your mission statement and everything else.
Rewrite the promo, rewrite the PR papers, rewrite the this, rewrite the that. It was like, you're talking about in a state of constant rewrite.
Okay, I got a question for you from somebody in the audience, and he did it in 2 sections, so I'm going to post both sections. It says, from Dante Miller, do you think virtual shows have a place during normal times in the future?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. I mean, this show, even though I'm hoping to take it live next year, it still will have this virtual aspect. It still will have this virtual aspect because this is the direction. If you look at the youth of today, they spend more time on YouTube, Snapchat, and they spend more time virtually than they do in the just in the real world. To me, they spend more time in the physical realm. They spend more time virtually. So,
you raise a point about the young children, but you got to for me, the demographic that we're speaking to that supports all of this are people that are from 35 on up to 60. And so you're talking about a cross section of America that is still virtually working from home. Schools are now partially working from home. And so all of the streaming and conferencing platforms used to be available to corporations. Now that's come down to the layman because people need to connect.
Right.
And so when you add those things together, we're in the midst of another major revolution, just like the revolution that happened that I talked about early in 1985, when media attached with technology and accessibility, and boom, now you got all this stuff, culture and all that hitting a streaming and a network, a social network explosion that's going to do the same thing.
And that's why I was really glad. Because when the pandemic came on, it was interesting because I think I might have done maybe 1 or 2 lives. But when the pandemic happened, I started doing lives for fun. I was just having fun with them. And I was doing my little live studio garden show. And then one of my other mentors had started doing, did a StreamYard, and he mentioned it, and I thought, StreamYard, let me check this out. And so I immediately went to check it out and loved it, just loved it.
And you're pretty masterful at it too. I mean, I've learned a lot just by this last couple of months of watching you try to maximize this platform. Omar Jones says he just saw that video represent 82% of all IP traffic in 2021. Thank you, Omar, for sending us that spec.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think this is just going to just get, I think even more people are going to start throwing their hat in this arena. And because if you don't, it's just like we talked about, we've actually, just with the artists that we have, we've actually brought several artists into this world. And because as an artist, and you, Pancho, yourself, just with the virtual shows, doing the virtual shows on Facebook has been phenomenal, has been absolutely phenomenal. And you offered classes and programs, and there's several artists. You have several artists now.
Yeah, we started out, I started doing Facebook Lives back last Black Friday in 2019.
I think I remember you telling me that. I think I remember you saying
and
that.
So naturally, like all other artists, when the pandemic was called, I was like, oh, Lord, let me get some boxes from U-Haul because I'm going to have to pack up my studio. This is going to kill everybody. And then my spirit said, well, try that thing one more time. And so I tried it again shortly after the pandemic started, and boom, it caught on. And it caught on for more than one reason. That was when I learned that my demographic was still gainfully employed. I mean, we see the news. They tell us the body counts. They tell us how bad the unemployment rate is. They tell you how bad the country's going. They show you people getting in food lines. And I'm not denying that that's actually happening to people. But what they don't tell you is how many businesses are opening up, how many people are thriving, how many people are not affected by it as much. And so I took a gamble and realized that people were actively still engaged from home. Mm-hmm. And most of them had never had time to be home before. They've been working 2 jobs. They've been passing like ships in the night. They've been living in these houses. But now all of a sudden, everybody's got gardens and they got new furniture and they got their decks are being power washed. And they're saying, man, that spot is kind of empty. So it's one of those weird things. Sometimes you don't know how things are going to manifest. You would never think that artists would be having a place of shelter doing something like this. And so we taught about 50 people how to do it, of which more than half of them have shows now.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's nice. That's so, because I know I get to see some of them, especially Corinthia's. I like hers. Yours is a lot of fun too.
Well, I think the thing is that every show has its own personality. We don't know how long that's going to last, whether it's going to catch on and people accept it as the norm. We don't know if this is just something that's happening because people are still stuck at home for the most part. I personally believe that it's new. It's a new medium. It's a new way to communicate, and that it's going to be around for a while.
Oh, yeah, I do too. I believe that it's definitely going to be around for a while.
Even with the whole thing you just described, you described having a physical venue, then you were going to do partial physical venue, and you were going to go streaming, then you were going to go, and now it's all virtual. Now everybody and their mama has to go virtual, from school, education, government, corporations, everybody. And so when you couple that with how it's just dropped down into any creative's realm to be able to use that as a means of promotion. It's a very, very powerful time, and I'm hoping that people will at least embrace it. Most people now have at least done one Zoom call since the pandemic. The world changed, and it's not going to change. It changed. When they did Easter from the Vatican during streaming, the world changed at that particular moment.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that was global. That was a global event that went streaming. If that's not enough for you to understand how this movement is going to kind of remain similar, then you're not paying attention.
They're not. And that was just it. It's that I was talking to somebody. I said, I think it was Gina. And I said, people, you have to get on board or you get left behind. If you don't keep up with technology and what's going on in technology or in the world and in this world of virtual and streaming, if you don't, then you get left behind, and then you end up having to try to catch up.
Well, you have taken the baton and you've jetted down the road, because a lot of people were just reluctant doing social networking. So here we go. When my business was running from 1985 to 2005, there was no internet. There was no social marketing involved. That network had its own viability. People were fearful of what online was going to do to the industry. So most of them didn't jump on board. And guys like myself, Charles Bibbs, and other people saw it as an opportunity. So we jumped on board. Everybody had a fit when we jumped on board. What are the artists doing? They're trying to do X, Y, and Z. So here we are again. Those of you that were lagging with embracing social networking for whatever reason, because we got a lot of reasons why we don't do it. Now this thing that's moved to streaming and conferencing, you're now 2 tiers behind.
Exactly.
At one point, websites was number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now websites is almost number 4 or 5.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So it's a changing world, and it's not just artisans that have to take advantage of that. It's everybody.
Right. And that's just it. It's what did they say?
Dante said, I think it's beautiful that you guys have harnessed the current technology to find ways to continue forward. Dante, thank you for that. We agree with you, but that is not just for you guys and for us. It's for everyone. Yeah, I will tell you, it's just a wonderful time. We got to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think and that's just it. It's like, and then encouraging others to become a part of it. That's why I was really happy to have Paul Goodnight yesterday, even though it was incredibly last minute, and I.
Yeah, but you were kind of offline when a lot of the magic was happening, because
I know, because
he was trying to adapt to technology.
Oh, he did. I mean,
but he was still educating the few artists that were online.
Oh no, I heard
it. It was crazy. It was crazy. As a matter of fact, you wish you could have taken that clip and just shown it again.
Oh, no, I think I might be able to.
Yeah, he had artists taking notes while he was learning how to use the camera.
Oh, he was amazing, because even when I came back, the things that he was saying, I was like, this dude. And that's why I told him, I said, I don't care what you do, you have to come on.
The bottom line is that we have masters, okay? We just lost Elizabeth Catlett, Jacob Lawrence, Benny Andrews, and now we have a new level of masters being pushed forward because of time. And when I talk about the golden age of African American art, now that's 30 years ago. And so the collectors are 30 years older. The artists are 30 years older. The industry is 30 years older.
Right.
And so when you get a guy like Paul, it's easy to underestimate who he is or what he is. Right. But I'm telling you, it's a magical moment to have a person.
It was pretty amazing to listen to him talk and then listen to him share. Because when I came on, he was sharing with Thomas and Kevin, and to listen to him sharing his wisdom with them, and then having to tell them that they were all alive.
But he can't help it. He's a natural teacher. That's what he is. Outside of being a phenomenal artist, he is a masterful teacher. This man is about learning. At 70-something years old, he will still find himself in an art class, and we consider him a master, but he's always learning. Right. Yeah. So it's just wonderful. I hope that we're able to continue to keep that kind of flow going. And continue to introduce people to people like Paul, and I think that's part's going to be fantastic.
Yeah,
and so many big breaks are happening to artists right now. Well, you look at Kehinde Wiley and what's her name? They did the presidential portraits. That changed a lot of things for artists too. Amy Sherrill, because what Amy Sherrill did with Miss Obama was not typically done.
Oh no!
In that realm, and what Kehinde Wiley did with Obama was not typically done. It completely shifted the paradigm of what presidential portraits look like. And you look at Kerry James Marshall, you look at the accolades that's coming down to Basquiat, and how artists are now creeping into the auction houses now. Before that wasn't happening. And now you can see Romare Beard and Jacob Lawrence, Benny Andrews, and these guys are in an auction setting that you never saw that before. And now there's another big wave of African American artists getting their, what I call, just due. And I think that still stands on the shoulders of what artists were doing from that 1985 to 2005. It feeds right in. I did shows with Elizabeth Catlett, Samela Lewis, Jacob Lawrence. They were at our shows.
Right.
You know, the National Black Arts Festival had every major artist in the country coming there. You know, the NCA, the National Conference of Artists, had some of the most major Black artists in that organization. And so it's a lot of history that people don't readily get to hear about. And that's the good thing about a platform like this, is now we can go give homage to what happened before while we're doing this. And I think if we continue to bridge the divide between those two things, we're going to be educating people on another whole level. This has a lot of power potential.
That's what I'm looking forward to, because I feel like it's actually a really good venue for sharing, educating, and also developing people, and just pushing them and catapulting them to the next level. It's like using it as a catalyst to get people to the next level, because there is a next level.
Right.
It's like, and one of the things that I always tell people, if artists aren't evolving, they're dying.
Well, what's going to happen, and this is my prediction. Where's my crystal ball at? Okay, I got a crystal ball. I'm going to pretend like I got a crystal ball.
Crystal ball.
Yeah. So my crystal ball says that you are going to be the person that everybody's going to have to follow and imitate what comes next, because you jumped into the fire first.
I jumped into the fire.
To put something like this together. Right now in this country, there are lots of art festivals, lots of art shows. To do comparable shows that are like this one or in this format, there's a few of them still left. And the ones that were left were already kind of on the fence. And they have to make a determination between now and 2021 what they're going to do to save this. And guess what they're going to have to levitate to? So you're going to have a lot of calls. Where's my crystal ball at again? I believe you're going to have a lot of calls from people that are going to want you to help them organize this movement, because historically, when people start talking about this movement shifting, your name will be on that list.
Oh, okay. There you go. So, and yours will too, because you are the one that kind of, it's funny because when I first did the article, and nothing against that, but I had mentioned different things about you, and the one of the persons was like, "Oh, just put your stuff on there, because we tend to push men to the back sometimes." And I said, "No, I know where my help. I know the people that help me, and I don't want to. I never want to. I'm not a part of the." I love women's rights, and I'm all for equal pay, all of that kind of stuff, but not to diminish who men are and what they've done. And so my thing is if I got help from a man, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not. It doesn't make me any less.
Well, you just said something that's really important, because we're also in the midst of a Me Too movement. In the Me Too movement now, women are being empowered to go places where they can go, and many doors have been opened and many glass ceilings have been shattered. To me, this also is part of that movement, because most of the people that buy art, 85% to 95% of art is purchased by women. So you can't have one conversation without the other. On the flip side, most of the time when you do shows like this, there's 90% men.
Exactly.
And so the fact that you were able to even recognize that, you got women inside your lineup, and you'll be doing more with women in the future. And you are a woman artist. Hey, y'all, I know she's the founder, but trust and believe she's an artist. That's all very important. So I'm glad you brought that point up, because, we have a lot of things now that, like, for instance, here in Baltimore at the Baltimore Museum of Art, they made a pledge in 2018 that all exhibitions held at the Baltimore Museum of Art will be for women of color or of women.
Okay.
Powerful. Now, unfortunately, we got disrupted by the coronavirus. But I'm just saying the awareness is there. So just keep shining.
Keep shining.
Keep shining. Keep knocking those doors off the hinges.
But yeah, so that's I think that's really important too, is that we all work together and we all help each other and not look at it, because like you said, it's the whole Me Too movement, but we don't have to diminish one to shine or diminish each other to go forward.
One thing that people don't know that they should know is the camaraderie of artists has always been strong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It has always been strong. You ever hear things about people being competitive? No, they did this and that. They're loner. No.
Mm-hmm.
The camaraderie of artists has always been strong. I've noticed when you get 20 artists in a room, they humble themselves and they start helping each other. No matter what level they're on, doesn't matter. It comes from we're all family.
Right.
So, if people understood the family aspect of the artist rather than looking at them as low-level celebrities, it still will change how a lot of things are perceived. Because I can call just about any artist and they will assist me with what I'm trying to do. And I've prided my life not just on being an artist, but mentoring other artists. I've been mentoring artists for as long as I've been a professional artist. And so when you call or when anybody else call, I'm going to lend whatever expertise I have in whatever area I can offer to forward the agenda. And
I know that's one of the things I've noticed about you, and that's one of the things I share with other people. But I've had, and that's just it. It's like I would always, people will ask, well, why do you like going to art shows? I said, because it's like being around people. You're being around people with your mindset. You're around people that have that same flow and that same flavor, and it's almost as if you don't even have to work at anything because you guys are all kind of working together, and that's what I enjoy about when I used to do a lot of art shows is that camaraderie, to be around all of these creative, like-minded people until it's almost like just sitting at home. It's like, I'm home. You just gotta plot down. That's
Omar. Got a message from Omar. Believe in having a website because it resonates how serious one is. Plus, you can splash your page with whatever you like and not be bombarded by random, uninvited ads, etc. Leading to all traffic from social media sites is awesome, and creating the community on a personal website gives you the license to print money. LOL. Thank you, Omar Jones, for that input. What's funny about this, and we're going to get ready to turn it over to a couple of artists. We got Thomas Lockhart in the lineup. We got Karen Drury in the lineup. I just want to say you're commended for what you're trying to do. We're all part of this history. I hope that you'll take time, share this information. Thank you for those that sent comments. We hope by the end of this weekend we'll have so many comments we can't answer them all. Okay, if you put the comment in, we're going to put it on the screen.
Yeah, you put a comment in because you were in earlier. I think we should send Omar something. Omar and what is the other?
Omar and Dante Miller should get something. They participated in the conversation.
Omar, Dante, make sure you leave what is it in our inbox so that we can get something to you. We can get your addresses and everything. We definitely want to send you something just so that we could, as a thank you, because you guys have made this. You lit up this hour for us. This half an hour for us with your questions and comments. So thank you so much. We would love to share some stuff with you. So make sure you leave your information in the comments, not in the comments, but in our inboxes so we can get you something. Okay. All right.
All right. So we're going to let Mr.
Thomas
Lockhart in the room.
Hey, Thomas.
Don't wave, man. Take your microphone off. You're up to play. We're going to get ready to turn it over to you. I'm going to let you talk to the queen of the day, and she's going to set you up, and I'm going to sit on the side and enjoy the show.
Hey, Thomas, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing today?
You're all set and ready to go?
Yeah, I got coming from 2 different platforms, so we'll see how this works.
Are you on your page as well?
Yeah, well, I'm doing a watch party on my phone, and then I got my computer that's up on StreamYard, and then I got my my tablet too showing.
Oh, okay. You're all over the place. It's like, okay, so well, Thomas, I'm going to turn it over to you because I know you can handle 30 minutes because you've done that on several occasions with us.
I can get you about a 29 minutes and 59 seconds. I don't know
59,
about
59,
30.
59. All right, Thomas, I'm going to turn it over to you. You have some fun.
All right. Awesome. Hello, everybody who's joining today. My name is Thomas Lockhart. I'm excited to be here. I want to thank Miss Louise Cutler, and I want to thank everybody who's involved in the Beauty of Blackness, her assistants. I want to thank Larry Poncho Brown as being almost like a mentor, and I'm just very thankful overall just to be a part of this event. This is, I've been a part of a couple other virtual events, but there's been nothing like this before in the past. So I pray that you guys will take this and share it with other people so other people will be able to come into this and see these wonderful artists, and that you'll be able to support us, and we will be able to support you too, and that we form a large community that people will be able to see this all around the world and recognize the beautiful work of imagination when it comes from a palette, when it comes from a paintbrush, when it comes from a pen, when it comes from the hands to sculpt something. When those things are put together and the mind is put together, that people are able to take these things and invoke their thought process to other people to be able to show their designs and their abilities and their gifts for what God has given them. So I will start off a little bit about talking about myself and who I am. So again, as I said before, my name is Thomas Lockhart. I've been painting on a serious note for about a good 20 years. I always had a love and a passion for art, and I always loved to see art, and I would always love to get up close to it, to see when I looked at other artists, to see, is that something that I could be able to do myself? Sometimes when you look at something from afar, the picture is absolutely amazing. And then when you get up close, you get to see the vast amount of detail that went into that piece, whether it's abstract, whether it's like a sculpture, whether it's some type of pen and ink, whether it's from a paintbrush, from oil, acrylic, or many of these other different type of techniques and genres and attitudes when it comes to art of what people make, because there's so many artists out there, and God has given us all an interpretation. Someone will give you an image to an artist, and they'll look at it and they'll be like, okay, this is what I can do and I can produce. And when they finish their production, somebody else will come with another production of that same piece. It's almost like you tell someone something in your ear and you have a line of people. The first person tells everybody, this is what I'm going to say. And when it gets to the second person, and by the time it gets to the 10th person, it's like the whole conversation has changed, because everybody's view of what they heard, even though it's the same thing, has systematically changed throughout the process. And so what our eyes see and what we're able to and capable of being able to present to the public is going to be something different. And sometimes it's completely vast from what somebody else has created. Like when you're in a room full of people who are doing art together and working on a piece, their interpretations of what they see are different. Their proportions, their sizes, their aspects, and what they feel is the most important about the type of image that they decide to capture will completely change. And so I want to talk a little bit about my inspiration, how I come up with my pieces, because I get that question a lot. How do you get inspired to do something? And I get inspired to do my art from conversations that I have with people, music that I listen to, and sometimes I see something that it looks like something, but it really isn't. And sometimes it may be another artist's interpretation of a piece, and I see something else further into their piece than they probably would have had ever seen, and it gives me an idea. And so I keep those things, I sketch those things for later on, and I talk to other people about my ideas and about the process of how I'm going to create the image and put it together that people will be able to enjoy it and like it. And so, in being inspired by music, I'll start off by that. There's many different pieces that I'll see. I'll hear something in an artist. I listen to hip hop. I listen to R&B. I listen to jazz. I listen to pop. Sometimes country. And all those different things have their own abilities because there's art in so many aspects. And my mind will pull an image out, and I'll take you around to an image that I got inspired from, that I took about a year's process to complete the piece. And so those things are really heavily inspiration to me. So I'm very excited to be a part of it. So very, very excited to be a part of it. So the other thing with talking with people, that's another thing that I really love to do, because that taps into another side that of a process that just helps me to create too as well. And especially what's going on with today and things that are dealing with in our Black community, things that are dealing with in the Hispanic community, things that are dealing with America in general. There's so much to talk about, and there's really so much to paint, because we're painting history. We're painting things that are going to be talked about in future's time, you know. And sometimes I believe that pictures that are shown and that are history, or their history in the making, can actually change somebody's aspect, can save somebody's life, can inspire somebody else to be a better person. And that's what I definitely would like to do with my art. And I'm so excited to be a part of this this event with people like Charlie Palmer and Paul Goodnight, Larry Puncho Brown, LaShawn Beal. Some of these people I have been looking up to for many years, and many of the other artists that I'm meeting, like Kevin and Corinthia, and all these other wonderful artists, and Aaron. And I'm not. Please forgive me if I can't mention every name I can remember right offhand, but everybody's work is important. And for the little child to the grown man or grown woman that is just wanting to get into art, just go out and do it. Start sketching, start playing around with something. Find the creative process that you have in yourself. And so I would say that would be a little bit of my inspiration. So I could tell you a little bit about my process. So you see a couple of these images in here. I'm gonna see if I could take you around to one piece so I could tell you and walk you through the process of a piece. So let's see how we can do this. All right. Let's see. Trying to see how to. Is there a way to flip the mic? I mean, flip the camera? Let's see if I can get it in here a little bit. Okay, so this particular piece right here is called The Overflow. And just to give you a little bit about this piece. So this particular piece started off with a white canvas. And I take the white canvas and then I paint the whole thing black. That's what I do with most of my pieces. And I work on canvas, I work on wood, I work on paper. And so for the most part, I will take that and paint it black. Then I will sketch my image, and then I will work out all the highlights first. And then from the highlights, I will bring in the rest of the colors. And then I'm a mixed media artist, so I'll collage different imagery into the piece. As you can see, let's see down here, you can see within the piece has some different collage material into the piece. And then it goes up, and then from there I continue on with my process, and I figure out, like, some people will say, well, why did you draw this particular image? Well, this particular piece represents the mind and the overflow of the mind, the creativity and the gifts that we have in our thought process. And one of the things that I've heard from a wonderful speaker by the name of Miles Monroe, he talked about being able to have a gift, and it's our responsibility to be able to share it with the world, that we cannot keep it to ourselves, that we have to share it with the world. As many people have heard that the most wealthiest place on earth is the cemetery, and you can't do nothing with the money in the cemetery. And it's the money that was in the mine that was left over by the people who decided that they were too afraid, or they were just not willing to share their gifts with other people. And so I'm willing to share my gifts and share my process, you know. And I believe that God has given me many, and that I will be able to get many more, and I'll be able to share and be an inspiration to many other people as well. So put that back, and then get back and talking about some of my other process. So why I create, it's become a part of me over the many years. I'm a graphic designer by trade, a little bit over 20 years, but I always had a passion for art. So I would say that I'm really a self-taught artist. I didn't go to college for art, but computer graphic design art. That's what I went to college for. And so I don't really do too much in digital art. I love it. People do some amazing stuff. I just haven't got there just yet. I have the programs and abilities to do it, but I love taking a paintbrush, taking colors out of a tube. It is, to me, is an amazing thing. What an artist can do is take a yellow and an orange and a purple and a brown and come up with a piece, come up with something that is absolutely amazing to the eyes, and to the ability of what we're able to create. And so some of the things of people that I have been inspired by, like I said, Paul Goodnight, Larry Puncho Brown. There's other artists that are outside of African American artists, that like Zhao Ming Wu. A lot of people have heard, probably one of the famous artists in the world that had passed a little while ago, Thomas Kincaid, Charlie Palmer. A lot of these artists that I got a chance to speak with and talk with. George Hunt gave me some incredible ideas and stuff that I used and was able to incorporate and was inspired by in some of my art that I do as well. So very thankful for being able to learn from them. And like I said, I just want to thank Miss Cutler again for putting on an event like this that I don't think there's been anything like this yet. So I would say at the beginning of the innovation time, and maybe there'll be more to come from this, and that we'll be able to share our creativity and our ability with the things that we do. So maybe a little bit more in my process. I like working with different papers, so I'll go get different types of papers and collage. I remember one time I got to spend a little bit over a day with James Denmark, which is a wonderful, amazing artist that is on the East Coast, and East Coast lives down south. And I got to spend some time with him, and he just talked about how he made his own paper at many times, and how he would collage these images together. Artists like Najee Dorsey from Black Art in America, and seeing how he was inspired by James Denmark too as well. And seeing some of James Denmark in the hospitals that we have here in Colorado has been pretty awesome and enlightening to be able to see. And so the collage artists, like learning about Romar Bearden and the wonderful work that he's done. And James Denmark was inspired through the work of Romar Bearden and a lot of the Renaissance artists that came out of New York City, Jacob Lawrence and Elizabeth Catlett, you know, rest in peace to them. And I'm just thankful, you know, to be one of those artists, and I pray that I can work and I can be able to artist that can break out and for people to know my name, but then I can also help to bring other artists up so people can know their name, and artists can be inspired and to be able to learn and grow and cultivate their ideas and their aspects for the work that they do. So within the process, like I said, working with paper, sometimes I work with real real jewelry. I also work with real textiles and different types of cloth material. And since being a graphic artist too as well, I will sometimes morph and manipulate certain things in the computer that I'm able to use and put into my work too as well. So I'll have wood and I'll have other different materials that I will use to form a piece. So just very thankful for those aspects to be able to create those ideas and for people to be able to see the work and get inspired. I have a piece that I did called The Body of Christ. Actually, I think, let's see, we're going to go over that piece real quick. All right. So this piece is called The Body of Christ. And this piece represents many different hands and represents many different parts of the body too as well. There's a verse that I can't remember right offhand. I believe it might be in Corinthians, but it talks about Corinthians or Ephesians, and it talks about that every member of our body is just important as the other. The eye is no more important than the foot. The ear is no more important than the mouth. The hand is no more important than the brain. And all of those things come together to join us to be a wonderful part of the body and of our body. We need everything that we have. You know, if you break a hand or break a finger, you realize how important that finger is when you don't have it to be able to use it, and how the rest of it helps to grow in your mind. So this particular piece, I decided to make it, and this was an inspiration inspired by a friend of mine named Rick Peros. He had talked about putting together an image, and from there I was able to do some sketching and come up with some ideas in different hands. So the head of the piece is actually a hand, which is holding the thorns of Christ. And then the colors of the hands represent, you know, black and white and Asian and Hispanic and many other different cultures and stuff that we have throughout the world of believers. And so even in the hands, you can see, let's see, trying to see in the hands, you can actually touch the piece and feel where the holes were in the hands. So there's many of a debate to saying if the nails were through the hands or if they were through the wrist. But I just know that he paid the price. So, and then these are nails. This is some collage material to make the nails. And then also in the feet, you can see the feet. There's also some raised material that I use like a clay to raise the material on the feet. And then there's also nails around the feet. So different aspects. Here's another piece. This piece is called Hair to the Sun. And this particular piece, I designed this when people say, you know, for our black hair, they're like, why does our hair grow up and why does it grow out? You know, why is it bushy? You know, a lot of Africans, of course, are in the part of the equator where it's very warm, and that coarse hair helped to be one of the protections on our head from the heat of the sun. And our hair grows upwards, and we may curl it, we may braid it, we may do different things. But in this one, the hair is growing, and then there's hands coming from the hair to the sun. So the piece is called Hair to the Sun. So, and a lot of these pieces are in the shop. So if you want to see them a little bit closer too as well. So I'd love if you are interested in some of these pieces to purchase, that'd be wonderful. And so I have different materials in the piece. I do an acrylic type of dot in some of my images. So I put some of that into the piece. So this piece is mainly acrylic, but I work in oil too as well. Let's go to another piece. This piece is called Original Freedom. Oops, let's see. Come back a little bit. You see that one? All right. trying to figure out how to work this thing right. So original freedom. Many people know the backstory of the Statue of Liberty. People are starting to learn about it, but America was initially given a statue. Thank you guys for the wonderful comments. I really appreciate it. So the Statue of Liberty was originally supposed to be a black woman with broken chains, made by the same sculptor that sculpted the Statue of Liberty that we have in the harbor. And they said the back of the Statue of Liberty faces Harlem. It's very interesting because when I did this piece, I included a lot of images of Harlem in the piece of this piece. And so when America first saw the statue that was produced by Frederick Augustine Bartholoni, they rejected it because they said that a statue of this type would be a slap in the face to the South, and people would not want to have it in the harbor. So they said if you could do a more European featured looking woman and base it around 1976, we would love to have it. So we as a people have been rejected for so long, and we have been a forgiving people that we've done so much. Thank you guys. I really appreciate the wonderful comments. And it's time for us to just really come together, work together as a collective unit and a nation, and to show people how wonderful we are. We are such a beautiful and resilient people, and we're so amazing with the wonderful gifts that we can do. So I'll take you to another piece. All right. This piece is called Passing Generations. So the premise behind this particular piece, I have a lot of different collage images and stuff in here in the water and in the fire. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. This piece is called Passing Generations. And so it represents the African side, which is a woman. The American side shows the man. And at the top, there's a baby, which has a cloth on it representing the future. And so starting over at, let's see, I'm trying to get this thing correct. Here we go. There we go. There, we can see a little bit better. So to the left-hand side of the screen, there is an African mask. And then we also have, there's a whoop. So that represents coming from Africa, getting into slavery. Then there's broken chains. And then on the other side, you have the I am a man side. So that's going into the civil rights movement. I believe that we are still actually there. And then at the very end, there is the presidency representing when we made it from slavery all the way to the presidency of the United States. And we still have many more work to go. The water and the fire represents we've made it through the fire, and we also made it through the water. And we are still moving and joining and becoming an amazing people day by day. All right, so show you another piece. Now this piece has a little bit more hip hop, but I believe these two icons have been such a wonderful aspect in many lives, in the lives of many people. Hip hop has changed the culture of the way we've been viewed as Blacks across the world. So I decided to do this piece with Nipsey and with Tupac and putting them together, since they have been associated together with themselves. And Nipsey had talked about himself and the different things that they were doing that I believe outside of music, and helping their neighborhoods, helping the world, and just helping to join together as people. You know, Nipsey having an African background, and of course, Pac being African American. So what I did is, this is real jewelry that you can see on them. Let me see if I can bring this up a little bit closer so you can see the braids in the hair. And it has a crystal in the earrings, real jewelry that is on the skin. Same thing with Tupac. And then as you go up, this piece is called The Great Ascension. And there's images of Tupac from a young man all the way to a child. And same thing with Nipsey. You can see as it goes up. Great Ascension. And then there's a dove at the very top. And then in the middle, there's a king's crown. And in the crown, there is a real bandana that can untie to see the rest of the crown of the piece. So I love working with different jewels and with jewelry, collage, mixed media, real photography that I put into the piece. I decided to, instead of drawing the images, I decided to use the actual face of the portrait of the sizes of what he would look like throughout his growing up. And then all the hands, I painted all those, the rest of the face, the bird. This is also some collage within around the dove too as well. So I'll move over to this next piece. This one is called Visionary Knitter. And all these images are in the in the store too for you to view a little bit closer. So Visionary Knitter, the process behind her is a lot like the one that I did for Passing Generations, but I'll show you a little bit of the process. So as you see right here, this is a ball of yarn. Let's see. And this ball of yarn is actually a slave ship. And then the ball of yarn continues to go up. It migrates. This is like a quilt that she's sewing. And you see the slave ship, into the slave ships, into the civil rights movement. You could see a little bit of Martin Luther King as they were marching, and then into the presidency. So this piece is done on wood. This is acrylic on wood, collage, and her knitting sticks are also, these are made of wood too as well. So some more wood on wood. And then I have different colors of gold that wraps around her. And then her beautiful dress. Many people told me that her dress looks a lot like water and waves. So as you can see, the red represents the stain, the blood stain of that we've shed. And you have the colors, the red, white, and blue that are in. They said the white represents the purity, the blue represents the valor, and the red represents the blood that was shed. And we sure have shed a lot of blood here in America. And so I believe that there's going to be a time where we really can get our stuff and our things together as a community and as a culture, and that we will be able to have an amazing future as well. So I'll take you to the piece below this piece. This piece is called The Great Backfire. And let me zoom back out here. Let's see. So the Great Backfire, and this represents, the hand represents Upper Lead America. It also represents police gun violence. And you see two hands are holding each other. It's a white hand, a black hand. The black hand represents the Black culture, Black America. And what is happening is saying that hand in hand, when hate comes, violence comes, and many other things come, and they create a backfire. So the hand is holding a hand, which is a gun, and the barrel has turned back towards the shooter. And the shells that are coming out, you can see there's a MAGA hat. There's up at the top, there's a gang flag. You have at the bottom, there's needles. There's also police badge. And then also on the arm, you see there's 3 circles. Those are actual quarters. So that's about 75 cents on that piece. And they're all kind of falling and leaking, and it's a stain. So it says, when we hate, this hurts us ourselves. It hurts our community. It hurts us. It hurts our United States financially. So the Great Backfire is what happens to us when we put hate and we hurt each other in a way, because it becomes a handshake of saying that we agree to destroy ourselves. And so we're saying that this is something that we do not need to do. So I'll take you to a little bit lighter piece. Checking out my time, making sure I'm doing good on time. This piece is part of my Women Empowerment series. And this piece is called Queen Beauty. So I did a number of pieces using women. The flowers represent the woman's crown beauty, her fragrance, her strength, her courage. I also use jewelry in these, and I also use these flowers. Let's see if I can show you the flower here. So it's like a real flower that actually comes out of the piece. And so I put a lot of different collage into the piece and the image as well too. So I love working on these particular aspects. So we'll come up to another piece, another woman. This piece is called The Mothership. And so I'll kind of show you a little bit about this piece. All right. So the Mothership, this is a piece that represents the Middle Passage. And so this woman is coming from Africa, heading to the West Indies, heading to America, heading to the Caribbean islands, and she's going through a storm. And you can see the waves as they smack against the boat of who she is. But she looks as she's not bothered in the middle of the storm, because she's a strong woman. She's a strong Black woman. And she knows where she came from, and she knows about her future too as well. And in the boat, I have all the paper and the sails. Those are all individual pieces of paper that I use, and then I collage, and then I paint back over them to give them their own particular design. And you can see it in one of these sails right here. This is the Middle Passage, as the different boats and ships and stuff sailed to the United States. And we not only went to the United States, of course, we went to Great Britain. We went to where we got treated really harshly in the Arabian countries too as well. They were very vicious to African slaves. And so we also did so many awesome and wonderful things, building castles across Europe and in Ireland and in many of the countries. And there's so many wonderful aspects of the things that we did through the Moors community, and the things that learning about, that came from us as Blacks, like algebra. Algebra came from Africa. Many people in Europe and in Greece came to Africa to come to university to learn and then take back. And then, of course, they changed things around and made it believe that it came from Europe, but so many people came from Africa. As we listen and learn today, finding out about Picasso went to Africa, and many of his other art was heavily influenced after he came back from Africa, and it really changed his style. So this woman that you see there's a lion representing Africa, and then there's money dating back into the 1800s. That is part of the piece too as well. I'll get a little closer up on it so you can see. And so the money represents commodity. Many of us were lost in the water, and we lost our lives in the water and the fight for our lives too as well. So there's a lot more I can continue to show, but I just kind of go back around and talk about these different things. Let me see. The way the technology is used in Facebook environment and feature Beauty of Blackness is fabulous. The spirit, the split screen, the text scrolling, the commenting pop-up. Thank you guys so much for listening. I'm thankful to be a part of this event. I know I've said it several times, but to be an artist in this day and time with the things that are happening and still being able to continue to keep moving. I got people calling me to do different things for them, and I'm just truly blessed and amazed. One thing that Miss Louise wanted me to talk about is my time of, I created a piece for Tyler Perry. But before I get into that, since we're able to do this, I'm going to show you a quick video of some of my stuff, and then we will get back. So I'm going to share my screen. Share it. Let's see. Entire screen. Click that. And then I'm going to show you guys a video. So let's see if this comes together right here. So I'm going to bring this up. And I'm gonna play this. Sound. Where's the sound? Sorry if you guys can't hear the sound. I'm not quite sure how to get the sound to come in, but at least you get to see a little bit of some of the images. And then maybe I could play this again tomorrow if you can still hear me out there. And you'll get to see a little bit more. I'll try to figure out how I get the sound back on this. But this was a special that PBS did for me. And I was able to talk to them about my process too as well. So very thankful for that. So, okay, awesome. Thank you so much for the split screen and stuff. So I can talk to this process. Those were some of my images from a long time ago when I first started painting. These are some of the images flipping through the designs and stuff that I did. And my home studio, as you see, one of my canvases, black and white. And this is how I start my process. So I paint the canvas black and white, as you see. And then I'm also taking a sketch pen. I use like a blue non-photo blue pencil to sketch my images. And so this is me talking about one of my pieces called it's about David and Goliath. So this is after David had actually killed Goliath, and then he took his own sword and took his head off too as well. Some other images and stuff that I did over the past, and some other pieces that I'll share with everyone as time goes on. So this has just been a wonderful process that people would like my work so much that they want me to be a part of an event with all these wonderful, amazing artists. So please make sure you participate in purchasing something for your house. Remember, art is an investment. Art is just like buying stocks and buying real estate. Art is something that you can purchase from something very small to something big. And as that artist grows, that piece can grow in value too as well. So make sure you support the artist. Find out if you see a piece that you can't quite afford, but maybe you can make payments on it. People are willing to work with you as well. So you can get a piece of investment art, a certificate of authenticity, or something that you can add to your insurance. Something that can continue to grow as you grow, and something that you can pass down to your future generations. So those are some wonderful aspects too as well. So so as you see right here, I'm putting all my highlights in the picture too as well. So I'm still working on this piece because I work on about five pieces at once sometimes, and I'm sketching. I'm trying to get up to where Charlie Palmer is working on 10 pieces at once. It's just so much to do. So that's the end of that video. And I will close that out, and then I will bring this back up. So, all right. So back onto this. So I hope that you guys love to see that. And so thank you so much for taking a look at my work. And please stick around to see some of the other wonderful artists. I love to answer your questions. I'm trying to get my room together so you can be able to come outside of me speaking and get to see some of my other work and ask me questions about my process and, you know, about whatever else that you want to about me as an artist. So trying to think some other different things that we can talk about. So the world is crazy now, but it don't always have to be crazy. It can be something in a learning process. So I believe that so many things are going to be learned from this thing of, you know, if we still have to do these face masks a year from now, we probably be back watching concerts and stuff and being able to go out to events. There'd be some way, some new technology that come around that we can still come together and be able to hug each other, because that's one of the wonderful human aspects of us. So I see. I can't. Can you unmute yourself so I can hear you?
We do. Yes, we do. I know. I keep forgetting. Poncho's like, Louise, unmute yourself. I was like, I keep forgetting the whole unmute thing.
Yeah.
So Thomas, thank you so much. That was great. And you can always talk about the whole Tyler Perry thing at the next.
Yeah.
And but that was really great. We have Karen Drury up next, and she's going to be sharing about some of her work. Thomas, your work's always amazing. Tons of people find your work amazing. And I love the fact that we had all of these comments and things like that that people were sharing. So we're going to bring Karen Drury up. And thank you so much, Thomas. We'll see you later.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, Karen, how are you?
How you doing, Louise? I'm doing just fine.
Wonderful. You look pretty fantastic in that.
Yes, I'm excited about the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.
Nice.
I like to say that I really appreciate what you're doing. As everyone else has said, this has been a moment that I will never forget. And I just want to say I appreciate even 20 years ago, Louise, when I met you and found out that you were an artist, and that just kind of, motivated me a lot when I used to see your pieces and so forth. And I was like, I wish I could paint like that. So grateful to be here.
And here you are doing that and more. Your work is absolutely phenomenal. Definitely go and check out Karen's work in her room. She has some amazing chairs in there. That's just absolutely awesome. The chairs and just the heads and all that kind of stuff. You have some amazing stuff in there. So I'm looking forward to seeing where Karen go next, the next Karen. So I'm going to go ahead and give you your time, Karen. You have some fun, okay?
Thank you, Louise.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you for taking the time to be a part of this groundbreaking experience and process. For me, this experience is very, very important because I'm an up-and-coming artist, and I feel like, having been invited to this venue, it has really motivated me to really, really get into my artwork. I appreciate being included with some of the very, very fine artists that are here. And just to give you a little bit about myself, I'm a mother. I'm a Gulf War veteran who has been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, commonly known as PTSD. I'm a college graduate, and I'm an educator, among other things. And I say all of this because all of these life experiences play a major role in the type of art that I do. And like I said, let me say this. I've been doing art for about 45 years, and I'm only 55. So it's been a blessing to have this gift and this talent. What I like to do now is just to tell you, basically my concept is that I do a lot of work that is centered around those uncomfortable issues that most people don't like to talk about, and they're derived from the social, political, and cultural constructs that deal with like racism, sexism, classism, and mental illness. And the type of art that I do mostly is 2D and 3D art. Now, just to give you a little bit of my background, I graduated from the University of Wisconsin in Stevens Point, and I majored in graphic design, as a lot of the other artists. That was, the area that I thought I was going to move into. And after having been invited to take a couple of other classes, I realized that maybe I want to go into another direction. Now, mind you, I love to do graphic design, but I'm finding a lot of pleasure in doing 2D art and 3D art. One of my purpose is to share my strength and hope in the form of art. And I find that when I do art, it is very, very therapeutic for me. And it was at the moment that I realized art was not only my passion, but that it was therapeutic. And it was at that moment that I really, really found my identity. When I do 2D art, my 2D art is primarily paintings, graphic narration. I will do, I will use watercolor, acrylic, oils. I've used found objects. I use cloth. And then when I get into my 3D art, my 3D art is usually fabrication and installation. I've done casting, modeling, and I oftentimes will use wood, metal, glass, found objects, and again, I will try to just use different types of materials and it's somewhat like soothing to use different materials, because when I use those different materials and those different textures and so forth, I use them also because I want to evoke a certain emotion or feeling out of the viewer. And having said all of that, I'm gonna now show you some of my artwork. And with this artwork, these are mostly my 2D pieces of artwork. And as I said before, with the 2D, I use a lot of oils, acrylics, and so forth. This painting here, this painting is entitled Eclectic Sister. It is a 24 by 36. It is acrylic and oil on wood. And I want to back up a little bit to talk about some of my influences. As I mentioned before, I met Louise Cutler 20 years ago. And when I saw some of the artwork that she did, it motivated me, it inspired me. And as I said, I was always saying, man, I wish I could paint like that. I liked a lot of the colors that she used. Also, 15 years ago, I met Mr. Larry Poncho Brown in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at I believe it was a jazz festival on Ogons Avenue in Pennsylvania, and he had a lot of artwork out there. And when I saw his artwork, I was just so amazed at how he could use the colors and how his artwork was so vibrant. And at that time, I had gotten a flyer from him, and I've kept that flyer for 15 years because I said to myself, I would love to meet up with this artist again at some point, not realizing that I would be in the same art show with him at this moment. If you notice, I use a lot of the bright colors in this in the dress. I wanted to use line work and movement with the lines. And if you come up to the top, I tried to use like a lot of bright colors, incorporated with very, very thin lines of subdued color. One of the things that I did also was I've always wanted to step outside of the box so that I could work with textures and so forth in terms of the layers of paint. And if you look at the hair here, I decided to use locks on this person so that I could start using the texture and you know, like using the color subdued in the areas and so forth. Also, I decided to go with a dark background to allow the bright colors to pop and so forth. And I put the drums in, and I wanted to use the drums with the rope on the drums again to show some texture in the ropes and so forth. And also down here, I wanted to use a little bit of defined artwork, being very detailed. This piece right here, I liked it. It took me about a total of about 7 days to finish this piece. Moving right along, I'm going to move over to another piece that I did. This is a piece, it is a self-portrait. This is a 28 by 24. It is oil on canvas. Again, I wanted to step outside of the box and start dabbling with a lot of color. I wanted to use a high chroma colors. I was a little afraid of working with the high chroma colors because I wasn't sure which colors I needed to match together. And I decided to go with the blues and oranges and add in a lot of the greens. I didn't use any black in this painting, so I decided to mix a lot of the purples and the greens and the blues to get those very, very dark areas. The hair, it is a mixture of blue, black, and purple. And I wanted to show texture again. And so with the hair, I've decided to highlight it and use these very, very bright colors of touches, very fine touches of yellow, orange, blue. I decided to use the very, very bright and light colors in the background so that the hair and the dark colors in the face would pop. With this painting, it had taken me roughly about, it took me probably about 2 weeks to finish this. And again, as I said, it was because I was a little afraid of stepping outside the box at the time because I did not know really how to mix the high chroma colors. But after I had got to painting, about maybe like 3 days into it, letting some of the colors dry and coming back and layering, I used a lot of layers to get these different tones and textures and so forth. Okay, I'll move to my next painting. This painting, I'm gonna say that I painted this with the show in mind. And I spoke with Louise to make sure that there was no conflict of interest. I decided to name this painting Beauty of Blackness because I really, really appreciate the fact that she invited me to be a part of this venue. This painting, it is a 26 by 24. I decided to use acrylic on wood, and I also used a lot of fabric. The bangles, they are fabric. The earring, it is fabric. I decided to use some of the sequins in the earring with the fabric, and here I decided to use some beads to give it, so that it wouldn't look so flat. I chose these colors because, for one, I really like the color teal. When I decided to paint it, I originally was going to use very opaque painting, but upon seeing the wood grain in this wood, I decided that I would use a very, very light wash for the background so that you can see the wood grain in it. And also, I did not want to have a very, very dark background with this because I decided to use skin tone that would be very, very dark. One of the things that I chose to do was to add in this gold, the gold on the armbands to match the bracelet. And I like to do a lot of cultural art in terms of people. And as you know, all of the artwork in terms of these pieces are people. I like to paint a lot of ethnic pieces. And I decided to put on these wrists, on these armbands, the symbols, which are Adinkra Ghanaian symbols from the country of Ghana. And this symbol, it represents strength, power, and beauty. Again, as I mentioned about the bangles, I wanted to have some color other than just the gold and these colors in the headdress. These colors are a mixture of a black and a teal blue to get this color. And I didn't want to go with all of the accessories being the same color, so I decided to go with a lighter color of the teal and also use the fabric which has prints on it. And I felt that that allowed the piece to pop. The background that I used in the lower part of the painting, I decided to just give like a certain type of texture, and I didn't want to carry it all the way up into the painting because I felt that it would subtract from the beauty of the face and so forth. This next piece is entitled Peacock Princess, and this size is a 34 by 30. Now, it is a 34 by 30 in terms of just the blue, the background here. What it is I have this piece of the painting, which is 3/4 thickness of wood again, and it is acrylic on wood. Decided to use glass in the piece, and if you you can come a little closer, you'll see that the glass, it is textured. I had taken a class in glass blowing once and learned how to kind of like just manipulate glass a little. And I found out very soon that glass blowing maybe wasn't for me. But I liked the fact that I could do other things with glass. And so after graduating from college, I decided to play around with glass a little, and I started liking it. So I just decided, well, let me try to incorporate this in some of my artwork and see what I would come up with. And upon doing the painting, I found that it was very, very beautiful. To accentuate it, I decided to put sequins in the headdress of this painting, and I decided to name it Peacock Princess because when I started painting the designs on the glass, it reminded me so much of a peacock. And at that point I said, you know, I think if I accessorize it with the same, it will do it justice. Again, I added the sequins down here in the necklace. I decided to go with this color because I felt that the color, along with the blues, it brought it out. And I decided to use a larger background for the frame. This color is a type of navy blue. And again, I like to do washes. I love to see the grain in wood, and therefore I decided to just use a light wash on the background here. And I felt that this color allowed the greens and the blues here to pop. What I would like to do now is I would like to show you all some other paintings, which I'm going to share with you on the through a share screen. Okay, what I apologize for that. What I would like to show you now is some of the paintings, other paintings that I have. This painting is entitled Black Sheep. This is a painting that is a 30 by 36, excuse me, a 36 by 30. And I decided to paint this because one day I was talking to my son and we started talking about the history of the Bible and so forth. And all of the other paintings that I had painted of Jesus, what I had learned about Jesus and who Jesus was, they have been paintings that were not of Afrocentric style. Upon talking to my son, he was like, well, you know, Mom, why don't you paint a younger Jesus and paint it, you know, with an Afrocentric look and so forth. And so I decided to paint this, and I wanted to use the white headdress and so forth and the robe, and I wanted to make it like just really, really pop. So I decided to use the hair, which is braided, and to have a black sheep because we usually see. And there was another reason why I decided to use a black sheep because it just resembled, you know, some of the struggles that we've gone through historically, you know, being looked at in a different view, in a different light than other cultures. and hence I decided to paint this picture. I decided to just fade out the hand down here because I didn't want to make everything so defined. This next picture, it is entitled Fruit of the Spirit. And with this picture, I decided to, a lot of times when I first started painting, I would do a lot of spiritual type pictures. And so upon painting the fruit, one night I started reading the Bible, and I happened to be in Galatians, and it was talking about the fruit of the Spirit. And so I just decided that I would paint these bold and beautiful colors, bright, cheery, you know, because for me, when I would read in Galatians about the fruit of the Spirit, you know, it was wholesome things. I decided to use the blue background here because I felt that it made this these colors in here pop. I decided to use also the browns and some of the blues and darker colors. Again, I didn't use any, particularly any black in this painting because I was trying to challenge myself not to use black. I found that a lot of times the black was making my paintings look really, really flat. And so I came up with this. Here, this piece is entitled God and Camp of Angels. And again, I know, like I said, I like to paint spiritual pieces in a sense. And this painting came about, actually, let me back up. This painting is a 40 by 48. And this idea came up when one day I was actually painting in my kitchen, and on my table, I had a brass lamp set on the table for light with the, you know, with the shade off. And I had a bunch of different shaped bottles, and I just was playing around, and I was like, okay, let me set these bottles up and see what happens. And I wanted to take some photographs of the bottles. And as I sat there, I just kind of envisioned this beautiful picture. What if these were angels? You know, we talk about various angels and so forth. And I decided to make it into a painting. What I did was I decided to I had a table that was like you see it was a round table with, that was put together by slices of wood. And in those slices of wood, they had varying colors of browns and so forth. So I decided to make that appear like the ground, the earth. And when I started painting the bottles, I decided to make the greens, the earth, like land. And to back up a little bit, the reason I named it God and Camp of Angels is because of my son again. When I was pregnant with my son, I would often pray this prayer that God would encamp angels around my son and protect him. And so the baby in the bottle is not representative of Jesus, it is representative of my son. And the reason I have this cork in the bottle is because it's a protection, you know, from like the outside forces and the worldly things that we can oftentimes get ourselves into. I decided to make each of these different bottles, and because they shape all different, I decided to make each bottle one of the types of angels. For instance, here is the warring angel, the ministering angel, the musician, the messenger. And I decided to use a lot of metallic gold in this picture for the wings. And the angel back here is supposed to be like just a supreme angel. And I decided to use the gold to personify the enlightenment and so forth. Here, I decided to use colors like the purple because it's royal and so forth. I decided to take the light bulb, which is part of the brass lamp that I use, and make it very, very, very bright to show that you know, that the light is shining on you, and that's where a lot of the power comes from and so forth. And therefore, I wanted to use the blue, and I mixed some purples and blues and so forth to give me the deep dark the dark colors in the bottom, and then as it came up, it comes into a more bolder blue and a brighter blue, and into the whites and the yellows to show the light. This piece here, this piece is a piece that is about it is a 30 by 36. And this piece is entitled, Lord, I Surrender. And I decided to paint this, again, using an Afrocentric Jesus, because upon reading and studying and finding out some things for myself, I decided to use these colors, a lot of browns. And here I did use some blacks. I used the browns, blacks, yellows, white, and so forth. And this picture depicts, is symbolic for me in my life. You know, just sometimes you have to throw in the towel and just surrender. That is from my perspective. And so I decided to make a man on a mountaintop, on a cliff, on a hill, on a high place. And he is surrendering to this Messiah who has been hung, but I didn't want to put the hands. I just wanted to give the symbolic meaning with the arms stretched out and so forth. I have the wreath around the head with just a little blood trickling. I tried to use the hair to represent locks and so forth. And as I mentioned earlier, lately I've been using more textures for the hair to represent hair and to give a realistic appearance. Here there's a wound in the side, and if you look here, I decided to make a triangle because we often talk about the Trinity. And this triangle I decided to bring to this young man's vision, to say that, you know, this is where his focal point is on the Trinity. The reason I used the colors which are textured in the background is because I wanted those textures to represent all people. And that is why I used the black, white, yellow, browns, and so forth. And I just decided to go with a white halo around the head. I didn't put too much yellow in it. I just decided to go with pretty much all white. And here again, I just wanted to accent it with some of the deeper browns and so forth. This next and last painting that I did, it's a 24 by 20. And this painting, it is entitled Playing Hooky. And I painted this because I can recall growing up as a young child, things that my brothers, cousins, and their friends would do. And oftentimes they would play hooky from school, and they would go to this one corner. This is not actually how the corner looks, but we lived on Falk Street and Tyreneck Road. And they would go to this one corner and they would gamble, you know, and that's what they were young men. You know, they didn't get into trouble or anything like that, other than they would play hooky, and that was their thing, a way of, I guess, trying to get a few dollars and so forth. And what I did was I decided to I wanted to be a little realistic and so forth. So I decided to use the ground where the grass was worn out to show that they did it somewhat often. The colors that I used in it, I wanted to use colors that would make other colors pop. I wanted that centerpiece here to be the focal point and so forth. So everything back here, I decided to go a little light and so forth. And one of the other things that I did was I tried to depict in this picture the things that each of them did. They had, I had a cousin that always would have a pick in the back of his head. So I wanted to, relate that to an actual person. And then the gentleman over here, he was a basketball player. Well, I put that in there specifically because growing up, I often played on the playground, and I was a basketball player. And my number is 44 in high school and college. And I just wanted to do something to resemble home, and so people could identify with the artwork. And I would like to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity. So I'd like to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity, and I hope that you've enjoyed what I've shown you. And I would like for you to come into my room. I would like to leave you with a quote of mine. We all have a purpose in this life, and we must strive to perfect that purpose. I have found what my purpose is, and I try to strive on perfecting it every day. Thank you again.
Thank you, Karen. It's great having you here. I love your work. I love what you're doing. I love how much you're stretching yourself. I totally enjoyed watching your presentation. I'm looking forward to what's to come in the next couple of days. So I'm totally looking forward to seeing what else you have to come in the next couple of days. So thank you so much, and I'm glad you're a part of the show.
Thank you, Louise, and I look forward to showing you a little more.
Well, I'm all a sweat. Wait, but no, I've been Karen called, and I hadn't seen Karen in how many years? Quite a few, 20 years. And so it was a blessing to be able to reconnect and then to see all of the beautiful stuff she's done. So definitely go and see Karen's gallery. She didn't show you all of the things that is in there. She has some pretty amazing stuff in there. So go over and see Karen's gallery. Like I said, all you have to do is go to the page and go to our website and click on the page, and you'll be able to see Karen's gallery on the website. So go over and check out Karen's gallery on the website. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Her work is absolutely amazing, and you can definitely check in with her via online. You can check in with her and just to see, talk with her and chat with her. Definitely go in and check her out. So we're gonna pause for a few minutes, and then we will be back with you. Maybe Pancho will put some of that nice mood music. He'll play some of that nice mood music that he plays. So maybe he'll play a little bit of that in the background for us. All right, give us a second. All right. Okay. Hold on. We're bringing Ethel in. How are you all? We're bringing Ethel in to hang out with you guys. So here he is.
You good?
Let's see.
What's up? You got the echo on there? What's that? What's that? No, I'm saying I hit all that feedback. Oh, that's you? Oh. How everybody doing? My name Wayne. I'm Louise's son, and I represent the FLI Art Department. It's a little company I started mainly for fashion, and it was the word for life backwards. So it's FALIFE, which stands for all living in flawed environments, but you got the words going backwards so you can change that situation. And so that's pretty much the inspiration behind most of my art. This is the first time I ever presented any work aside from like clothing, t-shirts, apparel, and things of that nature. And basically what I do is with the clothing aspect is I like to resell. So like I like to go to thrift stores and various stores like that and buy items and then redesign or put some of my silk screen images on top of those. But this time I actually did some work. These bigger pictures that I did is actually similar to more along the lines of the stuff that I do, because it was like a couple of pieces of canvas that were already used. And so I got to reuse them and present my own work on it, which is kind of like what I like to do. You know, it's like to recycle stuff, some hard throwing stuff away. But just a little background on me. I guess you could say I've been in the art industry for my entire life. My mom used to be an art instructor and stuff like that, so I used to be around that. When I went to college, I actually had maybe like 2 art courses. One of the art courses, I did some, what do you call it? We used to draw portraits of people and stuff like that, so we had to bring pictures in and draw portraits of people. And then we had to make it kind of like an abstract thing. So I've been doing art, creating art for a long time. Like my main thing is doing abstract stuff. So like I like to sit in front of like my canvas or a t-shirt or something like that and just kind of like come up with things. Maybe start like with a circle or a triangle or even just a square or something like that. And then just try to evolve that into something else, some more, I guess you could say graphic abstract type of stuff. But a lot of the FLI stuff that goes into the t-shirts or into the fashion industry actually got created at a desk. So I used to do telemarketing for a company. And so during in between calls and downtime, like we would get these, I guess you would say it's like an index card, but it was really, they would call it a scratch pay. And so like throughout the entire day, like I would sit in between phone calls and just make sketches. And so at one point when I actually left Chicago and moved to LA, like I had over probably like 500-600 sketches and stuff like that. But even with those, I haven't even produced a t-shirt or actually a set for all of the items at this point. But that's just something that's on the form coming up. But with the pictures for this show, a lot of the things was pretty much inspired. So I guess you could say my art paintings were inspired by my fashion company or my t-shirts, the abstractness and the I guess the detail to the t-shirts, because drawing a silk screen is pretty difficult. I don't know if you are familiar with that, but like you have to do something like this, and so basically you have to draw everything the opposite. So you have to create all of the negative space. You see what I'm saying? So doing art with a watercolor. Actually, this is acrylic on canvas, but what to keep the FLI aspect into it is everything was spray painted gold. So the backgrounds on these 3 pictures, and I think most of this picture is it's spray painted gold, but it's also spray painted gold with, I guess you could say like a silver metallic, because the goal is to, like if this picture was displayed outside in the sun, it would be emulating like a big reflection, you know what I mean? So kind of like it'll either draw you into it or to make it kind of like shield your face, you know what I'm saying? So it give you that type of effect. So that was one of the main things that I did in most of the pictures. And so that's like something that's consistent with my actual art, aside from the fashion stuff I do. So with this picture, this one is called Watching You. I don't know, it's like a side by side or something. How you do it with the pictures? But yeah, basically, so I even tried to set up the presentation like a little story, because like I said, this is my first time actually showing actual pictures that I painted, aside from retail items that I sell in t-shirts. How you doing? You got it? That's the wrong one. This. Okay. You ain't got the wrong one. You ain't got it. I can't see it. All right, basically, this picture. I'm pointing behind myself. But anyway, this picture with all of the faces, I don't know if you get the same picture, because I see this red picture coming up. But basically, this picture with all the faces, this is in Watching You, so you see the you in there. You know what I'm saying? And so the concept behind this was just to draw a bunch of circles and create different facial expressions on them. Just try to be as simple as possible. Like, that's one of the things that I like to challenge myself when I create paintings, is to make it as simple as possible. You know what I mean? Because like it's too many great artists out here that's trying to make some complicated stuff to be competing and stuff like that. But it's conceptual. You know what I mean? And it's something that, like, if you come and see it, it should be easy for you to come up with the name of it or come up with the concept behind it. But basically, this was just to emulate the fact that everybody's watching you. You know what I mean? And so you got different faces and stuff like that. But I also wanted to add different color schemes like around it to give it a real urban graffiti feel type of thing. And so, like I said, this is all, most of the gold you see is from spray paint, and then like on top of the spray paint, I actually painted with oil colors and stuff like that. This face in particular, I believe some of this yellow is glow in the dark paint. So like, if it's being displayed in the home and then sometime in the evening when the lights are off, that face is stay up bigger, sort of like it's floating. And then, you know, I put the birds in there too. You know, just birds kind of cool because they're always easy to draw. Well, when I was younger, they taught me how to draw birds. It was easy. You know, it was a hoop in the hoop. So I try to put them in there, but I try to put as much color to it as I could. And then it's just to, like I said, it was just watching you. It wasn't anything serious or in depth about the picture, but the concept was to make sure that the facial expression was seen and stuff like that. That's cool. You gonna play my song, my theme song, go my violin, and then, and so yeah, this was pretty big, and I think this was actually, this is probably the second picture I made once I knew we were gonna do the art show. So I actually created this entire body of work this year, actually in anticipation for this Beauty of Blackness art show. And let me see. All right, and then the next two pictures is the smokers. And so this was these pictures were inspired by I tell my mom all the time, I say this is the red one and the blue, and this is my contribution to the gang violence in Los Angeles. You see what I'm saying? So I had to make a red one for the Bloods, and then I had to make a blue picture for the Crips. You know what I mean? Even though I'm from Chicago, I just wanted to make sure it wouldn't be no problem. So if I became like this big famous artist and my work was being displayed in the world, I don't want people to be, oh, he tripping, cuz the Bloods, you see all they reading? So anyway, so I made a picture using both of those elements specifically. But these two pictures were just like a reenactment of just how you just watching things outside. But if you pay attention to both of the pictures, it appears that the person smoking is the person watching, because it's like you see the plane crashing or the plane falling in this picture, and then you see the hot air balloon. But actually, the people in the car are watching him. So if you see the car going past, you see there's a person in the backseat with binoculars watching this standby, or this just, I guess you could say this pedestrian at the time. And then the same thing is going on in this one. You know, you got a driver, and he's looking out the back window just paying attention to it. And so, like I said, the concept, we still got the goal. And like I said, I like the goal a lot because it gives a good reflection when you know when the light hits. And then I wanted to have I wanted to feel like a regal type of thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know too many people that have gold stuff in their house, but I know my mother is one of the inspirations behind it, because it's in her series with the faceless Asian body people, and she uses a lot of gold leaf gilding, stuff like that. And so like I don't have patience to gild. So the next big thing for me was to use like a glossy gold spray paint as the backdrop. And so like these two pictures were kind of dead connected to each other, you know what I'm saying? And then you can see in the bubble, those are the words F-A-L-A candle distorted in the abstract format. And then on this plane, it don't say F-A-L-A, but you see the E and the F. And so that's just one thing I try to keep consistent in these, because these are more likely to be displayed like at my boutique, my fashion boutique or something, so it'll reflect some type of fashion element. You know, I had this behind some t-shirts or in front of a mannequin or something. Behind a mannequin or something, have a mannequin standing right here without. So yeah, that's basically what this is. And then this picture I did a little extra to simulate the clouds. And so those are, like I said, I do a lot of abstract. And so that's just like one thing, like I started at one point with a circle, and then you just keep going to see how far you can get. I didn't want to put any clouds with the hard up balloon because I felt like the smoke, blowing smoke, would kind of like interfere with the clouds into the atmosphere. So I just left it. And then I put a little more roll on it. And then you see the G's and the tires. That's just a shout out to myself because I'm wearing G's, so I put that. So I guess you can say it's kind of like a signature for those pictures. And then at this picture. This picture is big face. What did I say? Big. Oh man, that's this big brown face. I hope you can see that. But this was actually the first picture I drew for the art show. So when I found out it was going to be an art show, I decided that I would make a couple items to put in and present because I didn't know what type of representation I was going to have in this art show. So I had to put in some pictures in. And so this is I guess this is just a reflection of my black is beautiful, like this the head of the Sphinx or on the pyramid or whatever, you feel me? That's why you got the big nose, the big lips. But then if you look in the eyes, you almost look like people holding their hands up, either in like surrender or victory, you know what I mean? So it's just all just perception of what you're looking at, but I really would put some detail into the eyes. And so that's why you see those little circles and stuff, and the eyebrows and stuff like that. I try to pay attention to the details for that. So the concept, I wanted to put a big face and then try to have like smaller things in the background that kind of like accented the picture. You know what I mean? So that's why you see those things over there. It's kind of like trees and birds and stuff when it's the sun, but the colors are a little, I guess you could say a little more vibrant. And then like this part of it is like simulating like the ocean or the waterfall or whatever, but it's really just like a cool backdrop for the picture to stand out. And like I said, the same thing with this picture. I put a lot of gold spray paint on it, mixed in with some silver. So when the sun or the light get on it, it's a good glare or a good reflection to it. And then so you see I added some color to his hair just to kind of like make it stand out a little bit. And like I said, to give it that more graffiti feel to it. And just to make it kind of stand out. And it looks, it's a good representation of what I thought it would be. It was like a pleasant brown face to it. And then I guess with all of this stuff going on right now, it's kind of like a good thing to see a comforting brown face, I guess. And then we got these pictures. And so this ties into more of the fashion. So a couple of years ago, I started a project with my clothing company. And so these are actually, you see the one in the middle. That's actually one of the original designs for my clothing company. And so I started putting them on screens. Start putting them on canvas just to kind of like preserve the image. And so one day I decided that I would make, I think it was 1,500 or 1,000, whatever it is going to be the amount of squares. These all squares, and all of them going to have the same images on them. But the goal is to have two connected, so it'll be like the color schemes will match. So you'll have both patterns or both pictures. Like, say for instance, these two that are being displayed, like the red and blue ones, like those two pictures go together. So what the goal is to like one day sell those, and then have the two people that get those pictures somehow connect to each other because they got matching pictures, and they have to we'll set up a little website or something like that, so everybody who buys a picture gets to register. And so when people find it, you know what I'm saying, there'll be some way to kind of connect people across the world. Yeah, like I said, my first show, actually displaying my art. But don't get it twisted, this stuff's not cheap. Yeah. But yeah, these two pictures are so, like I said, I had set up the presentation as if it was like a little a story behind it. So, like I said, the title of this picture right here is Watching You. So let me see if I can do this right. So this title of this picture is Watching You, with all of those faces and the you on it. And then you transition to these two pictures, and it's as if they are watching him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like being at a liquor store in Los Angeles, and they're like, everybody watching. I'm like, what's going on? You all right? So that was how I set up my pictures. And then tomorrow I'll show more of these. I got a lot of those FLI stamps, and I'll display some of those. And like I said, I put a lot of stuff in the room. But appreciate everybody tapping into the live feed. Really trying to show their support. Appreciate that. Like I said, this is the first annual, you know what I mean? So this is actually like my first time showing work too. So I'm excited about it. It feels like this got a good feel to it. See, we get it out. This will be going for a couple days. See them gold face. See those two is like a missed and misses. And then put the two smokers on, put them on cigarette lighter or something. But yeah, you see the eye, look at his eye. Stop, don't shoot. You can see I got built some tension in the faces. You know, that's how you see the car. It's like a big, and my man, I said it was a big pump that ride and shit. That's his face, his eyes, So we got some BTs in the car. What are those guys smoking? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This face, this was Tupac, like really pop.
I got it. A small call. All right, Wayne. Okay. Well, thank you. Hold on a second. I need to turn it off. Well, thank you for sharing your work. We really enjoyed seeing those. I really like these, the red and blue. I like. Yeah, I really like the red and blue pieces. I think they're pretty neat and powerful pieces. Those are nice. So thank you so much for being a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You guys, coming up next is Mr. Charlie Palmer will be speaking. He's coming up next. We're going to close out this one, but you just follow, the link is right there on YouTube and it'll be opening up next. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and open that link up and you guys get ready for something pretty amazing. He's going to be up at 5:30. Thank you so much, Barb. He's going to be up at 5:30. Know that Charlie Palmer will be up at 5:30. Oh, we got Corinthia Peoples coming up. Going to be up at 5:30. Okay, I guess we'll just let you take us at 5:30. Know that Charlie Palmer, and then we'll open up Charlie Palmer. We got Corinthia Peoples at 5:30. So we can take over and share her beautiful jewelry and all of that kind of stuff. So, Miss People, are you ready to go? Corinthia. Are you ready to go, Miss Corinthia?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but not very loudly.
Okay, what about now?
Now something's going on.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Can it, Poncho, can you hear Corinthia? I'm trying to see. No, don't turn that on. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? No, I can't hear you. Can it, Poncho, can you hear Corinthia?
I can hear her. She has to turn her volume down.
I'm trying to see. Okay, all right, go ahead, Corinthia. It's probably my mom.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, go ahead. I can't hear you. Can it, Poncho, can you hear Corinthia?
I can hear her. She has to turn her volume down.
She has to turn her volume down. I think she did.
Okay, now. Yeah, you go ahead, Corinthia.
She has to turn her volume down.
She has to turn her volume down. I think she did.
Yeah, you go ahead, Corinthia.
I don't even know.
She should be fine now.
Right now, you're fine. You just have to keep your volumes turned down.
Okay, and
If you can hear sound, we have a problem.
All right, you should be fine, Corinthia.
I can definitely hear sound.
You can hear sound now?
Then turn down whatever you're hearing sound from.
Okay, why don't I do that? How about that?
No, it's still a problem. It has to be off.
Okay.
I don't hear any extra.
Now I don't hear Louise. Do I need to hear?
You have a reverb somewhere. Talk.
Okay, talk. I'm talking. Hi. Greetings. Today is September 3rd. It is exactly 4:00 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Can you hear me? There's a delay.
No, we hear you. Just keep talking, man.
Oh, okay. You're not gonna. Okay, that's fine. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now, you guys? Hello? Hello, hello?
You are live. Continue with your presentation.
I'm live. Okay, welcome. Hello, live. Hello, America and the World Wide Web. I am Corinthia Peoples. I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it moving. Okay, so my name is Corinthia Peoples. Hello there. Welcome to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I want to thank the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you super much. Super, super much. Thank you for sharing your gifts and your talents. Thank you, other artists, for telling our stories as a people. giving us geographical reference that we go further than our hood in Chicago, our hood in Oakland, California. We actually are a people with a geographical reference, a culture, and a custom. Thank you for doing all of this, artists. That's what we do. We tell our stories. We make history. We retell history. We are history, and we remember history. So, and that's a part of also my brand, Corinthia People's Designs. So this is a virtual art show. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? What the World Wide Web has afforded for me and many other artists amongst the various of mediums is the opportunity to touch you, and you in the comfort of your own homes. I get to sorry about the reverb. I hope we're gonna fix it. So basically I was saying about, being virtual, that it's allowed us another way of connecting, another way of uniting, another way of sharing.
You have to turn down that sound.
It is.
It's not.
What if I turned it off? What about that?
As long as your computer is on, that other source needs to be off.
It needs to be all the way off, you said?
As long as your computer is on, the other sound needs to be turned off.
I mean, I'm muted. And my volumes, let me do that. How about that? Hopefully that's good. I can kind of hear a little bit, but it's.
Your main microphone is muted. We cannot hear you.
How about now?
That's a go.
That's what?
That is a go. You are live.
I think he said I'm live. He said to turn down everything. I turned down everything, but now I can't hear.
Continue your presentation.
As long as that reverb doesn't come on, I think we're good. Okay, so I'm going to continue because I am live. So you guys, this is an amazing opportunity to shop. I don't know why that's doing My volume is all the way down. It's off. I have no idea. He cut that camera. Okay, that might have been the problem.
And you are live. That camera has been killed. You are live.
Okay. This is an amazing time to shop small owned and run businesses. Now is the right time. Now, here and now. This is why I feel my ancestors died for me personally, is to give me such a platform as this, such a platform to commune virtually and reach all corners of the globe. To express, to create, to love, to laugh, to connect, to share, and to collaborate. Again, Beauty of Blackness, I dig you. Thank you so much for having me. So my brand, I'm Corinthia Peoples, and I am a jewelry designer. My brand's intention has been to intersect earth, art, spirit, and humanity. Earth is, I feel like the earth raised me. I remember growing up, I would look at the sun, like dead on. No sunglasses, no anything. It was no big deal to me. I would look directly at the sun and to go to sleep. When I had problems with going to sleep, or if I were bored and I wanted to sleep, or hanging out with my grandma, who was a cool chick. But I would look, man, the sun would have this thing. I would play with the sun. So when I discovered gemstones, because I work with gemstones, but I didn't start off that way, right? I started off very meager with fishing wire and hooks and just like these little things, right? But when I started, it was from simple beginnings. And then I found gemstones and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I was so curious. I was like, oh my God, what is these? These are gemstones. Where do they come from? What are these? How, like I was so excited. The colors, where did they come from? Like I was enamored with gemstones. So art, I've always had a huge imagination. So now I get to play with earth, gemstones, and now I get to fuse them into art. But unbeknownst to me, I'm not doing art. I'm just being creative and having this huge imagination as an individual, as a young girl growing up in the South, right? And my grandmother, she saw that. She cultivated the process. She allowed me to go through the process. Honey, this child is in the room doing this, and that. She allowed me to jump around, act crazy, do what I needed to do. Such a great grandma. If you're a grandma, allow your grandkids to explore, because we remember who we are at the beginning of our ages, right? We remember. It's not until we start to become acclimated into societal norms and societal standards that we forget. So if we are young, that is the time when we are doing exactly what we wanted to do. So, I cultivated myself. I feel like I was self-taught and organically cultivated. I learned jewelry design by playing with things. I feel that it chose me. It really did choose me. I was working with one young lady. Actually, I wasn't working with her. We were at an event. And she announced that she made her own jewelry. And I had this like aha moment, that aha moment where you go, And I asked her if she would give me a lesson or two. And she told me, yeah, I'll give you a lesson, but I can't teach you how to design. Your design is going to come through you, through who you are. And I was like, okay, cool. I'm cool with that. So she gave me a few lessons and I was off and running using that huge, big, juicy imagination of my own, right? So I built my small business because I was bored out of my mind working for the federal government. My spirit would not allow me to remain a federal government employee. I had to do other things. So I actually built my business from there. So jewelry chose me, and I am so grateful that it did choose me. Spirit, in my pieces, when I'm making and creating, I'm listening to. So I literally have a design. This design here, for example. These are asymmetry, right? This is black desert stone. These are asymmetry designs. And I had messed up. I was doing something. I had a necklace in one hand, an earring in another, and I was just kind of doing my creative thing when I heard, leave that like that. What? You know how we always say, this little voice said, I heard this little voice that said, don't go down that street. Honey, and I didn't go down that street and all hell broke loose. Well, that's also guidance in art. That was my case. And that was my experience, where listening afforded me the opportunity to create designs that women love and they cherish. They're complimented, they're created, they're considered creative and expressive. And that's exactly what we're here for, honey. We're here to create. We're here to express. We're here to do and live our very best lives that we're doing, right? So I'm guided through my jewelry designs, and I'm like in the sauce, honey, in the sauce, in the lab, doing the thing. As artists, that's what we do. We go in the space. That's why it's kind of hard for us to do all the hats, even though we have to because we're small businesses. However, we have to cultivate those things because we're really artists. Really, we want to create. Really, we want to think of these grand ideas and have the platform to make them come to life, to manifest them. Humanity. I mentioned earlier that my business was built in humanity as well. So I adore people. Hence, peoples. Corinthia peoples. I adore people. I am filled with the feeling of love for people such as you and you and you and you. I love people. I am definitely an introvert to an extent, right? I do have to go in just to recharge, to come out. However, every time I engage, where I feel, it's okay to engage and I'm having a great exchange, right? Because everything is energetic. So if I'm energetically exchanging with someone, I always am uplifted and inspired. I always grow. It never fails that I find the beauty, hence beauty of Blackness, in my fellow person that I am. Shots out, give thanks, that I'm engaging, right? So I love culture. I love my culture. So by me loving my culture and expressing it in my jewelry designs, right? In such work and being creative and artistic, I'm expressing that African aesthetic. I'm expressing my journey. I'm expressing how I was cultivated. I'm expressing how I was raised, right? So my pieces, people have said to me, your pieces are very, they can go in different directions, right? So I can go into a platform of all historically, a predominantly heavy African aesthetic. I can go into a mixture of mediums of an American, African enslaved aesthetics, which I like to refer to us as not slaves. We were enslaved. Slaves almost seem like it was our choice. And from the history that I know, we didn't have a choice in the matter. We had some things going on. I'm not just blaming one side of people because, history says that There was even African people who sold their own people into slavery. So there is a whole big narrative that one must look at, not just a tiny narrative or a narrow narrative. So my narrative, even with my jewelry, expands, right? I'm not one. I am the things. I am all the things. I am the thing. We are the thing. Just like our motto here at the Beauty of Blackness, I believe it's we are art, you are art, we all together, right? I know I've got that wrong, Louise. But I am in the essence of what we are doing here. We're creating a synergy of art. We're telling stories of art, right? So I need you guys to pop in whenever it's my time's up, because I'm just gonna keep moving. And I don't know what my time's like, especially since I had the little technical issue. So I'm gonna just keep this moving because we are live. We are all the way live, honey, here at the Black Beauty of Blackness virtual fine art show. So I want to also add that my collection is a combination of me making, designing, and supporting underprivileged artists through social movements, right? So I deal with gemstones because gemstones, honey, and color is the life. It's the lifeline. It's almost like the umbilical cord, okay? To connect gems and its energy from the earth, how we breathe, the sun that shines on us, our vitamin D, every mineral, every vitamin, every hair follicle, and every ounce of vitality is through our earth. And I like working with the rock people. That's what I call them, the rock people. They give us, they're cheaper than therapy, honey. If you want to get some therapy, get you some lapis lazuli, get you some new jade, get you some green aventurine, honey, to get your wealth on and your prosperity. Get you some jade ring, right? Yes. Get you some amber from the Baltic Sea for clarity and peace and tranquility, and infuse these things into your life. This is called alternative medicine. This is called natural, organic ways of transforming our existence here on this planet. You know, we have choices. We have choices. We get to choose. And for anybody out there who don't believe that we get to choose, I'm here to tell you, we get to choose. And I choose the rock people. I like them. They make me happy. Yellow is the color of joy. It's connected to the solar plexus. We have 7 chakras in our bodies. Every chakra has a color and a gemstone attached to it. And I like to have these conversations with the women I serve because a part of what I do has a huge component of healing. It has a huge component of connecting. It has a huge component of knowing our root, our source, our core. Hence, the beauty of Blackness, right? So, you know, this isn't an exclusive event. This is a very much inclusive event. If you have an open mind and if you can expand your thought process through accepting who we are. You know, I must add, the school system did us all a very much an injustice. They didn't teach us. It didn't teach us who we are. And it didn't tell the other cultures who we are. So really, everybody got the short end of the stick. One of the artists said earlier, I think it was Poncho, that we were the coolest people on the planet. And he said, and I'm going to say it confidently. And you know, we are. We are. Because when you look back at history, we're the only people that accepts all people. If you want to come into our place of worship, we allow you in. If you want to come and you're hungry, we feed you, especially the Black woman. If our brother is broken, we fix him. If our children need nursing, we change them. We have these incredible hearts and souls. And I don't know quite why we got it so enormously, so openly, why the super melanated we're touched with these gifts, with these attributes. But I'm glad to be a part. I'm glad to be a part of this process, of this newness in the making. So I want to invite you back tomorrow. Join us tomorrow. I am delighted. I am super delighted to dive deep into adorning your bodies, your minds, and your spirits with Corinthia People's Designs. Go to the website, www.thebeautyofblackness fine art show, spelled out exactly, all spelled out, .com, and look at the schedule. To view the schedule, you'll see the schedule, you'll see the lineup for the next 3 days of Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show 2020. I welcome and invite you all into our rooms, into our art, into our lives, into our energy. Because like Pancho said, we're some of the coolest people on the planet, baby, right? So Friday, you can find me, Corinthia Peoples. Come into my room. Friday, you can find me September 4th, 5:30. Saturday, 11 a.m. Sunday, 3:45 p.m. You will be able to find me. No one's coming to the room to cut me off, so I guess I'm just going to keep talking. But yeah, you can find me at those show times, and you can find the other artists at their show times. Just go into www.beautyofblackness. Fine.
Nobody's coming in cutting you off on Corinthia.
No.
All right, so stay tuned for Mr. Charlie Palmer. Thank you so much, Corinthia. You actually are bringing Mr. Palmer in. So we're gonna switch over.
Why don't I officially bring him in? Is he ready?
No, because he's coming in in a different broadcast. So he'll be in at a different broadcast. So I'm gonna bring him in. Pancho, I'm gonna send you the stream for Charlie's broadcast. So I'm going to bring him in a different broadcast because the time wouldn't allow it on this one. So, because right now we're at 7 minutes and Facebook's going to turn off at 8 minutes. So thank you so much, Corinthia. And you guys stay tuned, watch Mr. Palmer and send him some questions because he wants lots and lots of questions. So you guys stay tuned. Okay. All right. See you later. Bye. Bye.